Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, I have a short presentation for you today. We're going to talk about some actual facts. Some facts. Real facts. Not what you've been getting. But let's start with this here. Heaven and hell. I mean, anyone should be able to understand this. Heaven is when you get less. Man, I had it backwards. Hell is when you get less energy than you. How did that? Hold on, brothers and sisters. I cannot let that pass. Unbelievable. Hold on. Cannot let that pass. Go ahead here. How did that happen? How did that happen? And no one said anything. I don't believe that's. I'm going to look at the old ones. I do not believe that's the way it was. It was. I'm really slipping here, brothers and sisters. It is when you get less. Unbelievable. Either someone changed it, they didn't, and somebody watched this and didn't speak on it. That says volumes. It says volumes. Volumes. It speaks volumes. Unbelievable. Okay. Heaven and hell. Hell, it's by definition, as far as I'm concerned, is when you get less energy than you give. I give you, I've worked, right, 24/7 or whatever. I burn 1,000,000 calories to produce for you, and you give me 1,000 calories back. Excuse me, I taken 10,000 calories I burn, right, working for you, and you give me just enough to buy 100 calories back. I'm giving you 1,000 calories. See, put it in real terms, not fake money. Calories are real. Calories are real. That's how, when you work, you burn calories. Understand? When you're working, any activity, you burn calories. And when you eat, you take in calories. So if you take in and you burn in more calories than you take it in, right? That's hell. That's hell. because you're going backwards. You're burning more calories. You're out there working, and you're giving your boss 1,000 calories a day, and he's giving you 200 calories back. Enough money to buy 200 calories back. You can't sustain that. You're working backwards. You're aging. You're wilting. They said, there's a question here because they said the average lifespan of a male black slave was 36. Now they got some people saying it was 23. 23 years old. That's how hard they work you. And when you see the pictures of those people, they look like they was 90 years old. That's hell. Because there's no profit in what you're doing. But the profit goes to the person that's exploiting you. See? Because you taking, right? It's not a balance. If you give 1,000 and you get 1,000 back, that's justice. But if you give 1,000 and you only get 500 back, that's exploitation. So who's taking the 500? Who's taking that 500 you didn't get back? You're supposed to get 1,000 back, but that's his profit. That's it called profit. The difference being what the devil's called profit, which is exploitation. I don't care what name they give it. See, you get tripped over these names. Right? It's like a white lie, like somehow a white lie is good. You get tripped off they give it the names. And so you get tripped on it instead of understanding what that name really means, what's behind it. A profit is by definition exploitation. The more profit, the more you exploit it. Because they gave you back what you earned. If you burn 1,000 calories, they gave you just to purchase 1,000 calories. That would be justice. But there'll be no profit for them, right? None for you, actually, because you're just getting back what you put in. But heaven is when you receive more energy than you give, which we call blessings. That means you put 100 in and you get 1,000 back. That's what the Quran and the Bible talks about, that the righteous get, especially in paradise, you get blessings. See, blessings when you get something they claim you don't deserve. They use the word don't deserve, which is another way of saying, right, it's more than you put in. See, you get hung up. They got you these emotional attachments, these words. You don't deserve that. Well, you see, and so you put a bad connotation on a blessing. You don't deserve that. Well, that's what a blessing is, right? Something that you don't deserve, right? But is that a bad thing? They make it seem like a bad thing. Unless they call it a blessing, then they don't say it's a bad thing, but it's still the same thing, right? You don't deserve that. Well, mathematically, that means you got something, you got more in, you got more out than you put in. Mathematically, you got more out than you put in, right? So that's a blessing. But mathematically, that's also something that you don't deserve, because that's not justice, right? Based on equality, right? Based on this zero fulcrum. That's not justice. So you see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Saying it two ways. But you don't deserve it. And you get hung up on the words like, he nourished by the face of a serpent. That's that sealed Bible. And you got to get past that. You got to look past all that into the mathematics, what they're saying. Forget about the connotations, all that stuff with the mathematics. Because if you say you don't deserve it, that's the same thing as saying you got a blessing. But if they say it like that, they put it in negative context. You don't deserve that. But if somebody like, oh, he got a blessing. You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying, bro and sister? Am I making it clear enough for you? If somebody lack, right? Like if somebody lack and they're fighting for their freedom, right? They're a freedom fighter. But if somebody don't lack, they're terrorists. See? God said they're terrorists. They're fighting. They doing the same thing Americans do. Paul Revere. They're fighting. You get justice, fighting to get freedom. Fighting not to be oppressed. But they're terrorists. But when they did, they were freedom fighters. Gotta start thinking mathematically, brothers and sisters. Get past that. They're using a negative, they're using emotionalism to control the argument. I keep telling you, how they do these things. In other words, they take the words and they put emotional context on it. Same word. Right? So therefore, so if it's one person doing it, depending on who's doing it, right? Then that's the context they put on it. Oh, he's a Christian. He's a blessed. He's a Muslim. He don't deserve it. The same thing. They got something that more they put in. The same thing. It just depends on who is saying it and who is the recipient. So much you got. But see, the point is, that's why the angel just gets past all that. If you try to nitpick, like they say, it's like picking peanuts out of shit, right? You know, they put this little thing, right? No. Once you, you know, just move to the second floor, and you don't have to worry about what's on the first floor no more. You're trying to clean up the first floor. Oh man, let me clean this up. Just move to the second floor. You ain't got to worry about what's on the second. Move to the second floor. You don't have to worry about what's on the first floor anymore. But you're going to try to, let's clean up the first floor. Nitpicking. Well, the flood's going to take care of you, everybody on the first floor. But nitpicking, let's move to the second floor. You don't have to do that. That's why you get the mathematics, and you see, you got through all the bullshit. See? Did you pay attention to that concept? Are you familiar with it? It's just a connotation they put on it. See? So profit and exploitation is the same damn thing. And profit is the same thing as getting something that you don't deserve. Because you're taking it from someone else that did deserve it. You didn't pay them for what they did. Because if you did, you would not make a profit. You go and say, okay, you go out and raise money for me. So you raise $1 million. You had to put a lot of energy to do that, right? I'm paying you $100,000. So you get $900,000. You didn't do anything to get that. See? That's a blessing because you're a Democrat. You're a Republican. They don't deserve that. Profit. Another word for profit is just exploitation. Capitalism. Capitalism is all about exploitation. Maximum overhead, maximum profit, minimum overhead. That's what slavery is at the finals. We boil all down, right? Work the hell out of us and give us nothing in return. Okay. Understand? That's why it says, you'll see all nations will be blessed. And you look at that. Well, let's look at the mathematics of it. You could also say, by your seed, right, you'll be exploited by all the nations. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just the context of it. By your seed, you'll be exploited by all the nations. Because if by your seed, all nations be blessed, that means they're getting something they don't deserve. That means they're getting it from you, and that you've been exploited for them to get those blessings. You got to start thinking these things through, bro. This is the same thing. You're saying the same thing. But remember, the sealed Bible says it in a way that's in their interest because they want Adam to rule. So it says in a way that makes it look positive for them because they was expected to rule. And they had to use the sealed Bible. But it's the same thing. By your lead, all the... So you say, okay, well, who... And then that'll be too clear because who's exploiting us? All the nations. By your seed, all nations be blessed. All. You heard that before? All. See? Or by your seed will be exploited by all the nations. The same thing. But they said, like, oh, say, they've been blessed. Well, yeah, if they've been blessed, then who's taking the hit? If they're getting blessed, that means they're getting something they don't deserve. So who's taking the hit? So let's talk about a few things, brothers. I'm going to try to keep this short and simple, right? But you got a lot to learn, brothers and sisters. And I'm telling you, if you sit around, you're going to stay on that first floor trying to pick out the penis out of shit. Instead of move to the first floor, you got to worry about none of that crap. You're going to be doing that a long time. You're going to be wasting a lot of effort. Because when the flood comes, you might have a clean floor, but you're going to get drowned. I'd rather be on a dirty second floor, right? When that flood comes in, they got the first floor, and first floor is clean, right? But you're dead, right? So let's talk about some actual facts. Now, see, it says Gog and Magog will go out and deceive the whole world. And they try to tell you that's in the future, but it's actually the past. And I'm going to go over that slowly. I've been putting some things out about that. I'm going to go through this quickly, not slowly, well, quickly, but I'm going to try to go through it, enunciate it slowly, right, clearly, so you can understand. But I'm going to move. I'm going to take the short version. See, if you read chapter 20, that's European history. They was in a dark age for 1,000 years. That's an actual fact. They was locked in by the resurrected Islamic Empire. Prophet Muhammad resurrected. That wasn't his empire. That was Abraham's empire. Abraham established the pilgrimage, Mecca. Well, I'm not sure, but not Mecca, but the Kaaba and all that, because Mecca's been there for who knows. Holy city. Well, that's no more complicated. Let me move on because there have been some alterations. But the thing is that that's what it says. And so for 1,000 years, it was locked up by the Islamic Empire. Then it would come out and cover the whole world, deceive everybody. It'd be called Gog and Magog. There'd be two world empires. There's only been two world empires in the last 5 years. That's America and Britain. So they got to be Gog and Magog. They're trying to tell you Gog is Russia. We're talking about actual facts here. Not bullshit and conjecture and crap that Farrakhan pulls out his ass. Right? Because see, he's locked into the sealed Bible too. That's why he's saying things like America's going to repent, because he's looking at it from a sealed Bible perspective, and he thinks Nineveh, right, is America. But you got Nineveh, and you got Nineveh, the great city. You got two. And one of them is three days, 3,000 miles across. That's America. And one of them's 2,000 miles journey inward, right? 1,000 miles journey inward from the East Coast. That would be right. That'd be Chicago. That's the one that repented. Nation of Islam repent of Farrakhan. See, Farrakhan thinks that's what America's going to repent. But does he have a shock come in? But see, and when they come out, so we know Gog and Magog is, if you understand European history, they was locked up for 1,000 years. And they would see the whole world. And a major part of deceit was to deceive you about chapter 20. Because if you knew chapter 20 was in the past, then you'd be looking around trying to find out what event was it speaking to. And you'd have to, if you got any brains at all, arrive to the fact that it's talking about European history. Because it's tailor-made for it. It fits exactly. Exactly. Only been two world powers in the last 500 years, and both of them been European, and boom, one came out of the other, just like I said. After the 1,000 years was over, and the only people in the Dark Ages was Europe. It was in the pit. And the Islamic Empire is the one that kept them in the pit for 1,000 years. So, there you go right there. It's clear. See? That's clear. Gog and Magog. Chapter 20. That's an actual fact. I tell you who? The Muslims are. Well, give you some idea. Well, there's more to it than that. But you understand what I'm saying? But once you get that, you won't be deceived by them anymore, because that was their part of deception. Because if you knew that was in the past, or right away, you would know who Gog and Magog. There's Satan and Gog and Magog. So it's three of them. We'll get to that in a minute. There's three of them. Gog, Magog, and Satan. And who is Satan? Those who call themselves Jews, they're not. They're synagogue of Satan. They're Satan. And who gave them birth? Gog and Magog, America and Britain. They birthed them. They put them together in 1948. And there's the three. And so at the end will come when they gather around the holy city or holy place, however your translation is, around Jerusalem, that area, in the Middle East, and they will come to end after bringing fire out of heaven in the sight of men. That's just hellfire missiles and their drones. They drop those people every day over there. They don't. You see the news, but that's what's happening. And then they will come to the end and be destroyed. God will be thrown out, or this will be unseated and destroyed. And that's what happened in a few days, because that's what we come to now. Okay? That's an actual fact. Okay? So that gets around back to 666, another actual fact. You could simplify 666 to one statement. What is the power of the 666? What was the power they had over all the nations? What was the power they held over all the nations? Sanctions. You will not be able to buy or sell if you don't do what we want you to do, especially if you you mess with the image of the beast, which is false Israel. The only country in the world that's doing that, in conjunction with the other two, is Gog, Magog, Antichrist, again the three, is America. Gog. Only country in the world is doing that. They try to tell Gog is Russia. See, that's a different virtue. They're going to attack Israel. The only one doing that is America. So that cut to the chase. That cut to all the bullshit. Stop the bullshit zone right there. Clear cut. They're the only country on the planet that's out there sanctioning people you will not be able to buy or sell. Only one do it. That's their weapon. That's an identifying mark. Like a birthmark. That's an identifying mark. I say, well, hey, do you have a birthmark? Yeah. He got a birthmark on his butt, right? Got an upside down cross. Hey, yeah, that must be him. He got an identifying mark. That's simple. So why are you confused? You don't have to go to the rest of it. You go to the rest of it, you get the rest of it is just clear. But that right there that lays it out right there, just like I told you laid out. Right? About who Gog and Magog is. Bottomless pit. They call it abyss, they call it bottomless pit. Abyss, that's Europe. It was locked in there for 1,000 years. It's simple. And this is even more simple because it just tells you, basically, their power would be in sanctions. They'd be able to buy or sell. And the only country in the world doing that, and with their support and their participation and their assistance in some case, especially false Israel, is America. I'm going to sanction you. I'm going to sanction you. And you're going to get away around that, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on. Let's jump to Farrakhan. Another clear, crystal clear. And y'all don't understand why people are with him. So there's 4 reasons I can give you. 4 reasons. One of them, some of them are demons. They had to be along that program with Farrakhan. The other one is, they're totally idiots. Total idiots. Right? It's there. Third reason is, they're there not with Farrakhan. Right? But it's like, hey, dirty water is better than no water. And I agree with that. Because I even told my children, if they're going to hang with this all, right? I'd rather you be in there with him than not hanging out in the streets. And one of my children took it too far. They hung up on him. So I warned them. You see? So you're better there in the streets. And it says, because when Moses returned, he said, those with the Lord. So they wasn't with Farrakhan. They was just say, man, well, it's better. I better be here. But they ain't doing anything for him because I was there. You got to, he's got to literally beg them to do some work. That's why he said, I pray Goliath would burn you. He would eat your ass. Had the worms eat your ass. He was mad. But he couldn't get him to do anything. But he couldn't get rid of him because then all of a sudden he look around, he ain't got nobody, and then he loses credibility. So I said 3, right? I said, a demon. But they had to go along with this. Total idiots. right? They're there because it's a dirty, a clean water concept, or they're agents. That's the only thing I can think of. And I know a lot of them are agents, because those close to Farrakhan, they're all agents. They're paid to keep him on track, to protect him, right? And then to make it look like he got support. What's there for? Most of them are there for the water, dirty water, clean water, and they're going to leave him in droves in a minute. A minute. Might do it while I'm talking. In a minute. Because that bullshit move is reached to heaven. See? Now, Farrakhan, he admits his father's the devil. Look, biology shuts him. There's so many things that shut him down, shut it down. He said his father's the devil. He admits his father not only the devil, he said his father's parents are white, Caucasian, Portuguese Jews. I mean, his father's a Portuguese Jew, white Portuguese Jew. That makes Farrakhan a black Portuguese Jew. You understand? Because he's what his father is. He's a white Portuguese Jew. He's a black Portuguese Jew. That's what Farrakhan is. He looks like his father. We got a picture of his father. He admits his father is that. And so biology tells you whatever your father is, that's what you are. I don't care who your mother is. You might share some of my genes, but you started out alive, active, conscious, as sperm. You entered an egg that was a living material, not a living thing. Egg is a living material, it's not a living thing. Understand? You ever ate egg before? You eat eggs? You ever eaten sperm, do you? Sperm is a living thing. And that's who you are. That's how you started out at. Looking for that egg. That means that's who he is. That's biological fact. That's not so super science. That means he's the devil. That's why he don't want you to call devils devil. That's part of the reason. The other reason why the devils told him to stop doing it. But he's on board with that because he don't want his children to know their grandfather's a devil. They don't want to call him calling his grandfather, because they have to call him a devil too. They have to call him a black-faced devil, because that's what he is. That's what a demon is, half devil, half man. That's the biology of it. Let's look at the scriptural side of it. I'm just talking about the Bible. The Bible, when Moses returned, he wanted to kill Aaron. Both in the Bible and the Quran. So he has no covering. So why do you want to kill him if he does such a good job? Why would he want to kill Aaron if he did such a good job? Because he wasn't. Because it tells you, in Moses' absence, he was nothing but trouble. He turned the people's away from Moses, away from the God, to the point that Moses was angry and tried to kill. He was going to kill him. And the God turned his back on him and said, Moses, them people went crazy down there. I'm through. You can go out and check on it, but I'm through with them. See? They told my worship, I'll come here and I came in my own and it started their resurrection. And now they dismissed me, said they're going to worship a cow. Said, cow is their God? I'm through. Moses said, hold on, no. Moses begged. No, don't give up on him. And then Moses went down there and saw himself. He got mad. He was through. He wasn't just through. He was going to try to kill him. He took those tablets to try to kill him. And then he tortured him. He burned the calf up and made him drink it. He went to Aaron's camp. Because that's what Karen had him doing. And Aaron said, oh, see how sinful they are? The coward, the no good, stinking, effing coward, Farrakhan, ballless wonder. Oh, he wouldn't stand up and take the credit, take the blame for what he did. Oh, it wasn't me. He was in charge. No, they sinful. And they made me build a county. They made me make that calf for them. They made me do it. They made me turn you away. They made you turn away from Elijah. They made me turn you away from you. They made me turn you away from the God. This is written in the scripture there. So they don't talk about that part. They twist and turn. Don't talk about that part. Because Moses was bad news. Aaron was bad news in Moses' absence. No matter what scriptures you see, that's what it is. In fact, he wasn't anointed because when Moses said, "Give me Aaron," the God got angry with him and said, "No, hell, you don't need that clown. You don't need him." And Moses insisted. Elijah insisted. Says, "Okay, you insist." Elijah, I was on mouth tell you, Elijah said he'd be his worst hypocrite. He's a damn demon, no good, stinking effing demon. Him and his whole goddamn family. All of them. They're all demons. If they came out, if they his seed, they're all devils. All of them. How you gonna get away around that? Unless you're a demon, an agent, or a total idiot. How you gonna get around it otherwise? Those are scientific facts and scriptural facts, because you can't find anything in there positive about Aaron in Elijah's absence, in Moses' absence. Nothing. There's nothing positive about Aaron. There's zero in Elijah's absence. Nothing. In fact, his belief started when Elijah departed, and I was there, because he turned on Elijah. He badmouthed him. This belief started, well, before Elijah was. Right? Shadow was gone. He was, his trail ran cold. Because if you read the story about Elias, that's Farrakhan. He asked, said, give me a double portion of spirit. He said, yeah, okay, if you can handle that. That's what's in the scripture. But if you see me when I depart, if you see me go to heaven alive, to Master I'm alive, then you have it. If you don't, you won't. And as soon as Elijah departed, what did he say? Where's the God Elijah? He didn't believe, because that's what he questioned Master Muhammad. He tore down the Nation of Islam. I was there. Him and Wallace tore it down, started some kind of rebellion. So how you get around that? These are actual facts, not conjecture. So if you're with him, you have no excuse. If you heard this and you still with him, you have no excuse, and you will pay the price, the consequence of your failure. See, failure to deal with facts, to deal with scripture, current scripture, right? That means you're telling your brain to not work properly. Okay, put it this way. Your brain takes energy to calculate. Right? Just calculate. But if you force it to miscalculate, there's a consequence to that. You understand? There's a consequence to everything. Because you're going against the truth. You're resisting it. There's a consequence to that. Because the truth is like the sun coming up. If you resist it, well, let me move on, bro. This is probably too complicated for you. Basic truths. Gog and Magog. It's clear who they are. If you understand chapter 20 and understand European history, it's clear. Only be two world empires, only been two, not just European, it's only two Europe, only been, not me, I'm saying, that's not limit. I'm just saying, there's only been two world empires in the last 5 years. Only two. America and Britain, period. Not even close. No one even came close. So they're Gog and Magog. That's a simple truth. It tells you in chapter 20. 666, sanctions. That's them. You can't get him. Farrakhan. He's sitting in Elijah's seat. What he's fighting against? Everything Elijah taught, everything. Nothing in the scriptures support anything. And he said nothing. He can't find refuge anywhere. Once Elijah left, He's bad news. He was bad news before, but it's clear he was bad. You can't show me one scripture will show you Farrakhan or Aaron did anything good in Elijah's absence. Show me any scripture, any verse. You can't. So why are you with him? There's a consequence for that. Let's talk about a couple more things and I close out, brothers and sisters. These are simple truths. I want sanction, and you got the three there. There's three again. Gog, Magog, and Antichrist. Same thing. Gog, Magog can come out of the pit. He says Satan, Gog, and Magog is three. Farrakhan, he's a demon. He's a black-faced devil. He's a wolf in sheep clothing. That's clear. He admits it. He admits it. Just because he'll say it outright, but he tells you his father's a devil. That means he's got to be a devil. How else he can't be unless his father ain't his father? Louis Eugene, and they underscored it. He said, what's my name? Legin. Louis Eugene Grounds, who turned NOI backwards. You can't make that up, brothers and sisters. So this is the truth that they cannot stop. They try to stop the author of the truth or the purveyor of the truth. They can't stop the truth. You can stop somebody telling you that spring is coming. You can kill the person that tells you, will that stop spring from coming in the winter? Here's the winter, and you're going to stop the person that tells you spring is coming. Will that stop the spring from coming? No, it will not. And they cannot stop this because it's based on energy, restoration, means increasing pressure. And we know how much pressure you can take before you get crushed. And you're already you're exceeding your tolerance level. I make it simple enough for you, brothers and sisters. If you can calculate that, you might not say exact time, but you know it's going to happen within the next 15 minutes, next half an hour. I'm putting too much, keep putting pressure in this tire. You know, if you put nothing, it's going to blow, it's going to pop. Nothing, bloom, it'll pop. And so, you know, because that balloon can take, material can take but so much pressure, so much stretching. And so your nature can handle so much pressure. And that pressure is reaching the tolerance level. Pretty soon it'll be over, and then you get crushed in the dust unless you can transform, and you have no more transformation. Your 9 lives has expired. Your 9 lives has expired. You cannot transform into any other form. You're transformed the highest form right now. Your democracy, your capitalism, and your Christian, all that. You're the highest form that you can. When you came out at 500 years, that was you transform, right? Because that was what they call the great. What they call that? I've got a term they use. It's term not the awakening, but it's a term they use, right? That well, one term they call it Renaissance, because there's another name they use, right? The Renaissance means you transform, you start new systems, because the pressure of Islamic power actually made you. You know, you want to create something, you put under pressure. You make diamonds by putting under pressure. You people under pressure. You want to train somebody, like you want to train, you put them under pressure. Or Jimmy, you're putting yourself, right? That's how you transform something. It takes pressure to do it. That's just the way things work, brothers and sisters. You only got 2 forces in the universe. You got pressure and tension. Pressure and tension. Tension pulls things apart, and pressure pushes things together. Those 2 fundamental forces. They're all based on consequence. Every action has opposite equal action. So if you're pulling it, you're right. You pull back. If you're pushing it, you get pushed back. That's just the way it is. Okay? And if you're pushing it like that there, you're going to get tension upon it, pull it back. That's to balance it. That's how neutrons and protons are created. You're pushing one together, and the tension force pulls, trying to pull it back apart. That's the opposite reaction. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's just the way it is. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay? So you know there's enough pressure. They already exhausted their ability to reach, because they got to the highest, right now, they're at the highest level that they can construction. They can't go any higher. Additional pressure will be cause a negative reaction for them, right? Negative transformation. That means it's going to crush the dust. It won't transform to another form. That's what Farrakhan said. They're going to repent and transform. No, they're not. They can't. It's impossible. We can. But we can just, right? We have the nature of adjustment. Our genes can adjust to every circumstance, right? For the next 72 trillion years, eventually some of us won't be able to transform anymore. Upgrade. But it says one will make it all the way. One will make it all the way. Because the universe is in a state of pressure. Now the pressure is gradually turning into tension. Because now things it's in a state of pressure. So pressure gets increase, right? So we're in a state of pressure. We was in a state of tension. That's what ended up in energy deprivation, because all that tension means energy is out there rather than here. So the more tension you pull, the more energy you're pushing out. Tension, by definition, you're pulling things away. That means energy is going further and further out. That means less of it here. So at some point, you don't have enough energy to maintain yourself anymore. But now it's coming back. So now you're starting to be energized. And that's pressure. And they was created, that would say mankind was created in haste. They're trying to tell you. And they was created in haste because they were only going to be around a short period of time. And they was made in a period of time where it was low pressure. Low pressure. That's what they're trying to tell you. During a time of energy deprivation, creating haste. If you create haste, you're going to die in haste. That's balance, isn't it? We were not creating haste. In fact, we were not created at all. We've always been here, always will be here. And so therefore, the pressure increasing, they will be crushed by it. And if we understand thought is pressure, that means we outthink them. And they cannot conceive what we're thinking. They can't understand what we're thinking. The angel tells you that right there. Whoever breaks the angel has greater thought power than them, by definition, because they had that book for 2,000 years and couldn't even do anything with it. Zero. So they couldn't even look at it. They had no idea. No one in 2,000 years even broke one seal, anything. They wouldn't got any of it right. If you listen to all these people that's talked about angel, talking about they give you information, if you look at it, they got absolutely nothing right. It's not like, oh, they almost know. They got nothing right. That's what it says. So that means because the angel goes above their pressure quotient. So if their pressure tolerance is 10,000 pounds per square inch, that's it. That's their thought pressure. So if you come with 20,000 pounds per square inch, they can't do anything with that. And it crushes them. Because they can't go past 10,000 pounds per square inch. That's their thought pressure. They can't see anything beyond that. That's why I said they'll mischief. The days will come to them they're not going to understand it. They're going to see it. They're going to see it coming. They're going to be mischief because it's the thought and the engine right there. Once you broke the seals right there, all of a sudden your thought pressure is greater than theirs. So now, and remember, they used to you get energized every day. Let's put it as simple. Then I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. It's momentous in the heavens and the earth. That means the universe is contracting now. It comes back in a wave of approximately 50 years. I explain that. You can check it by the music. Because every 50 years we get a change in music. That's an indication right there. But there's other ways. So now it says it's momentous in the heavens and the earth, but it come you above a sudden. So why is that's math? The mathematics right there tell you Earth has to be in the universe, but that won't be possible. See, I'm saying all the math there. I told you these are math books, and they tell you so much information if you understand the mathematics behind it. Ask any scientist if they know anything about science. If you say something that is momentous in the heavens and the earth, when it comes over a sudden, it comes right? To you, wherever you are. That means you're at the center of the universe. That's the only way that could be true. Otherwise, it wouldn't stop at you. So Earth absorbs it. Otherwise, it would just pass the Earth. Earth will get some of it, but it will keep on going until it got to the center. But if it stops here, that means the Earth is the center. So Earth going around the sun is still a center. See, it's the mathematical center. That's I don't. Brown says you have to wake up. So if that's the case, and that is the case, but the Earth has to absorb it. That's what says it's heavens and earth. It's coming from the heavens. It's going to Earth. Earth has to absorb it. It comes to you all of a sudden. What it means, Earth absorbs it and transforms it into a form that you can use. You can't just in the food and the stuff that you because you can't convert energy from air. I mean, let me back off of that. You can't just. You need food. That's the form that we take energy in. And so the Earth produces that, right? But the more energy it has, the more it produces. But when Earth does it, it releases it based on a 24-hour period. And it takes about 50 years before it's all absorbed. But it can be absorbed faster than that. It depends on the population. That's another story. I'm not good at it. It's a little complicated. But just say it simple, keep it simple. And then the next wave comes. That means every day you go to sleep and then you're being energized, like you're being recharged. So you get energy. Right? So this person, he's high pressure. He's like a little stone in this big old ocean of low pressure. This ocean is 400 pounds per square inch of pressure. But he's 500 pounds per inch square, but he's only that big. But he's getting energy every day, right? They get energy. So every day he gets energy, he's transforming that around him. So after a while, the space around him gets to be, as space goes out, space be converted slowly to higher from 500 pounds per square inch. 400, but then he's growing, right? So now, around him, space around him becomes 500 pounds per square inch. Every day, a little more space. And it's pushing away the 400. So he's taking up more space every day. His thought is more powerful than theirs. It's affecting the people. So the people, like I said, they may be, they slowly, remember, he's slowly, every day he gets more energy. And he's influencing, so the people are gradually getting a little bit at a time, but it's adding up. And if you look around, you start seeing the people, they start acting differently. They start acting closer and closer, right, to that message. And then you'll find other people be more resistant to it. Because now, as he get more space, that means he's taking away space from them. They're trying to retain that space, so that's resistance. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See? That's what's happening here. So, they only, like I said, they cannot withstand the increasing pressure. It says they were like this, it got weaker and weaker, and we got stronger and stronger since 1800s. It wasn't because they didn't try to do something good anyway. It wasn't because they tried to be nice. No. It's like you're in an elevator. Now, you're the Hulk, and place is crowded. So you start pushing people away to get more room. Well, they're going to resist because you're squeezing them. And you're going to feel that resistance. The more you push, the more, but you have more room, but you might feel the more resistance. Like lifting a weight, right? The higher you lift it, the more resistance you feel, but you're lifting it. So you're going to feel more resistance as you get, right? And they're going to be resisting more because they're going to squeeze. You understand? What was that all about? Right? You're in an elevator, and you're pushing, and they're going to be resisting. Okay? And if you keep pushing, eventually, if there's resistance, they're under so much pressure that they can't withstand it, then you crush them. But look at it this way. I'm trying to put it in mental context. You're saying you're pushing, right? And they're resisting, right? So you outthinking them. As they put it in a mental context, right? And they can't come with any ideas to stop you. They will try to come with all kinds of ideas to try to stop you. They can't come with anything to stop you because, right? But as you push them, you take more space, their pressure increases, right? Because you put in a small space, their resistance, their pressure increases. But as long as your pressure, in other words, you start out with 500 pounds per square inch, and then they're 400 pounds per square inch. We start moving, right? Well, their pressure will go from 400 to 401, 402, because you put them in smaller space. They will start thinking more and more like you, but they don't have enough structure to get to 500. So they get to 450, whatever, and then they can't go any further to get crushed. Then all of a sudden, you got all the elevators all yours. Hope you understand that kind of concept too, brothers and sisters. See? So, I mean, when you start thinking of pressure, because everything's based on pressure. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let's move on here. Oh, I just told myself I'm supposed to be talking slowly, enunciation. I forgot all about that. So I hope you understand what I'm talking about, brothers and sisters. Right? Okay, there's more I wanted to say about that, brothers and sisters, but I said I'm going to keep this short. And then reparations. These are simple things. I said, Farrakhan, there's no scripture that supports that lying dog. Plus, he's cursed with a curse. He's robbing the nation. He's rich. You don't have a business anywhere. How he got rich? He says, he'd be robbing the nation. It says right in Malachi. I'm not robbing the nation. Elijah didn't, so it's got to be him. And he's cursed with a curse. Ask any man, disembowelment? Is that a curse? There's no scripture that support him. Now we know who God can make our God. 666 is clear. Who's excising stinks on everybody? Then reparations. Well, you got to ask a simple question: how much money would you give me? How much money can I give you to rape your mama? Tell me how much money I get. Because if you can't come with an answer, then what the hell are you talking about reparations for? They did much far worse than that. Now, you could put a money value on it. That means you ain't no damn good to begin with. Now, demons, they'll go along with that because they're there to get you to do dumb things because you look like them, but they look like you. And I also told you, it's also about tricking you from your reward. See? It's all about tricking you from your reward. Reparations. So they want to pay you off for what they did to you for 40 years of total terror, rape, the way they raped our women. I mean, it was, and they actually did medical experiments on them while he was alive, cutting them open. They had anesthesia, cutting them open, looking into them, going in between their legs and cutting it. These people, and the woman's alive. They're doing this. And we're going to take some goddamn money for that? You know something? I wish you would go ahead and take it. I wish that would happen. I hope Master Muhammad's waiting for you to take it. Because you can't stop him unless you take everybody 100%. But I won't. because you're going to be that group everlasting shame and department, because we get hold of your ass. Because if you did that, then you try to explain that? You're going to try to explain that? Reparations? Plus, the money's not theirs to begin with. It's all stolen money. It's all blood money. And you're going to take reparations? You say, hey, they did this to our sisters. And you say, hey, man, okay, give me a Cadillac, man. And I just, hey, bro. Hey, man, you the man. Give me a Cadillac, man. We good. Yeah? Well, goddamn you. Go for it. I just hope he let, my little angst with Matt from Hum is that not the timing, right? Because I've been doing 30 years. I got the patience for that. It's not the timing. It's that the fact I got to be telling you a certain timing, but the angel says, and that's not the timing. I don't like that. That's what Jonah was angry about it. But man, why I got to keep saying this and you know you ain't going to do it? That he's angry about, not the time itself. And that's what his angels say angry about. See? Because I understand the timing. I understand. I don't know what he knows. But that's not what bothers me. I know it's going to happen. And it's going to happen on time. It's going to happen right. See? That was the thing I had. Because why I got to be telling people it's going to be at this particular time. That's what angel says. And that's what it says in Jonah. He said he had to tell him, even though Jonah knew. Remember, Jonah resisted. He didn't want to do that. So I ain't going to do that because you ain't going to do it. Why I got to be telling these people to do something I know you ain't going to do? Make me look like a fool. That was his problem with that. And it wasn't about the time. He wasn't saying you got to do it. He was just saying, man, why I got to be telling people to tell it, and you ain't going to do it. Now make me look like a fool. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. And you insisting. That's what Jonah, you insisted I tell people that I'm going to do this at this time. You insisted I do this. And you know you ain't going to do it. So what the hell is that all about? And I'm the one going to take the hit for it. And I didn't do it. The first time I didn't do it. And I got end up on Demon Island for 3 years. And then you didn't do it. What is, that bothers him. It pissed Jonah off to no end. He wanted to commit suicide. Like it pissed me off. That's what pissed me off. It wasn't about when he was doing it. It was about him having to say he was doing it. He wasn't going to do it. Put me out front. Made me look like a fool. See? So that's the objection. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen soon. I just don't know exactly when. See? I have no problem if I know it's not going to be another year. I know it's not going to be another few months. I know it's going to be. And from my point of view, I don't see how it could be before spring. It has to be before spring. It had to be before. I can't see how you got it this month. That's what I'm looking at it. But the point is, I wouldn't care if it did 6 more months. If they came up with reparations and start giving out, and we start taking names, everybody that accepted it. Everybody accepted it. See? Oh, I got $1 million, man. You got area, okay. What's your name? Well, your name is Anthony Shithead. Yep, Anthony Shithead. He took some. That's good sisters too. We ain't buying that one. Well, my name is Shirley Jackass. Okay, Shirley Jackass. She took some too. But you got to explain how in the hell that $1 million account for what they did. Because when you did it. See, you can't be forgiven anyway for that one. That says your bargain with death be annulled. You can't be, because remember, God honors contract. You just sold out your inheritance. That's hosted by Esau. Remember, Esau's, they have brothers and sisters. Sisters with them. They're all going to be destroyed. All of them. Males as well as the females. Because they sold out their inheritance. So that would be an easy call. Give me extra month. So we can see who's going to sign up for this. Expose themselves. Let me say something to close. It's so much I can tell you, brothers and sisters, so much I haven't told you. You think America was made so much powerful? They didn't need this much power to rule. They didn't need this much power to rule. Atomic weapons, all that kind of stuff. Remember, they was ruling before they had that. And they introduced atomic weapons to the world. So they didn't have to. You know why a lot of that stuff exists, brothers and sisters? Because they want America to look invulnerable. Like nothing can happen to America. We can look. Why? That's part of the judgment. Because once America did that, and then they look like, right? Nobody can do that in America. Remember, America, I'm the only one. I'm the greatest superpower. They said I got this shield. Then what happened? All the fags came out. All the gays came out. Everybody came out because they figured they weren't doing that before. They weren't doing that before. Because they feel like they ain't protected. Because America protected from everybody. Everybody comes out. See? They see. The mouse will, how does it go? The children will play when the mouse goes away. How does the story goes, right? In other words, when the parent, if you stick around, your children are going, hey, they're little angels, right? As soon as you go, man, I get a story and I go. I told you they had a mini mansion in New Jersey, right? Orange, New Jersey. And 3 floors. Like had 5 bathrooms, I think, maybe 6. Had a sauna in the basement, had a big pool table. You know, it was nice. Detached garage with an apartment over top of that. Let people stay from time to time. And like on the 2nd floor, we had like a room. At that time, you know, we had Facebook, all that kind of stuff, right? But the kids, they would play, I think they had Sonic and they had those type of things on the computer, right? On TV or something. They have computers there? They had computers there. They had like, they have laptops though, but they had PCs. What they called, they was like desktops, I guess. I can't remember. Anyway, when I'm around my kids, boy, they were like angels, right? So one day I came home a little early, right? And they was all up in the room, this kind of room, they had a big TV in there. It was, before they had a flat screen, but they had these like the big old TVs, right? It was like, whatever. And they was in there, and I guess they was playing Sonic and all that stuff, right? So I started walking upstairs. I wasn't sneaking up. The house was built real good, so you didn't make any much noise, right? And boy, I got halfway up there, man. You MF, and yeah, but they was going off, and these were young kids. It was called bastard, right? And so I got up to the door, and they looked around. All of a sudden, man, all I saw was horns and tails and pitchforks. And once they saw me, transform, man, angels and wings. Right? What is it? When cats away, the mouse will play or something like that, right? See? So the thing is that America's looking vulnerable, so everybody's coming out the closet now. So it's easy to see who they are. They get on TV, yeah, that's my man, that's another man, that's my husband. You wouldn't have seen this 20, 30 years ago. You would never see anything like this. Not even, 20, 30 years ago, you wouldn't see anything like this. Now, they're coming out with it. They get on TV where everybody know, I'm married to another man. A woman, I'm married to another woman. Now they're trying to get marriage to animals. They're trying to, don't take my word for it. They're trying to make it legalized legally to marry animals. Why would you want to marry an animal? Answer that one. That's one of the reasons why America looks so now everybody's coming out of the woodwork because they think, hey, man, it's safe. Okay? So everybody's coming out of the woodwork because nobody openly, I think the first time that started, that must have been during Obama's reign. Before that, I don't think anybody openly said, I'm gay. It was hidden. Now they can't wait to tell you. So I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. I just want to go to a few things. I can go to a lot of things, right? Just facts, actual facts. And how do you get around it? How do you get around Farrakhan? How do you get around that? You can't get around biologically. You can't get around logically. You can't get around scripturally. You can't. How are you going to do it? So how are you there? You got to fall in those categories. And Gog and Magog, once you understand European history, you know exactly who Gog and Magog is. Ain't no Russia. It's clear. I made it clear to you. Just go look, compare the two. Reparations. I mean, that's mind-boggling. Anybody takes reparations, what does that mean? Who are you? Right? That means you despise God because He says, "I'm going to give you this reward for your struggle." And you say, "Fuck that reward, man! Just give me some cash. I want some Benjamins." That's what you're saying. You gotta say, "Oh, right?" Remember, that's what He said to Esau. That's what Esau said. And what God said, "I hate him." And if God hates you, what you think He's gonna do with you? If you earn God's hate, what you think is gonna happen to you? It says He's gonna be totally destroyed. Totally. What does that mean? If God hates you, He said, "I hate Esau." And then 666. How do you get around that one? See, Esau, he sold his heritage for a bowl of soup. He had everything was his. He sold it for a bowl of soup, and that's what you can ready to do. Give me a Cadillac and a little trailer home. Put some Benjamins in my pocket, and all's forgiven. Hey, bro, yeah, you right on, man, right there, bro. Man, you all right, man. You paid us off what we did. But y'all did. Hey, bro. Yeah. Really? Is that what the scriptures say? See, the sealed Bible tells you to love master. But what happened when master's time is over? Read chapter 18. That master's time is over. And Babylon's falling now. So when Babylon's fall, does he tell you to love master, help master? He said, no, kick master's ass. A command. Do double. He ain't saying love, no. Master only one got a meal, and you need food. So, hey, you don't need to be told that, right? If you don't have no food, you're starving, and your closest enemy, your worst enemy, got food, ain't you gonna be nice to him? You need to eat unless you commit suicide. So you submit, because you're the only one got food. Yeah, okay, bro, I'll do whatever you want, because you got to eat. You understand? Because they had the food, they had control of the food. And plus, America became the breadbasket of the world because it was like virgin country. So who submit to that? So having the Haitians, they broke faith, and they were just starving. That goes out saying. So we submit. But then, when Babylon's falling, when Babylon loses control of the food, they don't have it anymore. And now you got your God, he's got the food prepared to give you food. And you say, I don't want your goddamn food. I'm going to help Babylon, whose only food they got is going to be you, your dumb ass. Because when they run out of food, you're going to be the food. And so I don't want. And what they tell you? They say, when Babylon don't have no food no more for you, you don't submit anymore. Now you take revenge on his ass. Do double. That's a command. It's not a suggestion. It's going to be a war here like you can imagine. I mean, when you just do the math of it, if you're going to put 500 years of hell, because they do them, they say do like almost like they did to you. They said no, do as they do the same thing to them and done to you, but double. So you can put 500 years, all that, in less than a year, and you're going to double it? Just do the math. Damn. What kind of hell are they about to be hit with? Because the Holocaust was hell. And then they get hit with double dose of it, right? Not only double dose, like, and they give you, they say you got to take this pill, one of these pills a day, right? You say, well, hell, man, I'm gonna take 365 one time. And I have to take the rest of the year. That's what happened, right? No, you give it to them one full dose. Don't spread it out. Give them one full dose, twice the dosage. Instead of giving 365 in one day, double it. Give them almost 800. Well, that's 750, something like that there. All one time. That's a war. That's why I say, look at the word, exceedingly great army. That's what's happening. And this is going to happen this year. And if you ask me, it's going to happen within the next few days. What kind of war is that going to be? A exceedingly great army that's full of wrath. That's going to do double than what they did to us. And that's unprecedented Holocaust. And you're going to do double to them. God damn. What do you think that means? You best together. Are you ready for that? You got the ability. Once you get your mind back, damn. There's going to be a war like you can't imagine. And that's just between these two. Us and them. Then you got Esau here. They're going to be trying to take out both of us. And then you got the demons. We got to fight with them, and then they're going to go after Master full-fledged. And it's going to be 17 million of them. So they're going to be a exceeding great army too? They're going to be an army. It says, the locusts, there was an army. They're going to be an army. Can you imagine the hell that's going to take place in America? Unprecedented. It's a strange thing. And there's going to be no food, no electricity. You can't imagine it. I mean, they ain't made a movie that can come close to that. A zombie movie look like Alice in Wonderland compared to what's about to happen here in a few days. That little crap going on in California right now, shit. Ooh, shit, yeah, shit. It's nothing. It's not even what do you call it? What do you call it when you something you eat before you eat? I'm talking. It's nothing. That is going to engulf the whole country. It's going to be whole country. This whole country will be burned down after all of that. So you got all that going on here. You got cannibalism off the scale. Off the scale. Because these devils going to eat. And there's no food. And their animals going to be going just like that. And then their children, it says it. And women going to eat the ones that's pregnant, they're going to eat their child raw. They're going to hide and get a child. And can you imagine a woman? She's giving birth. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it either way. Right? But here she is. She's in labor and she's doing it quietly, in secret. She's so hungry. She's doing it quiet, in secret. So as soon as the child is born, she wants to eat it raw. This is a nightmare. This is more than a nightmare. It's more than a nightmare. This is what you're going to see. You're going to see what you never thought you ever see it for. You never seen a movie like this. Nothing close. And part of the reason is because you got to break your emotional attachment to these people. And that will definitely do it. Because it's very strong for some of us. I'm going to leave it there for our sisters. That's what you say is a strange thing, unprecedented. A war like you can, and then after all of that, then comes the goat. And they're going to be merciless, so they're going to be merciless. Here comes a goat. Say you reap, you sow the wind, you're going to reap the whirlwind. What's going to happen to these people is unimaginable. And when the other world, the nations see that, It really doesn't matter because they're not going to be around much longer anyway. Let me explain this. I said all of them going to be destroyed. All of them be broken. All be broken. But they won't be totally destroyed. As the Bible tells you, it'll be a while before they time to eradicate all of them. Because the animals and things, the way the Bible says it, right? Because we don't want to be overcome by the animals because it's few people. Animals still growing. After a while, they'll be eating us. It says, so that's the only reason why some of them still be, nations still be around for a little while longer. Right? Okay. But remember, these animals, they've been invigorated too. They've been energized too, so they can be having babies and everything. There's no restraint on them. Understand, brothers and sisters? That's where it is. So I'm trying to get you to understand. I know you can understand, but it's coming, and the scripture tell you it's going to be off the page. Off the page. It says it's so bad that the lamb and the elect, they would just be snatched out of here. Right? And that's because they prepared. They don't have any emotional attachments. Right? And I do have one issue myself, right? I can't stand inside of blood. I'm going to get over that one. Let's go with that one, because there's going to be a lot of blood, brothers and sisters. Right? And you're going to be a whole different person. You come to tribulation, you come out here, bro, you're going to be ready. Right? You're going to be ready in all kinds of ways. You're going to be new. You're going to be a shiny diamond, totally shining, totally cut. Because this place here, America, it's going to be worse than hell on earth. You can't find any words to speak to it. You can't find any words to speak to it. They just say it's going to be a strange thing happening here. And you're going to witness it. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. Right? Like I said, there's many things I could just give you actual facts about. But things I gave you right there, that right there is enough to... But it says it's going to take the 4 winds because you need some action. See, words ain't working for you. It's working to you to some extent, but it ain't moving you fast enough. Those days had to be cut short. Now you understand what cut short means in that context? You got to wake up fast. Can't let you mess around and to wake up on your own time scale. Because you won't make it. No soul will be left alive. And they see it from that perspective, brothers and sisters. That means that's why the 4 winds blow. When your Africans that you love so much, when they attack your ass, that's what's going to wake you up. That's the final straw. The demons didn't do it. Devils didn't do it. Took your own brother Esau, attack your ass. Then you say, okay, I got it. All the devils did to you didn't wake you up. All the demons done, Farrakhan them didn't wake you up. See what I'm saying? Ishmael, them, what they done to you, they betrayed you, they didn't wake you up. What all the nations done to you didn't wake you up. What did wake you up is your twin brother Esau attacks your ass. Then you wake up. What is that? What is that? Think about that one. You didn't wake up to your own brother Esau attack you. Mama. And now, that's what took it. That's what it took. Because it couldn't wait till you wake up your own time. And matter from the wait, that's why I'll be like, get into that, because that's a whole nother story altogether about the timing thing. But see, the thing is that, right? When he does kicks off, and so everything happens, I tell you in Genesis, before it was supposed to happen. So whatever he's doing, it still happens before they make their move. Right? And for you, all these things happen to you, when devils attack you, you still don't wake up. Right? They attack you. Right? It says when you see Jerusalem armies, right? But you didn't flee until the 4 winds blow. So he still was like, nonchalant. Well, you were nonchalant, but you still was like, yeah, it's rough. But you still didn't move. I might maybe talk about that again, maybe tomorrow or something, because that's deep. Here it is, you're being attacked. I tell you, I said, when you flee, that's what I tell you. You're under attack. You still didn't move yet. You're under attack. That was attacking you. And he still hasn't moved yet. Yeah, I never talked about that like I'm talking about it now. I'm going to close out. But why are you still there? That was attacking you? It had to be cut short because some reason you still ain't moving. And then when Esau attack your ass, your own brothers, Levites, then you move. And that's why I'm going to have to maybe just have a quick because it. But it seems like it takes a lot to move you, brothers and sisters. Those that had to be cut short. But how long as you gonna sit around? Maybe I shouldn't say this. What does the scripture say? Got the Levites to attack you. Maybe that'll help you with days cut short. Because they was going to attack you. But it says right there, he put his foot here because he knew his time. He was full of wrath because he knew his time was short. But when you go looking deeper, it says, who was the one that inspired the actual attack? Actual attack. It was Moses. He threw those 2 tablets down. Because he used them to attack you. Think about that one. See? Think about that one. Think about that one. Why did he do that? He's angry. But still, no, he's the one that did it. He threw the tablets down. 2 tablets. You understand, brothers and sisters? I'm going to let it go there. I'm going to page you a couple of things, then I'm going to close out. That's a demon. Even got him looking like his daddy. See how they treat our sisters, and we're not going to avenge that? You fish bumping, hey, bro. Ooh, you're going to lose that arm. You don't want to show up. And you got witnesses saying you was doing that? You don't want to show up? I'm not going to restrain them. I'm not. Only restraint I'm going to show in the judgment is when you come after these sisters, you're going to have to prove to me that you have to show me that sister just deserve it. You're going to have to really show that one. Otherwise, you better leave them sisters alone. Other than that, ooh, they're going to judge you. You're going to be judged. Look at this here. We're going to avenge that? This is all by itself. Look at these clowns. What they doing? No, I ain't forgetting the goddamn thing. Look at this dog. It's all chained up. But they say we're animals, right? So if you're going to do an animal, that makes you what they call what's the word they use? Bestiality. Bestiality. They hungry for bestiality. I don't know if you noticed or not, but back during when they first came here, you know, Hugh Hefner, the Playboy guy, all those Playboy and everything. I don't know if you know about this, right? But his secretary, this is a fact. His secretary brought her dog to the job, and she went someplace, left the dog in with Hefner. She came back a little early. He was doing the dog. Yes, Hugh Hefner. All those women around, he was doing the dog. And so what they did was They used the farmers in Canada used to catch them doing the sheep and the donkeys. And the law was they would hang you, but they would hang you with the donkey. I said, what they hang donkey for? Yeah, they hung the man and the donkey together, or the donkey and man and the sheep together. I said, what did the sheep do? But that's the case. George Washington Jefferson was guilty of bestiality too, because they said it was animals. So why was you doing? Yeah, dogs. These dogs was trained to search you out and attack you. It was trained. That was their training for. It was black for a reason too. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to read this, but read it enough. Well, not enough, but not today. Right? So Esau will be totally destroyed. It says it'd be the Levites and Shabazz that's going to destroy them. That's that last battle. Last battle. And you think the battle here is going to be tough? You think the battle here with the devil is going to be tough? That battle's going to be worse. Because they're almost as strong as we are. They're like gods almost themselves. They go to Holocaust. It says it's going to take 6 months to bury the dead. They're dead. Yep. Yeah. These are the judges. These are going to be your judges, brothers and sisters. They look like they going to be hey man, oh, you just fish bumping? That's what you was doing? Okay, you cool. You think that's the with attitude? Yeah. Capitalism. We busting our ass down here. These are watching us, right? He giving us shit. We give him gold. Money. Turn that gold into money. We get the shit. Turn the gold. Give us the shit back. That's capitalism. Doing him double. Here's Farrakhan's daddy. Doing his mama. Farrakhan, tell you, how was he anointed? First of all, he wasn't anointed by God. And plus, this sounds like a devil story, don't it? But if you're going to go with the Jesus Christ story, that's a whole different story. That sounds like civilized. But here, this is a product of rape. He said he's a product of rape. That's what Farrakhan said. He's a product of rape. Not only he's a product of rape, but he says mother tried to abort his demon ass 3 times. Tried to abort him 3 times. I mean, she hated him. She hated what she was producing. She hated this. That would put a seed in her, and she wanted to destroy it. See? That evil dog, he made it through. Right? Made it through to do what? Because he wanted to be like daddy. He wanted to be like daddy, man. Try to get rid of me. Man, I'm right? I'm my daddy. You want to try to get rid of me? Right? See? Like, now, see? I'm raping now. What you going to do now? I'm raping you now. I'm raping the Nation of Islam. I talk about this triangle, but I'm not going to. I could say I had a lot more to say about that, brothers and sisters, but I'm going to let this go too. Go on, move on. Close out. I said I'll keep it short, but I guess I didn't do it. This is the war about to take place, brothers and sisters. Between us and them, exceedingly great. He goes and he comes in and finishes the job off. Burns America. Farrakhan talking about, Trump talking about he's going to get the whole hemisphere. He don't get the whole hemisphere. He don't realize it. They're going to burn this whole hemisphere. This whole hemisphere, Canada, South America, that's called Americas, Gulf of Mexico, all this. It'll be inhabitable for 1,000 years. You're going to get, the whole place going to be inhabitable. It's going to be totally, all it's going to burn up. Everything on this hemisphere will totally burn down. Remember, this unprecedented trouble. Remember the one that created the moon, that war? It's going to be worse than that. When that war, the Earth was split in two. In this case, the Earth is divided into two parts. Inhabitable, uninhabitable. Half the Earth will be inhabitable. Just won't be blown away. It won't be able to live here for 1,000 years. That means it's radiated. And closing up, brothers and sisters, that's how they came and got us. And this is what they did to us. He's a demon overseeing, make sure that you keep on track. Scientology, we think Scientology is simple as the cross. Come on. That's how you can't come out directly and say the cross to get Scientology, which is the cross. It's just modern day theology, Catholicism. That's all it is. You got an ordering, right? What is that? Is that confession? Come on. You're getting your Christianity again. It's Judaism. But he can do it on the cover. And he knows if you, like I said, if you buy shit when I sell it, you've been eating out of his butt. So he said, hey, man, I got some more. Just put you a little deeper. See? Now he got his head on right. Now he's got his focus in the right place. He ain't beating on his ass. He ain't beating himself no more. Mark ain't beating himself no more. The man of Mark. Yeah, now he's beating your ass. Yeah. Yeah. Speaks for itself. Okay, bro, so let it go. Wow. Can you believe this? I can't believe it's been 2 hours. Oh, come on. Brother, my wife will kill me. Okay, well, but you don't hear from me no more, brothers and sisters. I'm in trouble. If you don't hear from me anymore, Assalamu alaikum. Whoa, I done got myself some trouble here. Boy, ooh, can't believe that. I said it's going to be short. It's like almost 2 hours. Okay, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Whoa. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, break us 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, again, follow up what I've been talking about all week. And I keep getting complaints that I'm not clear. So I'm working hard on that, brothers and sisters. Working hard on it. But today, they took my internet down for 2 hours. Right? So I had to have one of those guys come out, right? Fix it, said my modem and all that was broke or something. I don't know. It's all strange. I get one thing fixed and something else goes out. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I had this out of sequence anyway, going to my heaven and hell. I guess I can, let me back up and see if I can, heaven is when you get less energy than you give. The difference being what the devils call profit, capitalism. Heaven is when you receive more energy than you gave, which we call blessings. Keep that in mind. This gets to a greater point about how times change, seasons change, and you can't use the knowledge of a previous one for the next one. That's a good example there. Because if you know how energy deprivation works, if you know how the universe works, then you understand there has to be a period of energy deprivation. If you understand, let me say it again, if you understand how the universe works, expands and contracts, and you understand what energy is, then you know there would have to be a period of energy deprivation because all the energy that was in this all focused at one point is spread out. Even the devils, they understand, they call it the Big Bang. The problem is their limited, weak understanding of things. They can't tell whether it's going to come back or not. They say, well, it's blew up and maybe just keep on going forever. If that's the case, there won't be any energy at all after a while. But then they have to explain what caused the blow up to begin with. See, all kinds of weird stuff there. But the universe expands and contracts. If you understand that, you understand there had to be a period of energy deprivation. There also had to be a period where there'd be maximum energy concentrated in one place. It'd be off the page as far as energy. At a time we have so much energy. I mean, it's astronomical. Then time we have no energy. Or energy deprivation. And so then you have to say, well, as the universe expands and contracts, the energy keeps changing form. You can't create energy, you can't destroy it. Energy keeps changing form. So as it keeps changing, that means the quality of energy changes. right? The quantity of it per square inch changes. So therefore, you have to be able to adjust to those changes. That means what it was at one time is going to be different at another time. That's one of the reasons why we have seasons, to kind of get you to understand that, right? Because we don't have summer all the time or winter all the time. We have 4 seasons, and each one changes. Each one is different from the other. Understand? So when you understand that, then you know that you have to keep upgrading, adjusting, right? Your knowledge, your wisdom, your understanding, right? To every new phase. That gets back to a scripture. There cannot be one scripture for all time. There's not one book that will cover, you can't make a book for winter that will cover all the seasons. Each season has had its own particular understanding, own particular wisdom, own particular understanding, each one. And so when people tell you, oh, the Bible is forever, the Quran's forever, all these books, that's bullshit. The question you can ask them right away is, did Abraham have a scripture? Did Abraham have a scripture? What was his guidance? Did God stay there and talk to him every second? If he did, where is that scripture now? Did Noah have a scripture? You see, and that shuts him down. But see, you've been trained not to ask questions, because questions is the one thing this world does not want you to ask. They not want you to get into question mode, because this reality cannot withstand questions. It's like Farrakhan cannot withstand questions. They never ask you any question other than, did you believe what you heard? That's about it. Elijah Muhammad always had Q&A. They will never, because this whole cannot, that's why I tell you, just have faith. You have to understand that's that's information you was given, sealed Bible for this time period. This time period is at its end. This season is at its end. This season is at its end. So therefore, a new understanding has to be applied. A new wisdom has to be applied. New knowledge has to be accepted. If you want to move on to the next level. And you, right now, if we just get our people into the question mode, this whole thing would fall apart immediately. Because every time they cannot answer, just have faith. And those of you in the Christian church, you know that's what it tells, or just believe it. Just have faith. You don't know if Jesus ever existed. Yeah, they tell you in the book. Well, there's a lot of things in the book. You got Alice in Wonderland. How do you know that didn't happen? You got all things written, and they tell you, but we're going to Hindu land, going to Buddhist land. What about what they saying? How you know what you saying? Because the bottom line is, if you got 4 major religions, say we have 4 major religions: Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism. Just say those 4. Or even throw in Judaism if you want. Now, all of them cannot be right. See? Let's keep it simple. 4. All of them cannot be right. So if one, maybe all of them are wrong. But if only one can be right, if they're right at all, that means 3/4 of the people in this world is totally insane. They believe in something that is not real. That's what insanity is. They are insane. Just ask that question. That means 3/4 of the world is insane. So what quarter are you in? Can you prove anything that you say? Oh, it said in the Bible. Oh, that's not a proof. What it says in the Bible, that's not a proof. The Hindus say it's in the Bhagavad Gita. Just because it's written down, is that a proof? Remember, the Romans had a religion. They were so sure that was right. And now they call it mythology. or Greeks, mythology. Because those nations collapsed, and the religion that supported that ideology collapsed with it. So now it's mythology, just like Christianity will be mythology in a minute. Be mythology. Because if this world collapses, if the European world collapses, then their ideology will collapse with it. So Christianity will become a mythology, because Christianity is the foundation, is the ideology, the mindset of this world. The sealed Bible is the mindset of this world. So if this reality that Europeans have brought into existence, if they fail, this idea, this foundation, this Christianity, this ideology fails too. You understand that? So therefore, it will become a myth. Oh, well, there was this civilization called America or Europe. It's like Romans. And they believe in this mythology called Christianity. I gave a little meme, or whatever you want to call it, not so long ago about, see, because remember, 2,000 years ago, they didn't know about planets, solar systems, all those type of things. So I put Christianity in the context of that. And it made total sense. An alien, because they didn't know about aliens 2,000 years ago. But look at what they're saying. Wouldn't God be an alien? He's not from the earth. He would be called an alien. The angels would be called aliens. Not from here. They're from where? Another place where it would have to be a planet. They had to be from a planet. And they call that planet heaven. That's where they're from. They don't come here. And you can't go there. They said if you didn't come from there, you cannot go there. And then where did Jesus come from? He came from some genetic information from that planet and took and impregnated a woman from this planet. And now you got a child, right, of that planet who's living on this planet. This planet. Isn't that the story? Isn't that the story? And you got superior knowledge because they're aliens and they come here, they have superior knowledge. So he has superior knowledge of how to deal with people, how to heal people. He has all of that. And he always says his Father is in planet heaven. And you can't go there. And he's not coming here. He sent me here. Isn't that the story? If you put it in today's context, that is the story. And then, see, now their plan is, they saw the earth. Oh, well, let's take over the earth. Look at all those resources they have there. All those materials, elements, like gold, silver, all these, right, abundant. Right? So let's take that planet over. We ain't got to kill nobody. We just put some genetic code in a woman there, and she says, right, that I was impregnated by this alien. Put it in today's context. I was impregnated by this alien, and here's his son. Now you better listen to him, because if you don't listen to him, he's going to put you on another planet called hell. Isn't that a story? Tell me what is wrong with that story? In today's context, nothing. Exactly what it's saying if you put it in the context of today, the knowledge they have today, as opposed to knowledge they had 2,000 years ago. If you translate it to knowledge, it's exactly the story. And when he comes back, now you go and tell everybody you spread this information. Now when he comes back, those accept information, boom, they're going to give honor to God in heaven, and they're going to give everything they have to, and they're going to work for him, right? They're going to give tithes and offerings, gold, silver, all the elements to him. See? And if you don't, we'll put you on planet hell, but you never go come out of. Tell me what's wrong with that story. Tell me that's exactly the Christian story in today's context. Exactly. No exceptions. You see? It's just like the story about, See, what you don't understand is that a lot of the ideas Christianity have right now are ideas from the level of thinking they had 1,000 years ago, before the world knew the world was flat. That's the idea, and it's not in the Bible. The idea that every eye will see him. They said, well, only way every eye can see him if the world is flat, he has to come down from the sky. That's where that comes from. It's not in the Bible. So that's where it comes from, because they thought the world was flat. But when they found the world was round, they updated it. Because somebody asked a question, don't ask questions. Oh, it would take them 24 hours then to come down. That's not a joke. That's actually, so he's going to come. And so the whole world can see him. It's the only way it could happen. Then some fool asked, well, what about the North or South Pole? You ain't heard from him no more. Because he blew the whole thing out of the water. Because how would it, now, in current times, you know what they say now? Everybody can see him, because it's going to be on TV. See, they didn't have TV back then. So now they updated. They asked the preacher, oh, he's going to be on television. That's where everybody's going to see him. How you going to explain everybody will see him? You see? So they had updated based on the level of knowledge they have. So let me move down. This is a whole different topic. I didn't mean to go there, brothers and sisters, right? But I'm trying to, you know what they call it, shock therapy? See, I'm a shock therapist. Because I'm putting stuff on your mind that you never thought of. And that's shock therapy. It's jolting your, it's electricity jolting your mind. But if you take it in, all of a sudden it throws you off balance, because, wait a minute, I didn't know, look at that away. I mean, yeah, ooh, that's if you're thinking. If you're not thinking, then you might as well be a dog, right? Hey, I'm going to shoot you, and dog waving his tail and shaking his head, right? Shock therapy, that's what Angel is, shock therapy. Shock therapy. Because with stuff you're hearing here, you never heard this anywhere, nothing like it. And you can't prove any of it is wrong, none. You never heard anything even close to anything what I'm telling you ever before. Shock therapy. Now, like I said, that thing about aliens, that's the story. And it makes more sense the way I told it than what they tell me. They said, where's hell? Where's heaven? It's out there somewhere. What, is it a planet? You see? I mean, he gotta be on something. I mean, right? It's a kingdom. Where Jesus come from? He came from heaven, from that planet. We're on a planet. Just right there. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to take my time here, try to speak more clearly, because that's a situation I cannot adjust, deal with. Right. I'm working on it. Okay, hopefully, so everything seems to be working now. I think I've solved my problem, right? The buffering problem. So I solved that. Right, I still got a camera problem. But reparations. Now let's look at the story of Esau. This, what I was talking about yesterday, and what happened was I got out of sequence. I talked about the end, and I realized that, again, I told myself, speak slowly, speak clearly, enunciate. And by the time I got to the end, I forgot all of that. But let me try again. Now, you got the story. See, all the stories there. The story of the goat, the story of the bear. I mean, the story of everyone. When you read it, it actually gives you details about every character in there. Son of man, right? Jonah, even Master from Muhammad, Darius, Michael. And look at Darius before just look at that. Who's Darius? Darius is the one that takes down Babylon. So we know once you understand. See, once you understand this piece, then that piece comes into focus. So if you understand Babylon represents America, and Daniel represents the Son of Man, the Master of the Covenant, then Darius must be the God that's with him that takes down, because he's with him. And you see, if you read the story, they're together. Right? Only Daniel refused to worship him. That's why he threw into the lion's den. And Darius had no problem with that. He's the one that took down Babylon. Now, when you read the story of Darius, his mother was a white woman, a Jew. His father, original man. Can't make this up, brothers and sisters. See, so the story of him, so it tells you what his parents is like. It tells you what you should, if you understand the story, you know what you expect. You expect someone coming here that looks like a devil, but he's original. The story right there tells you that. Okay. And different things like that. That reminds me of something else before. Let me say it. I'm getting a little out of sequence here, brothers and sisters. And I keep getting ready to reflex action. I meant to talk about this yesterday, so I'm going to say it now because I didn't make notes. So I say, talk about this, talk about that. But I've been all day just trying to get back up. Like I say, it took the internet down altogether for me. Not everyone, just for me. And this is something I've hinted at before. I have hinted at it. And I actually mentioned at the time I was going to talk about it. But now I think it's safe to talk about it. See, because we have a hidden enemy. An open enemy and a hidden enemy. Right? But devils have a hidden enemy also. Now, I don't know the exact number. I know it's in the millions, close to it. But they have sheep's and wolf's clothing. A lot. Original people. They look like them. Just like Master Prophet Muhammad. Because of raping and everything else. We have stories about that. People passing. But their nature's still original. And some don't even know it. Because their father got away with it and didn't tell their mama. And so the children never knew they were truly original. But they can't understand why they're attracted to the original. Like Mariah Carey, what she knows. Right? But she gravitates towards the original. What was that? What was that group she was hanging out with? I forgot. Boys in the Hood, or whatever. Something like that, Boys in the Hood, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. And so she admits she owns it. But there's others. You know, there's an actor that was a great actor back in the past. What was his name? He played in that movie. What was his name? I can't remember his name. But he played in this movie about slavery. Clark Gable. And he played as a slave master right? But it came out not too long ago now. I can't testify to this. And I checked it and it seemed valid. He was really black. But he was a big actor back then. And you couldn't have been a big actor back like he was. And it turns out. And when they found he was, they kept it quiet because he was making so much money for them. In Hollywood, Clark Gable. They have a lot of those. And the ones that know, right? All of them ain't collaborators. They identify, they understand, and they know that those are enemy. It's like Farrakhan. See, he's against us. He talked that talk, but he's against us. and they're against the devils. See, they know what happened. And they caused a lot of mischief in the government. So I'm going to leave it there. I can't say much more than that. But they're there. And you'll find out about them during tribulation. Because remember, no one will be able to survive a tribulation but the original people. I already explained that. Because they went to the Holocaust. They were transformed. And now they can handle it. Remember, these hidden enemies of the devil, they went to a tribulation also. I mean, they went through a Holocaust also. Only thing is, they came out looking white. Just like the demons came out looking black. So I'm going to leave that one alone. You'll find out once you go in the tribulation, because they will not be able to fool you. Now they say some will come out everlasting shame and appallment. Oh, they'll make it through. They won't make it through. Oh, they'll be identified. That's nostra altogether. They will not be able to deceive anyone. And people out here deceiving, you ought to stop that. If you're out here and you try to deceive and try, see, I don't want to just get distracted here, brothers and sisters, but there's so much to talk about, and it comes to mind, and then it's like, I had this problem with my own family. See, this timing thing. Now, Jonah was very angry about it, and so was Michael's angels. They were upset about it also, but the timing issue. I still don't like it. Because he was very upset about it. He said he wanted to die. He was very upset about that, right? Not because of the timing itself, because the impact it had on him and his image. He said, "You keep telling me to do this, and then it don't happen like that. I know you ain't going to do it when you say you're going to do it. But you want me to come out and say I'm going to happen like that. And then if I don't, let's say I end up on Demon Island for 3 years." Yeah, he was upset about it. I'm really upset about it, but the point is, there's more to it than that. See, Elijah Muhammad has said, the last president was a black man. Now, I don't know where he got that from, but I was there when he said it. I mean, he didn't say it directly to me. He told Minister Yusuf Shah that. I think it was like a Wednesday or Friday night. We was there. Everybody left. The FOI, I think the MGT had gone. FOI was back. We had an FOI meeting at the same temple they're at right now. They call it a mosque. And Minister Yusuf Shah said, I just came from the messenger, or something to that extent, right? I don't think so, because he had taught that night, so he just came from the messenger. But he said the messenger told him to tell us the last president will be a black man. Now, I had no knowledge of the angel at the time. Angel doesn't say that, but Daniel says it. It does say it in Daniel, because Belshazzar was taken out while he was president, and if you understand that. I mean, it seems to say that in Daniel. I put it that away. So I used to tell my children that Elijah Muhammad said that. And then when Obama ran for president, I said, well, he's got to be the one. I said, he will be elected. So they wasn't religious. They wouldn't have anything to do with religion. But all of a sudden they got, religious. Oh, they was really religious then. At least appeared. But when he didn't go down, all of a sudden, evaporated. And what's the story there? The story was they wasn't believers to begin with. Just like, say for instance, see the thing is, say for instance, Noah says, the flood's going to take place on June 2025. That's when the flood's going to come. But now it's 1990. They say, okay. So there's those that's going to say, let's start building this ark. What we got to do? We got to build an ark so there'll be a flood. Start building. Others say, oh man, that's 35 years from now. I can party for the next 30 years. Now I show up on the last 4 or 5 years. You see? Because they not believe it. I ain't going to take no chances, man. I'm going to See, that's bullshit. You know, if that's your game, you better take that and shove it somewhere because it ain't going to work. It didn't work with my family because they all went astray, right? But that just showed, they revealed who they were. Because it should be about the truth, the event, not the timing. Because the timing, yeah, that's an aspect of it. Actually, that timing is a way to get you to start preparing for the event. But if you focus on the timing, then you ain't for real because you want to use the timing. If you for real, you don't care about the timing. I mean, you care about it in the background, but in the foreground, what you care about is the event, the knowledge, the wisdom, right? And that's what happened to Elijah. See, because I told you, a couple of things is, see, what happened? See, you didn't put these things together. Elijah taught. Yeah, and if you read what they said Sunday, you see it's true. Elijah taught that the war of Armageddon would take place in the 1970s. And he said that. He said 1975, actually. He actually said 70 because he says, well, 1914 was the beginning, and there'd be a 60-year extension, which would put you in 1974. I know he taught that because my father took me to the temple just before he passed. And I remember, that's one thing I remember that brother was saying, the war Armageddon is going to take place in 1970s. And my father took me in like 1961, something like that. But when all that mess started happening over there, in the late 60s, when things didn't seem like it was coming out that way, and all of a sudden you had division, Malcolm and all this stuff. See, you didn't connect those things together. Same thing happened with Jehovah's Witness. Because Jehovah's Witness, they were saying the same thing. They took 1914, they had it, so 60 years was a generation. They said, Jesus come back in 1975. That's what they was teaching. And man, by the 1970s, Jehovah's Witness, man, they was jamming. Oh man, you could, then every time you look around, they was knocking somebody's door. They was jamming. I had some cousins in it. They was jamming. And then when 1975 came and passed, nothing. That's how the Seventh-day Adventists, same thing happened. Didn't happen earlier. Same guy predicted. It was like jamming, and then all of a sudden it didn't happen. It started fading away. And Jehovah's Witness started slowly fading away. It didn't happen. You see? So they was interested more in the date than the event, the process. See? Because a lot of people, hey man, they said, hey, let's jump on board now. And he got the same idea. See, and then Master Muhammad, remember, he's the God. He's the one that's going to be in control. He has to make the call. That's why I said he had to make the call. And maybe that's why he's not what he's doing, whatever. I can't say. But I do know, understand the idea. Because if you for real, you focus on the event and the preparation, you focus on building an ark. Now, hey man, I got a party, and I got 30 years to party, man, before I have to go in there and connect up with those folks. See? Because you're not for real at all. You just covering your ass, CYA. You got fools. Like, I had a relative told me, man, I don't have to worry about that, man. I'll just run to Africa. I said, okay, you do that. And when I see it coming, I'm going to run out. You don't understand the gravity of this, brothers and sisters. You just don't understand. And I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm not going to I'm trying to hold your hand. I'm not going to try to convince you. You don't see me doing that? If you're a problem, you got to get your ass out of here. Get out of my way. If you ain't for real, I can see it. It's obvious. Quran tells you those are elevated places. No, all, not some, all by their marks. But just because I don't tell you I see something, that don't mean I don't see it. With the homeboy, what they call them, The good fellas, what they call it? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Don't tell them because now you can see them. You see them. If you tell them if you expose them, they're gone, and now new ones come in, you can't see. I just put that out there, brothers and sisters, right? Because you don't see me ask for anybody to come here and help me do anything. In fact, it's more likely I push people away because I don't have time for the bullshit. I got a message to get out. And if you hear and can't move with it, then get the hell out of my way. I can't handle no pushmobiles. You see what happened to Elijah? Elijah went through that. He did the pushmobile thing. What happened? When he left, the cars not only didn't stop, not only didn't just stop, they started rolling back downhill. I learned from that lesson. I got time for that bullshit. Either you for it or you ain't. If you ain't, then get the hell out the way. There's no gray area. Either you're for me or you're against me. If you're for me, I know that. Because you're producing, you're moving ahead, you're getting things done. I don't have to push you. I don't have to audit you. I don't do anything. You see about pushing me, auditing me? I make sure I get it right. Nobody still on my shoulder. Nobody even asked me to do this. If I said felt I got tricked into it. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, I'm here now. And I'm giving 100%. So if you're in that category, in the bullshit mode, just get out of the way. Because it said, if you're in the way, you're going to get broken. Because anything that gets in the way of that stone gets broken. Anything it falls on, it crushes. It didn't say maybe crush or spanks. So let's get back to my Esau. We'll look up Esau. Now, Esau and Jacob were brothers, twin brothers. But Esau was the oldest one. He was born first, right? And Jacob had him by the heels. Now, those stories are not there for nothing. Now, not there. Well, they're not there for nothing. Okay. There's a reason why they're here. I keep telling you that. Talking about the same thing from different perspectives. Now, what was the character's Esau? Now, by law, Esau should have gotten the inheritance. He was going to be the ruler. Remember, Jacob got renamed Israel. Esau should have got, he was the oldest brother. Seed of Abraham. He'd be the one that inherited the whole kingdom. And Jacob was after him. Jacob would have been subservient to him, his younger brother, under Esau's control. And we see that because we see in Daniel, right? The book of Daniel, Daniel, who represents Jacob, he was in the house of Esau, which was Belshazzar. They was taken captive in there, and Belshazzar, right, was his king. Right? That's if you read it. Right, it's giving you another aspect. What that's telling you is how we was taken out of Arabia into Africa. If you understand the story, see, most of you understand anything I'm talking about because I'm building up from the intro, and I laid a foundation. I'm on the 12th story, and you understand what's going on because you understand how the foundation was laid, and I'm building on it. And that tells you, that story right there tells you that we was taken out of Arabia into Africa, if you understand what Esau is and Jacob. That confirms what Elijah said too. And that confirms that. Because I said, we was taken, right? Okay. Now, Esau, he took inheritance for granted. And so as soon as he fell in hard times, a little adversity, so he got hungry. And so he went to Jacob, and Jacob had some soup. He says, you give me some soup, give me that soup, and I'll give you my inheritance. Because he despised. See, when you love someone, you don't give it up. When you despise something, you don't have nothing to do with it. So he despised her. He didn't take it. Like, I'm very cautious about that word love. I hardly ever use it. I'm suspicious of it. Right? Because Jesus said, if you love me, follow my example. So first thing I tell you, if you follow my example, I know you love me. Like I said, me and my wife don't use that word between each other, but I trust her. And she follows my example. That's the proof right there. And the demon wife, she never said it, but she said in the beginning when she was trying to hook me up. And she was lying all the time because she was totally against everything I was doing, everything. So I don't like that word. Like I said, I don't want to speak English. I want to speak action. So actions tell me if you love me or not. So I had a family member, I said, yeah, but you don't take my advice. You don't follow my example. I said, look in the dictionary, see what that really means. That means you despise me. I don't care what you come out your mouth. You despise me because you don't follow my example. You don't follow my advice. You don't follow anything I say. You despise me. I don't care if you come out your mouth and you love me. You understand? So Esau despised God too, because he despised what God offered him. It's little adversity, little adversity. But Jacob, on the other hand, it wasn't his to have. It wasn't his inheritance. But he wanted it. He wanted it bad. He's willing to steal, cheat, whatever to get it. So wait. He's a trickster. He tricked this person. He tricked his father. So that's an evil guy. Really? Okay, let's look at this from another point of view. You got two sons. And one of them, they don't care nothing about the inheritance. The oldest one, he don't care about inheritance. Right? He splurges, he spend crazy and party, and he ain't trying to do anything to help the family. He's just out there doing his thing. Then you got another son. He's doing everything he can to get that inheritance and help the family. He's stealing, he's cheating, all kinds of stuff. Because, he really wants it. He respect. Because broke your ass all life trying to build this little wealth up, this little kingdom you got. Now you want to give it to someone that's going to take care of it and make it better, right? Now you got one son. If he gets it, you know what's going to happen to it. Because he already showed you, he don't really give a damn about it. I mean, he go in and go to Las Vegas and gamble on it. Say, hey man, I bet my father's inheritance. And the other guy, man, he's doing everything. He's trying to steal, kill, anything to get that inheritance. Right? And they try to put things together with the other family. Yeah, but he's lying. Yeah, but he cares about what I built. That boy cares about what I built. Look at him. Whose hand would you want to leave that into? Whose hands would you want to leave your kingdom into? See what I'm saying? The one that don't really give a damn about it, because you know what's going to happen. Say, fooling his money, student party, what's going to happen? He's going to be broke out the while, and the family's going to suffer. Because he don't really care about it. This other guy, man, he wants it. If he wants it, that means he's going to take care of it. Why he don't do all that? He's going to take care of it. That's the one you want to. So he may be doing all things but look at the mathematics of it. He's going to take care of it. He's going to do something with it. And start thinking mathematically. That's why God said, I love Jacob. How can you love Jacob? The guy's a liar. He's a thief. He deceived his father-in-law. He deceived his daddy. He tricked his brother. He wrestled with the angel. He got in a fight with the angel. This guy is something else. Look at him. But every time he's doing something, he's doing it because he's trying to get hold of this kingdom. He's doing everything he can to get hold of it. He wouldn't get hold. You don't do that if you don't get hold of something you're going to throw away. Because you appreciate things you work for. You understand? That's what story's trying to tell you. God was looking at his heart. what he going, his desire, and he did everything he could to get it. So that's the one you want to put in the hands of, not the one that's careless. Because you know what's going to happen to it. You understand the story? See, because you read those stories all wrong. Like, oh, genocide. Okay, you got to hold them accountable for genocide. Well, what's that story tell you? Well, if that's genocide, then Jesus must be the most genocidal maniac. Because he drowned the whole world. Babies, weren't they innocent? Aren't babies supposed to be innocent? He drowned them all. What'd they do? He drowned them all. And that's universal genocide. See, because you don't ask questions. They got you think, oh, and you ask a Christian, they'll say, oh no, he snatched the babies up to heaven. Really? I ain't getting the story anywhere. He said he drowned everybody. Went in that ark. See how you got you thinking? If you're thinking all because you're not thinking mathematically. And so tribulation is going to make you start thinking mathematically, because all that emotional stuff is going to go. Because you're going to say, hey, just like you see a little baby, right? And you go, hey man, see a little baby, help the baby, and the baby got a bomb to it, it blows your ass up, blows your child up. Oh, you ain't gonna care about babies anymore, are you? Damn. See? Send child, hey look, go get that little baby. Send child, bomb ignites, kill you and the baby. He said, oh man, hell with them damn babies. See? That's an exaggeration, but it's going to be worse than that, actually, brothers and sisters. They're going to break your emotional attraction to these people because they look like us, and that's the problem. Oh, look at a little baby. See, because everybody likes little babies, right? What's a little baby? What's wrong with a little baby? That's your first reaction. And then you find out, oh, and it's going to be hard. That's words are not going to break your emotional. Remember, words deal with intellect. Words don't deal with your emotion. At least not that. We're reciting, and that's it. But it doesn't deal with your emotions. It deals with your intellect. So what deals with your emotion? Action, experience. That's where you got to go. That's one of the reasons why you have to go through tribulation. Because especially our sisters, because they have a higher emotional quotient, right? And so, because they have natural, I mean, I see, it gets me every time I see it. You go out someplace, ball someplace, whatever, and see this little devil, she got a little baby, and then you see his sister, look at that little cute baby. They don't even say it to each other about their babies. They said, oh, they're cute. What's that? He's so cute. I know you've seen it because I see it all the time. You see what I'm saying? That's a goddamn devil. Remember? The devils that enslaved us and beat us and raped us, weren't they babies at one time? You see? Because our women have more of attraction to babies than we do. Stop that baby, I'm crying, I'm trying to get some sleep. And she, hey man, I'm gonna go ahead, man, come on, leave her alone, man. She's just trying to, maybe got a little wet or something. Well, we told that story in the lessons about how Arabia got white partially because they felt sorry for little devil babies. And so now Arabia is a large percent demons over there. Not just jinn, a lot of them are demons. Okay? I think I mentioned that before, but you should have figured out. I already told about how they kept the babies. What do you think they castrated them? So Esau gave up his inheritance, right? Because he was hungry, and he said, Jacob, if you give me some bowl of soup. And so now, technically, he sold his inheritance for a bowl of soup. And God respects contracts. So therefore, he lost his inheritance and was switched over to Jacob, who was renamed Israel because he got in a fight, a wrestling match. Death match, the way it sounds, with an angel. And you say, hey, man, you about to kill me, man. I'm going to change your name and I'm going to bless you. Because David wasn't giving up, man. He was holding on to an angel. What they're trying to tell you is he had love for God's grace, love for God's contract, love for God's covenant, love for it. He was willing to give anything for it, anything. He didn't care. And Esau, hey, man, he was nonchalant, man. Yeah, what's mine? I do what I want to do with it. Okay? That's why God says, I love Jacob. There was twin brothers. I love one, hate the other. Because the other one hated him. He hated what he had to give. You understand, brothers and sisters? Now, that story has deeper meaning. Because that's what they're trying to do to you. Who's trying to do it? Esau is one of the ones trying to do it because he saw he was tricked. And he's trying to trick you. Because remember, Obama is Esau. He's Esau. He wasn't go to, he came out, his father's from Africa. He didn't go to the Holocaust. His father came in. He's Esau. He's a Gog. I'm not going to explain all of that right now. Not him. But he's pushing it. He was pushing it in the background, but Farrakhan's pushing it. Because they're trying to trick you into, remember, God, honest contract, to sell out your inheritance. Because your inheritance also means you're going to inherit them. Remember, I told you, I read that thing the other day. Maybe I'll read it again. It says, we'll take possession of them. Because they explained how that they don't even belong to themselves anymore. And so they try to trick you out of your inheritance for reparations. You know, on the surface of it, how much money would you take from to rape your mama? $1 billion, $1 trillion? Oh, $1 trillion, man. I can't refuse $1 trillion, man. You can go and rape my mama all day long, man. I'll spend $1 billion and get her fixed up and talk. Is that the way it works? They could give me all the gold on this planet and 2 other planets and the rest of the universe. You mess with my mama. I can tell you that right now. It's no matter gold or nothing to stop me from giving this message. They could give me, I give you $1 billion, stop talking. Wouldn't even think about it. Remember? Satan came to Jesus and said, I give you everything. I give you all the whole world. All you got to do is bow to me. He said, man, you better take a hike. Get out of here. Get out of my face. And he was hungry. He was in the desert. He was hungry, starving. That's what it said. Jesus was hungry, starving. That's Jesus and Joshua, same name, different languages. Satan walked up on him. It's the same story, Esau, in reverse. Hey, man, you ain't gonna be going through all this. You got to kiss my ass. All you got to do is just bow down. That's all you got to do. All the kingdoms are yours, all of them. Man, you better get the F out of my face. You're over here hungry, man. You're starving. You ain't got a goddamn thing. I told you. I'm going to tell you again. Get the F out of my face. That was his attitude. And Satan got the hell out of there. See? So now, because the demon's going to go along with that, get that money. And a lot of these fools will go along with that, get that money. And that, I already explained it, that's a game in itself. To get you to sell, but they have to have 100%. That's why they had to get Elijah out of the way and put Farrakhan there, because Farrakhan was the only people that was rejecting that, wasn't going to accept it. So Farrakhan's in there to get you to accept it. Oh, we take 6 days. We take reparations. We get all put money in my pocket because he a millionaire. You don't have any business. Anyway, how you become a millionaire? That didn't happen to Elijah. Elijah left all the money Elijah had was in the Nation of Islam, in the names of the people. He didn't die a millionaire, all kind of money. That's why his family got angry, because he didn't have any money. All the money was in the Nation of Islam name. Now Farrakhan, his name, he's the one that's rich. The Nation of Islam doesn't have a damn thing. So understand that, brothers and sisters. That's what that's all about. Esau in reverse. Esau said, okay, they got me. I'm going to get them to sell out. Okay? Sell their inheritance. Once they do, I'm going to take them out. Because that final war, I showed you that, is between Esau and Jacob, and also the Levites that came along with Jacob. Maybe I'll explain that again. Understand, brothers and sisters? Okay. And Mr. Trump, he's a personification of what they say, pride becomes for a fall, the Holy Spirit for destruction. Oh man, he's going to do all this stuff. And he's so tough. Well, if they don't release those hostages before I'm elected, before I seat, hell is going to break loose. Hell is going to break loose in the Middle East. That may happen before he's in there, right? After it's going to break loose. I do not believe they're going to go along with that. I don't believe they're afraid of him. He tried to pull a Reagan routine with Carter had run afoul of Iran because they threw the Shah out. And then he was going to allow the Shah in the country because he had cancer. And they said they went ballistic. So they took hostages of the people in the embassy. Iranians did. Right? And Carter couldn't get him out. So Reagan was about to come. He says, they better be out before I become. So he came in riding his white horse, big 10-gallon hat, right? And spears, right? What do they call those things? In your shoes, right? Spurs, right? And so they Iran capitulated and gave him the hostages. They said, "Man, this guy Reagan, man, he ain't like Carter." So now he's trying to pull a Reagan 2.0. It ain't gonna work because they ain't afraid of your dumb ass, and you ain't gonna do a goddamn thing, Mr. Trump. See, pride comes before a fall, and a Holy Spirit before destruction, and you're the manifestation, you're the personification of that. You do a goddamn thing. You're going to preside over destruction of make America shit. You don't have to make shit again. It's shit all the time. Okay? Think about it. You're going to make it great again? Well, first of all, you're saying it's not great. Thank you. That's truth. Do you pay attention to what these people are saying? He said, make it great again. They're saying it's not great. I agree with that. But the again part, I don't agree with because when was it great? Great again? When they was raping our women, they're still doing it now. Or they're still raping our women now. Because every time a sister looks like she's trying to take care of something, they say no, they in her life. They want to marry her. A lot of them are demons anyway. They should have anything to do with our women, and we shouldn't let them touch them. And after 2020, but we're going to put an end to all of that. Okay? When was America great? When was America great, Mr. Trump? Mr. Trump trumpet. Is that a coincidence? Oh, boy. You're not going to do a goddamn thing, Mr. Trump. You can preside over the destruction of America if you even make it there. If it's America still will be around end of the month. Right? But will you be in charge? If you are, you can preside over its destruction. It's no no ands and bouts about that. I don't know the exact time, but I know the basic time. It didn't say no one knows the year. It said no one knows the day or the day or the hour. They're limited. Okay? But if that's the case, they would not tell you if nobody ever know in any way. They would have told you signs to look for. So the signs tell you it's close. So when you see it, you raise your head because your redemption draws nigh. It means you know you're in the ballpark. You just don't know exactly. Okay? That pitcher gonna throw that strike where you're gonna knock the home run, but you know you're in the ballpark. You're there. That's why you did the sign. Or they wouldn't tell you the signs. Now we know it's going to happen doing abomination of desolation. We know that, and that started. And we know Syria is going to happen after Syria's taken down. Syria's taken down. And we know Iran is going to be the one that's going to take them out. And now Iran, that's what everybody's working for. The whole world right now, right, is waiting on what? Is that a coincidence? And David's saying it. If this thing goes south, it's going to have global implications, economically primarily. Even those are saying it. So everybody knows that is a major event, a historic event. But Iran retaliates, and they know Iran is going to retaliate. Right now, false Israel on alert, and America's troops are being hit, and they're on alert. So everything is in place. So actual timing, that's up to Master Muhammad. It's up to me. I would have done it already. But then again, I don't have a mother plane, do I? Ooh. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Understand. Let's move on. I'm going to go through a few things, and I'm going to, right? And see this. It's pathetic. It's sad. Let's have fun. This is how you treat our sisters. Let's have fun. And that's a demon. I cannot believe that our original man, because he dressed like dad, looks even like dad. He looks like him. That's his son. See, they still think the same way. He may be black skinned, still think the same way. Look, because she's nothing to him. He just hates his black skin, hate her. Of course, she's black, hate his own black skin. He's self-hater. Everything he's going to do is marry a white woman so he can his kids be lighter. Michael Jackson. Look, she's in pain. I can't believe it. See, original brother. No, that's a demon there. Farrakhan. This is how they treat our women. And we couldn't do a goddamn thing about it then. But we knew we was going to go to that. And the promise was, God made a promise to us, and we personally made a promise to the sisters that we would avenge this. And we're going to keep that goddamn promise. I'm telling you that right now. If you ain't on board with that, you better get another universe. We're going to keep that promise. We're going to keep that promise to these sisters. You see, I mean, that breaks my heart looking at it. That breaks my heart. And if I can say that, you better be able to say it. If I can say it. Because I've had nothing but trouble with these sisters. Boy, ooh. You know? I mean, I had a demon wife, right? She wanted a divorce. She was just nothing but trouble. I wanted a divorce. Okay, fine. I was in Chicago. I wanted a divorce. Fine. We're going to supposed to meet the lawyer Monday morning or something like that, right? So Friday, I was working Time magazine at the time. I gave my notice. I was out there. I said, okay, I'll see you there Monday. Monday, I was in New Jersey. You get your divorce, you do it, you sign whatever you want. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm glad you're gone. I got, boy, that woman, ooh. But she taught me one thing. How to time slots. Because at that time I figured I was just saying like half an hour a day or something, right? And I said, well, I figured in that time, because you time it based on your situation. So if you grieve and you're anxious, then you just keep saying more and more and more until that doesn't bother you anymore. That's the way it worked. I didn't know that at the time. So, because that woman had me suicidal. And I said more and more until it didn't bother me anymore. And that drove her crazy, because she saw she couldn't aggravate me anymore and bug me. That really drove her crazy. So I go to New Jersey, right? And I'm through. She wants your divorce, fine. I'm boom, right? So, long story short, I ran into my current wife, right? And we doing fine. Everything's going, right? Things start to rocky at first, right? Sometimes, well, it depends on the sister, because sometimes she can make things real good for the beginning, like my demon did, or she was like Cinderella. Until she got a ring on her finger, and then damn, that mask came off. I said, whoa, where you come from? And then she wants, after I'm doing okay, moving and grooving, I'm taking care of business. And she, oh man, let's get back together. I said, I thought you wanted a divorce. I said, I'll sign anything. I don't want to be out with her. We got kids, man. You can't. And then she came through that line on me. Well, you got kids, man. I said, yeah, but you didn't think about that when you wanted, So long story short, right? So she talked me into coming back to New Jersey, where I was. Right? And the drama began all over again. So after about a couple of years, that's before I got the angel, right? After I got the angel, about all the stuff went up, but she finally gone. I was glad. I was glad. Yeah. Right? I had those situations, brothers and sisters. Right? I've had all kinds of trouble with, like I said, in her case, the demon, so I can't blame the sisters. I've had some trouble with the original sisters too. Right? And I'm not blaming them. Because I understand it. In fact, I sympathize with them. Because why in the hell should they listen to us? Why in the hell should they cooperate with us? Why should they? They saved our nation. Because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be alive now. Because the devil's going to rape us out of existence. They had to sneak and be with us. But they had to rape, they had to, what do they call it? I've got to call it, where they would take it, have a big slave, he impregnated women to have more slaves. They had that. But then primarily, it was raping them, left and right. They had this thing called, I can't remember the name of it, where they would rape the girls before, as young as, I don't know, maybe infants. They said, if they found she wasn't a virgin, she had been, oh man, oof. That's how evil these people are. And on top of that, think about this. They rape a woman, think about this, and that child is their child. And they still treat it, because the child was black, he was treated like, was treated a little better, but he still treated like a nigga. And you gonna tell me these people okay? What the Bible says none are good, not one, no, not one. Farrakhan said, talking about all of us. That would include you too, wouldn't it, Farrakhan? So, this breaks my heart here. But we get a promise, and we're going to keep that damn promise. And part of keeping that promise is to wake up, get the hell out of here. No, wake up and tear the ass up on the way out of here. Doing them double as it done to you. That's part of it. See? But we're gonna avenge these sisters. Look how much, man, that breaks my heart. Let me move on. Okay. So, sisters, you don't have to worry. I'm your champion. I don't want to hear nothing about, oh man, she was out there on the streets, man. I don't give a damn what she was doing. Was you taking care of her? Was you taking care of the babies? She had to get on the street to sell her body because you wouldn't take care of business? You out there with some, like I got a nephew. His mama's in a nursery home. She can't take care of herself or nothing. He don't do nothing to help her. He's over in another state. Every time you see him, he's playing with white people, and he got a little white girlfriend. He goes all over the place, but he don't have time to mess with her. See? And I believe his father's a demon, to tell you the truth. See? Yeah. No. Why should these sisters pay attention to us? Why should they respect us? We got to hit all the master's ass. As soon as we get some money in our pocket, we give it to the devil. Look what Michael Jackson did. Look at that other guy they love so much, the one that died in a plane crash, the basketball player. Go marry a Mexican. What's wrong with these sisters? These sisters are being treated like dirt. I see it all the time. Right? I make it go out my way, make sure, right, that my wife gets total respect, total security, everything she wants. Right? Because I can't be a hypocrite. Okay? And these sisters, they will be avenged. You count on it. I tell you, sis, you don't worry about nothing. Just hold on. Just hold on. Farrakhan. Here. They got a thing on the internet now where he's talking about how they prefer black. This one black woman, she had naturally, they said, was some kind of deformity, but no deformity. She had a big rump, put it like that. I don't know if you've seen it now. I saw it yesterday. And they put on display, they tricked her out of South Africa into Europe and put on display like an animal in the zoo. And they said all the women, the white woman was amazed. And they said because they was attracted to her. They said they wanted big butts too. And that's why he's wearing the bustles. If you go back to that time, white women had big old asses, but they was fake. They was trying to be like you. They admired you. Why would they do that if they thought you was animals? They wanted big asses too, but they didn't have them. And you got natural, big, beautiful. That's why they call it make-up. Got to make up what they don't have. You get it, bro? Put rouge on, color darken their faces. Put lips on, give them some lips. Cover the ears, the big old. Put on a chain, tack them, look at them, creep. And we're going to forgive that? Okay, you talk that forgiveness if you want. Is that what the Bible teaches you? It tells you during Holocaust, right? During the Holocaust, it says you obey your master, it says in the Bible. But what does it say after Babylon's going down? What does it say when Babylon's going down? It's a command, not a suggestion. Do unto them double as it done to you. Don't give me that. We love forgive shit. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Dog, you into dogs now. They train these dogs to attack you and to kill you if you ran away or anything. You did. They call them, I forgot to call them Negro dogs or something. I forgot the name they had. I can't remember the name they call them. Right? Our very truth about breeding farms during slavery. And you, nasty Negroes with 4 and 5 dogs. Here, bred to attack you. Hell with them and their dogs. You burn up with their dogs, and you think you can come home with a dog back to the promised land? You think you're gonna be able to have little pets in your house? You think that's gonna happen? If you think, you better stay here. Ain't gonna happen. Then you wonder about why you got a cancer, you got a tumor. That's where you're getting it from, these goddamn dogs. Oh man, I got a tumor. I don't know where I came from. You got a dog? I can explain that to you, brothers and sisters, right? Your immune system. You bring it in, it overcomes your immune system, because now your immune system has got to just deal with the stuff that you deal with normally, but now it's got to deal with all the shit the dog comes in with. So it breaks your immune system down, all of a sudden now you got all these other things happening. I might as well read this, brothers and sisters, and hopefully I can be a little clearer than I was yesterday. I keep thinking, talk slow, enunciate. And thou said, I shall be a queen. Like I said, if you read this, it's saying everything I've been telling you. It's one story. It tells it all. It identifies everyone. Well, it identifies a lot. I should be a queen. I told you America represents Eve. Came out of the rib of Adam. Right? Britain had a son called Cain who killed his brother. Was Israel. Wherever so that thou shalt, and that thou did not lay these things to heart, neither did you remember the eventual, said there will be consequence of what you've done. There will be, then say maybe, there will be consequence of what you have done. America, the queen, female. Therefore, here now, this, you are given to pleasure. That means you're undisciplined. Homosexuality, what's that guy, RuPaul, or what his name is, and transgender, whatever. Thou dwellest carelessly. That means you have no discipline. You're careless. Thou said in thy heart, I am none. So I'm the greatest country in the world. I'm a superpower. But I shall not say as a widow. If you're a female, right, a widow, that means your husband is not going to be killed. I'm going to protect Israel. I'm going to talk. Remember, who's their closest two allies? Who is the closest America's two closest allies? The two closest allies. Their husband, Britain, and their son, false Israel. They read it. Who produced false Israel? America and Britain. Right? And he says, I'm not going to lose either one of them. I'm going to protect both of them. These shall have loss of children. I'm not going to lose my husband. I'm not going to lose my child. False Israel. But these two things will come on you in a moment, in one day, which is going to happen suddenly. When the ram makes his move, it's going to happen suddenly. Loss of children and widowhood. Once it happened, Armageddon starts, and who's taking out false? Well, Armageddon starts. UK is taken out first. Russia already said it. They shall come upon you in their perfection. That means you're going to get total. Everything you've done, perfection means everything you've done, you're going to pay for everything. It's going to be perfect. For the multitude of thy sorceries and for the great abundance of thine enchantment. For you have trusted your wickedness, and this gets back to greater force, greater power overcomes lower power. Greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. So they can be a greater pressure on the scene, and it's nothing lower pressure can do to great pressure. That's what it's telling you. Now, greater pressure on the scene. It's trying to tell you a greater pressure on the scene. That's what's causing all this, right? And for just our weakness, and you have said, none sees me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge has perverted thee, and you shall say in your heart, I am, and none besides me. I'm the greatest. No, that's what Trump is saying now. I was going to go into more about this wisdom thing maybe tomorrow. Therefore shall evil come upon you. All your evil. That's all the consequences shall come upon you. And you will not know from whence it rises. That means it's going to be unexpectedly. That means it's on the way. And mischief shall come upon you. And you're not going to be able to figure it's going to be mischief. The nation's planning mischief against you. Remember I told you about the sheep in wolf's clothing? That's part of it. And you will not be able to put off. Because why? You're low pressure. You cannot do anything against high pressure. Nothing. The angel is high pressure on the scene right now. The slates will come upon you suddenly, which you will not know. Destruction is on the right? That's where we are right now, brothers and sisters. Okay, but this is the one I want to. Esau, right? And I'm going to emphasize this today. For the day of the Lord is near for all the nations, not just one, all. Just if you have done it, was done to you. Your deeds will turn on your head. It's going to be backfire. Everything you've done to us, return back to you. But just as you drank of my holy mount, all the nations will drink continually. They will drink to the last drop. Comes as if they had never existed. They were totally wiped out. Totally. It says totally. So the only things that will be left is what's in the ark. That's it. But on the Mount of Zion, there will be those who escape, and it will be holy in the house of Jacob, possess their property. I told you, the ones escaped, says Erbil. So that's that? I told you, they're children. They're our property now because that's the result of what the energy they stole from us. Right? It's the house of Jacob. Listen, it's the house of Jacob, remember? We went to the Holocaust with the house of Jacob. Then the house of Jacob will become fire. Keep this in mind now. House of Jacob become fire. And the house of Joseph. Who's the house of Joseph? That's the Levites that come with us. Pretty much the nation of Islam. Right? The elect goes out with lamb. Levites have to go to tribulation. Right? So one becomes fire and one becomes flame. Be careful with that one. But the house of Esau will be like stubble. Right? Let's go a little further. And they will set them on fire, consume them. They will set them on fire, consume them. Right? Who sets them on fire? Right? That's Jacob. See? That's that last war. And they will set them on fire and consume them. There will be no surviving house of Esau, for the Lord has spoken. That's that last war. That last war, the final one. Between us and them, our brothers, our brother Esau. That's the ones that betrayed, Esau, right, betrayed us. And so Esau, they made war against us. Those are captive, they sold to the devils. And now, what you see in the trumpets, right? The four winds, those are trumpets. They're going to attack us. It tells you. It says that angel, he puts one foot on the land and one foot on the water, one foot on the earth and one foot on a sea, I believe it was, right? Well, that's Obama. He said he knew but a short time left. So he's attack us. We know his time is running out. He's got to get this done. Because, if we don't take us out, he's going. And he's the best. He's the next tribe after us. So if he goes, all the rest going too. Got to read between the lines, brothers and sisters. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. The time just goes out fast. It's our people. They will come together in a minute. They said, be volunteers. A exceedingly great army. Exceedingly great army. Exceedingly great. We just say, just great. Exceedingly great. What does that mean? We say exceedingly. We say great. What did they say? A great army. Wow. Exceedingly great. Damn. That mean right here in America. Exceedingly great army. You got two armies here. Be Pharaoh's armies and our armies. Now it's an exceedingly great army. We will do double to them as they've done to us. On the way out here. Remember what it says? It says war breaks out. They'll fight against us on the side of the enemy, and then defeat the land. That way telling you what's going to happen right there. That was their fear, and their fear going to be realized. And they're going to be in so much fear, the fear is going to be overwhelming. But you're going to be so energized and so motivated, so spirited. It's going to be awesome. And you're not going to be harmed if you got your umbrella of 5 pillars. Not here and here be harmed. But them, their fear going to be so intense you can't imagine it. The fear they put on the fear that you're going to put on them is much even worse than the fear they put on us during the Holocaust. Look at this. Look at they plan here. Just look at this. And I had another way of trying to explain this, brothers and sisters. Capitalism. Now, maybe this is good, maybe it's not, right? But see this triangle, that's us. Square here, that's the devils. And this is the food they have, because they got extra energy, see? And in our case, we have no energy deprivation All the energy we have, we just have enough energy to maintain ourselves. No energy for food, energy for civilization, energy for nothing. We're totally no energy. So all the energy we got, we need to just maintain ourselves. So we're having energy for food. But devils, because their low structure, has a lot of energy. So they have energy for food, energy to control. That's why they rule in this atom. Okay? So, but we need food. So if we want food, we got to get food from Master. But if we take food from him, remember that's more than what we're supposed to have now. We get $1,000 a day, right? And we need $1,000 to maintain ourselves. But we need $200 worth of food. But that's, well, if we take $200, that's $200 worth of negative energy. And we take some else, we got to give it back somehow. We take $200 back, and give it back somehow. That's negative energy. You see? So it happens. So that draws us in because that's negative energy we created. And then we end up, we got to give back. So we ain't got nothing to give back but ourselves. If we want to eat food. Only thing we can get back to them is ourselves. We eat that food. We got to, remember, if we take $100, $100 from them, we got to give $100 back. We have negative energy. If we don't have no $100, all we have is ourselves. We have to give ourselves to them. You understand the math behind it, brothers and sisters? If we want to eat food, if we want food, we have to spend food's $200 a month, and we get $1,000 a month. But we need $1,000 worth of energy to maintain ourselves. Then, but we still need food. We ain't got $200 for no food. So we got to take food from them. That means we got to give them ourselves. Take them ourselves, take them our energy from our. So it means we lose control of ourselves. Because we need the whole 1,000 to control ourselves, but we need the food, so we get to it. So we lose control of ourselves. Because we only got $800 to maintain ourselves. So, and we need 1,000. Understand? So then, so we got to give more. Because the energy deprivation gets worse and worse. Energy deprivation gets worse and worse, right? That means we got to give more and more and get less and less. You understand, brothers and sisters? I give more and more and less and less. So now our situation get worse. We're turning red. We're getting worse. Because now, right, we're not getting 1,000 use of energy anymore. We only get 800. But we need 1,000. And then we need 200 for food. So our situation getting worse. Right? But now we're starting to energize again. And to get stronger. We're still in there. We're still stuck in there. Still need food. Still not enough. Getting better. Now we got enough to control ourselves. Right? But not enough. We still need that food though. We got enough energy to ourselves. But we still need food, so we're getting $1,000 a day. That's enough to control ourselves. But we still need $200 worth of food, so we're still there because we got to keep working for them, right? And now we got enough to produce our own food, right? So we don't need them no more. Okay? Now we can leave because now we don't need that food anymore. Understand? Now we can stay upright in kingdom. Ooh. Gotta move faster. Oh, got ahead of myself. How did it happen? Well, I missed something there. Okay, I missed something. Anyway, it's supposed to go away. It's supposed to went away, so I missed something on there. But here we go right here. Symbiotic relationship. Here's the devils. Here's us. We working, right? We out in the fields working. He's sitting up here watching us, right? We producing gold. He giving us shit. Okay? Turn that gold into money, we getting the shit. It's something to go right, bro. Says anyway, you got the point. That's our relationship now. Our relationship. Shit, we turn the shit into gold, gold into money, then it back into shit, give us the shit. A cycle in here. That's a cycle of energy deprivation. That's where we'd be doing energy deprivation. So capitalism would be the system, and it needed a way to justify it, which is Christianity. Obey your master, love your master, right? And everybody has to go along. Yeah, understand? That was the sealed Bible was the scripture for that time, for the last 500 years. But now time is over. This system won't work anymore. Okay? Here's Percival Clark. That's Farrakhan. Look, he looked like Farrakhan, don't he? Raped his mama, like father, like son. Now he's raping NOI. That's why he's cursed with a curse. I'm gonna move on, brothers and sisters. I didn't mean to be talking this long. Anyway, you got capitalist slavery. That's what it is. You put more. You get more. You put more energy in, then you get out. That's capitalism. That's exploitation. But we would be exploited during the Holocaust because we put more energy in, then we get out. Work harder, then we get less back. That's energy deprivation. So that's the system you would have. Time. And the difference is what that's called. The devil's called profit because they have lots of energy, so it's profit for them and exploitation for us. That system is perfect for 500 years energy deprivation, 500 years or Holocaust. And you have to justify it. Well, sealed Bible justifies all of that. Say who was Ham, was cursed, right? And then democracy, right? Make sure everybody's on board. I'll move on, brothers and sisters. I didn't mean it was. I didn't really admit it's this late. So let's just play out and then close out. And this points it out, brothers and sisters. This points it out, right? This points it out that everybody's going to be crushed except you because you went to the Holocaust and you was transformed into a structure that could survive tribulation. Everyone tried to avoid it. You was the man, you stood up. And the female, male, and I hate that female. Women and men, I hate that. That's the language. That's the language. Right? Mm-hmm. That's the language. But the point is that you went through it, and now, right? You went through it, and now you're ready. Okay? Now they got to go through it, but they ain't gonna be ready. These sisters, they went through it. They got the worst of it. These beautiful sisters, black women, they're not the most beautiful women on the planet. They're the personification of beauty. They are beauty. But for them, there wouldn't be no beauty. In every way, physically, socially, economically, emotionally, they're beauty. We're just too stupid to appreciate them because we go into energy deprivation, so we can't appreciate anything because we're so busy trying to keep our ass out the fire. But I tell you, if between keeping our ass out of the fire, keeping hers out of the fire, keep hers out first. We 90% of what I'm doing right now, brothers and sisters, I'm not getting anything out of this. I haven't got anything out of it. I said it because the sisters. 90% of it, that was my right. I said, man, because the sisters. Sisters not required to do anything. All you got to do is continue being sisters. Producing some beautiful babies. That's enough right there. Just hold on, sisters. You will be rewarded. You will definitely be respected. Right? There ain't no doubt about that, because anybody don't disrespect you, well, there's no other universe, they better find one quick. Move on, brothers and sisters. Hopefully my voice came through a little clearer than yesterday. I'm working on it. See here? Hold on. See here, brothers and sisters, there's going to be a big clash. I don't know if you're getting this or not, brothers and sisters. It's going to be a big clash between you and them. Right? A big clash between you and them. The Levites. Right? Maybe some Shabbats be with them, but that's a battle between you. How you going to think about it? How can you do double them with? If you're going to do double them what they did to you, just think what they did in 500 years. And you're going to do that. That means that's a battle royal. That's why I say exceedingly great army. Exceedingly. And you're going to devastate them, and not hair on your head going to be lost. But you still got to do it. And say, you're going to be at war. Only thing you'll be victorious, gloriously make victorious, but you still going to have to war. Be a clash. See? There also be a clash between, remember now, I said Armageddon's a European war, where the demons and devils, they're both Europeans. They're going to clash. Oh, there's devastation on them. They're going to clash. Also, you got the Esau here. They're going to attack us. They're going to attack the devils too. Can you imagine that? America has not only battle America had on its soil was the Civil War, and that was devastating. But this is not off the page. That said, it'd be a strange thing. It'd be, and plus they'd be starving. They're gonna be totally fearful. The sealed Bible is gonna come unsealed. It's on their brain. Now it's gonna unseal, activate it, and that's gonna put terror in their hearts. Because now they see exactly what he did, and now they know they're gonna pay for every drop of it. Because now the sealed Bible, they don't understand it, right? The unsealed Bible, right? But they're gonna see it. It's absolute terror. All of them going to turn children's hair gray-headed. Total terror. It's about to happen. And we know it's going to happen any day now. Not months, years, no, it's happening any day now. Wait for Iran to make its move. We know how that's going to turn out. It's total terror. And you're going to witness it close up and personal. Break that emotional bond. Look at the terror. I mean, it's going to be sanctions. Everybody's going to put sanctions on you, America. You're going to be begging, help, 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 please. Nobody's going to help you. Because everybody's going to be after you. China, India's coming after you. Your own people are going to turn against you. Europe is going to turn against you. Your own people here are going to turn against you. All your friends are going to turn against you. Your one friend is your husband. They're going to be gone. They can't help you. Your child is on the siege. Can't help you. And vengeance. It says, wrath is upon these people, the ones that's pregnant. Wrath. Wrath is one thing. The wrath of God is something else altogether. It means a God wrath. It means the best there is, the worst there is, or whatever you want to call it. And we're going to close out here, brothers and sisters. Right? Before and after. Before we came here. This is where we are now. Master Muhammad is getting ready to break the cycle. Ready to break it. That's where we are now. Under Farrakhan. Right? With lies. Totally saturated flood of bad information, false information. Right? Master Muhammad is getting ready to destroy the root of it. Boom. 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 He can take down false Israel and take out the economy. American dream. Now you got a new vision, real vision. And now you got a whole new attitude now. It's like he's saying, hey, Master, why you treat me so bad? Was that, look what he's saying? I'm going to whoop your ass. Is that what he's, look what he's saying? No? You better get out of town. Is that what he's saying? What you think he's saying there? I'm going to F your, I'm not going to do anything. I'm effing your butt up. What's going on here? I don't know why I jealous. Okay. Better get ready, brothers and sisters. Trying to get you ready. Best I can. If you want to be ready. Okay, closing out, brothers and sisters. The man's borderline senile, but we're going to get him before he, because we want him to have full knowledge of what he's done. Because what good is it to do that to him? I don't know who I am. I don't know why I do. Why y'all treat me so bad? I'm in a wheelchair, old man. No. It ain't going to be like that. Man, there's destruction. Him, his family, all of them. Well, and this guy here, ooh, Ishmael, ooh. His father gonna get him. And this, oh man, oof. Okay, brothers and sisters, I hope I came a little clearer. I endeavored. I think I'm kind of slept a couple Slipped up a few times, but I'm trying to get my voice a little better so I can talk a little clearer. Still working on it. Okay, brother says I'm closing out here. Hope you understand. Assalamu alaikum. Suleiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, break us 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, so much happening, and you're right in the middle of it and don't know it. If you go on YouTube nowadays, you might be surprised how much they're revealing the horrors, the Holocaust. Because they're not teaching it to you, they're not telling you. They weren't teaching in the schools. In fact, lately, they made a campaign, to not teach any of this in school. Say, well, it'll make white people feel bad. Make white people feel bad about what they did. Well, you know, when they take your black ass court and the judge sentences you, he says, well, you don't feel like, you don't look like you feel bad about what you did, so I'm gonna give you extra 10 years. See how hypocritical they are. It says, "O son of man, I will send you to a hypocritical nation," and there's no nation ever been more hypocritical than this one. You don't show any remorse. See, don't want them to feel bad about what they did. So why would you want someone not to feel bad about what they did when they did it intentionally? I mean, if they did it accidentally, you might say, okay. But if they did something intentionally, why would you not want them to know what they did? See? Because what you're doing is you're putting salt on the wound. See? You're putting salt on the wound. You understand? That's what you're doing. Oh, we don't want children. Yeah. But see, it's an acknowledgement that they're guilty, because they're getting your face, say, hey, we didn't do it. That was our fathers. We had nothing to do with it. Then why would you make that argument that you don't want to teach your children when they feel bad? If they didn't do anything, then why should they feel bad? Because you know all of you are guilty. They're as guilty as you are. They're the fruit of guilt. You're gonna understand a concept in a while, because that's a concept you was never given by anyone. Never explained to anyone. See? I explained it to you, right? So you get information here, because they got this spooky stuff, you got souls and spirits and all this stuff, right? But we take in energy and we produce stuff. We produce stuff from the energy that we take in. And so if the energy we take in is stolen energy, then what we produce belongs to the people we stole the energy from, because that's their energy. What we produce is their energy, just in the form that we gave it. You steal $100,000 for someone, and you go buy a car. Okay, you gave that $1,000 for them, but that car, $1,000 car, belongs to that person you stole it from. It may come back in the form of a car, but it's still theirs. And that's why you have to get the angel mind, mathematical mind, to understand these things. That's why what they're doing, they're the children, right, of iniquity. They're the children of sin, of evil, wicked, because they're the result, they're the fruit. When you produce, your body takes in energy, and it produces cells and sperm and eggs from the energy that you're taking in. If that energy is stolen energy, then that egg, that sperm, everything that you have, right, belongs to those that you stole it from. And so what happens is over 400 years, right, the children, the descendants of those that were doing the stealing, they don't belong to themselves. They belong to the people. That's why the scripture says, I said, they don't sell those things for nothing. Scripture says they'll be taken captive in all the nations, because you have stolen from all the nations. So it comes back in the form of their children. And like you say you owned us, what you did not. We submitted. But see, it come back to you in a worse form, double, because now you are owned. You are not just your children, you are owned. Because you're the descendants of energy, you're the fruits of energy, stolen energy, and you are energy. I'm trying to get you to start thinking mathematically so you understand these things in a pure form. They are energy. And so that's the form that energy is taking. And they are it, and they're stolen energy. So they belong to the people that they were stolen from, so that's why they can go back and be slaves forever, as they try to attempt to do to us, that be done to them. And the point is, they will have no rights. We had rights because we did not belong to them, but they will have none because you might say, oh, they're human, they're material, they're energy, and they belong to the people that the energy was stole from. And you have to understand that. Like I said, you have to break that social, that emotional barrier. Because a lot of you, some of you, and we're very good-hearted people, but some of you, you're going to feel sorry for them. You can't. They're lost. They did it to themselves. They don't know what they did. See? They sowed the wind, now they can reap the whirlwind. You understand, brothers and sisters? Hope you understand that concept. There's nothing that they can do. So, what's about to happen here, if their bodies and their minds and everything is owned by other nations, you're going to have some confusion here that they didn't expect. It's already happening under the scenes. Because you got people some of them have loyalties to China, some have loyalties to Russia, and in the background, different nations. Because their minds are owned by other people. You understand? I hope you understand it, brothers and sisters, because it's very deep, but I can go into it much deeper. So, when Armageddon really explodes here, Armageddon West will expose here, that's going to be part of the vision. Because they will have no loyalty to themselves or to America itself. They don't understand this, because that's what's happening now. They have all this division, and people say, well, you must love communism, you must love socialism, you must love Russia, you must. They do. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Farrakhan talking about repenting, right? There's nothing they can do to stop it. I explained to you what repentance is. You got to pay back. That's what repentance is. See here? See? Now see here? You know what? Because that slave master's son right there. He's a demon. You see what they're doing to our sisters? You gotta understand. These demons are hurting our sisters too. And primarily they're the ones beating up on them and carrying on. Because they hate them. They hate black. And they hate to have to be dealing with a black woman. They rather have a white woman. Okay? So they can have white children. Get rid of that curse of black. Demons do not want to be black. You saw what Michael Jackson did. And Serena Williams or whatever. That's a curse to them. And they hate black, hate you. They said so-called black caucus. They said all demons there. I can give you some evidence of that. Yeah. See? Why is this demon here? He's smiling bigger than his daddy is. And look at sister there. Now, original man would not. I mean, if he was doing it, no, I'm not going to accept that original black man would would do that to a sister in that scenario there. I just can't see my brothers doing that. I just can't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't see my brothers doing that. Look at that sister there. And let's have some fun. And he dressed up just like, that's Master's son right there. His black-faced son. I keep telling you, demons are just as bad. In fact, in some respects, they're worse. In some respects, they're actually worse, right, than their devil daddies. Because they got an extra, see, they already hate just like their same mind, but they got an extra level of hate. What's that? The black, they curse with, they got that black skin, they want it. And so they hate you and them, and they put you down because if you remember, you're too young to remember, but back to the so-called civil rights, right? That was the thing. They said they were stupid, ignorant. And back in the 20s, and they still have that, I've been told they're still doing that now. That's so-called black, what do you call it, brown bag test? Brown bag test, I think they call it. Right? Brown bag test. Let me check something. Check something real quick. The brown bag test, which meant, right? These were check something, brothers and sisters. I can check my sound here. Yeah. Brown bag test. And these were Negro bus. In other words, if you was darker than a brown, paper bag, you was too dark for them. They couldn't accept you. These are demons. Some of you, oh man, I'm down for Oprah. I'm down for Beyonce. They demons. They don't give a damn about you. They make money off of you. Look at that one. What's it called him? King James or whatever his name is, Braun or whatever. Selling those damn shoes. He going by China, gets the shoes that probably cost him $5 a piece. Maybe even $10. We sell them for $100, $200, $300 to your children. Your children stupid enough to buy them, and you stupid enough to buy them for your children because it's got his name on it. They ain't any better. And then they go out there, especially like in Chicago space, get killed because another Negro butt out there want those shoes. They'll kill him for it. Now, why is he doing that? Why is he selling why is he doing that? Why he exploiting? He's a capitalist. And that's what slavery is. See? And take Oprah. Did you know Oprah, she was going over to South Africa, investing in South African public schools. Well, excuse me, did you make your money in South Africa? Biatch? Did you? You made your money here off of putting down black men. Look at your audience, it's mostly white women. And that's all you was doing is putting down black men, and you made billions for it because they loved it. Demon. If you understand the mathematics of it, you understand there are demons. I explained to you, same reason why Adam is powerful now. He's got more energy. The demons also have it. That's why they went to the Holocaust, but they was on a high level. We was in the basement. See? They got to the first floor. You understand? We was in energy deprivation. We could not get to the first floor. They got to the first floor, right? See? They might not have gotten into the dining room, but they got in the first one, they got into the kitchen because they had more energy. That's a that's one sign. If you understand the mathematics, you can identify a demon just like that. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I said biatch. Yes, I said it. That's what they are. And time of wrath is coming. They say time of pity pat, right? Bugs Bunny, right? No, this time of hell. And what's coming, brothers and sisters, is going to be off the page. And the thing is, you the lucky ones, because you're going to walk through it. They're not. Hold on, brothers and sisters, let me find out what's going on here with my camera. I tell you, boys, I got problems with these. I'm working through these problems, brothers and sisters, working through them. Let's go. What they do, what they did to our people. And now, why don't you get over it? Really? Then it tells us how to feel about it. I mean, think about that. They beat you, they rape you. Well, I got camera problems, brothers and sisters. Okay. They beat you, rape you, torture you. And then they tell you how you're supposed to feel about it. Boy, I tell you. They tell you how you're supposed to feel about it. I got some camera issues, brothers and sisters, so maybe we'll get through it. Reparations. We're going to talk about brothers and sisters. Oh boy. What's going on here? Or do I have technical issues? Yeah, I can't do this. I have this. That what's happening here? Okay, that was it. Wow. Trying to get used to this new system, bro, since I put together. Try to stop the buffering. Okay. Now I got camera problems. I have one problem, no one pops up. But you don't need to see me really, so it's not that big of a deal. Maybe I'm asking too much. Reparations, brothers and sisters. Really? We're going to talk about that. Fido, dogs. You know, when I was growing up, I said a couple of encounters with dogs. I don't know anyone in the neighborhood had a dog, not no black people. Right? I said I had a neighbor gave me a dog and got me almost died because no one knew I was allergic to dogs. Right? But you didn't see it. But now, they do with 2 and 3 dogs. Sometimes 4 dogs walking out there in the cold. picking up dog shit, right? Dog kissing them, and they laying in the bed and all that stuff they doing with them. What's going on? Are they demons? You don't see that in Africa. I've never seen one African movie where they even had a dog in it. They've been eating those dogs in a few more days. And see, they call these, what they say they call these? Negro dogs, I think they call them. I forgot the name. I watched this video, right? I think they call them Negro dogs. In other words, they was bred and trained to track down black people, slaves. See? Here, that's called, I think that's what they call them, Negro dogs or Negro dogs or something like that. Probably more like that, right? We'll get rid of them and their goddamn dogs. Oh, somebody told me, oh, man, you really strong with the language, lady. Yes, I'm trying to get you to understand this is not a goddamn game. I'm just trying to get you prepared. Because what you're about to see, bro, is terrific. But for you, it's going to be like looking at a movie to some extent. But them, they're going to be in the movie. And they're going to be acting. See? But you're going to be able to like walk through in 3D and see all this around you. You're going to see them for what they really are. It's going to pull up over their head who they really are. Okay? Who they really are. You understand? That's you're going to see in a minute. I'm trying to keep it real, brothers and sisters. This is that Farrakhan stuff, right? If it's cold outside, right? You need, it's free. If you live on the North Pole, you can't be talking like you in the Caribbean. Because when your kids got to hit that cold air, they better be ready for it. Or they're going to be ice cubes. So if you don't like the way I'm doing things, don't listen. I'm trying to get your seatbelt, sisters. Like I said, I've been in the military. I know what it's like. And ain't like they show on TV. Excuse me. Not like they show on TV, I tell you that. In battle, when the battle's over, if you're still alive, or maybe you're not alive, or even if he was dead, you don't go near them. You better have a mask on. Even the ones that's alive. I don't care who they think they are. You know, they lost control of their bowels, right? And everything else. They're just happy to be alive. Whoa, you know, you want to deal with the stink. And what they're saying, you know? Like I was telling the person, you know, and these things has happened. This is not theory. You out there in combat, the enemy shooting at you. You got a redneck for officer, and oftentimes that's the case. Got my head, I cut redneck officers when I was in the military. Right? Now, he might hate you, but in battle, he loves you. Why? Because you helped him, you protected his ass, him getting killed. See? He ain't gonna, if he got a whole bunch, if he got a whole bunch of in this platoon, remember that movie, what was that movie, what was the name of that movie? I can't remember what's Dead Presidents, right? The white dude was up in North Vietnam, and most of the people around was black folks. He trying to talk black, right? See? But he ain't stupid. He knows black folks because he shooting them or put them, then he ain't got nobody to protect him. So he's going to be buddy, uptight. He was trying to talk black and everything else. That's warfare. Understand? So here you got a redneck, and here he sees some bullets coming over, and he say, "Hey, nigga, get down." Now you gonna worry about the fact that's what he called you, or you gonna be thankful that he kept getting your head blown off? See, I'm trying to shake you up and bring you into reality. Now, this is shit farm here. America's a shit farm. It's not no paradise, not for us. See, this is Farrakhan. Listen to those guys, keep them on. Move on, brothers and sisters. See this? You saw that in Django, right? Remember that? The guy was in the tree and all the dogs around him. Came out the tree and the dogs ate him up. I tell you. Okay. This is talking about America, but I'm going to read it again because I've been talking about this all week. This particular presentation. Because there's so much. One of the reasons I'm doing it, because every time I do it, I show you more into it. I'm trying to show the depth of these things. I tell you, but you can go deeper into it like I'm going to go today and tell even more things. And thou said, I shall be queen forever, so that thou did not lay these things to thy heart. Neither did you remember the eventual consequence. It didn't say possible consequence, eventual. You cannot stop consequence. That's why I said you don't put these words there for nothing. Part is angel is to get you to start paying attention to words instead of just assuming things. They don't. When it comes to scriptures, they don't put words in there just to be saying it. There would be a consequence, right? Therefore, here now, you are given pleasure. You're given to pleasures, lack of discipline. See, they're saying everything I'm saying. It's just you have to translate it. I keep saying all these scriptures are saying the same thing. It's just from different perspectives. That dwells carelessly. That means you're not disciplined. If you're disciplined, you're not dwelling carelessly. You're paying attention. You're focused. And say it in thy heart, I am none else. I am and none beside me. I'm the superpower. I'm none the best, greatest. Who's saying that? America's saying that. Russia's got 6,000 nuclear weapons and cruise missiles and supersonic. But America still say, I'm it. Think about who's saying these things, right? Because China's not saying I'm the greatest superpower. Russia, America's the only one saying that. Only one that is saying that. Let me I'm trying, look, my brothers and sisters, there's nothing I can do about this voice. I thought about it. I'd give about $1 million microphone, it will not help. Right? Because I can talk clearer, slower, enunciate a little better, but the type of voice I have, that's the I thought all kinds of ways, but I said, I think it's changed. Because I look at some things I was saying a few years ago, and my voice was, I guess it's a matter of age. I don't know. It looked like it's a little more raspy than it used to be. So that's the problem with age. You don't figure it out until you get there. Then we're trying to figure it out. Right? It's like, well, put it like this. You get to 20. By the time you figure out 20 works, you're 21. Now you got to figure out 20. So you're always behind the curve on this stuff. Right? As soon as you understand how life works, it's over. It's kind of backwards, ain't it? I don't like it. That's the aspect of the universe I don't like. I can't change it. No one can. Once you learn, finally get the grip on it and learn everything, then it's over. What the point is that? Okay? What's the point of that? Okay? And so I just told you from let me say, from a non-angel perspective. Okay? It's like you're trying to get to the second floor, and as soon as you get there, you die. What the hell was that about? Okay? But when you understand the angel and what Abraham and the 4 birds inclined to you, when you get to the second floor, right, then you reboot. You understand? So you can go to the 3rd floor. Okay? So you keep going, going. See? I just did that to show you, if you think one way, you say, that don't make no goddamn sense. What I'm doing this for? After I learn everything, right? Then you say, but when you understand it, the angel, you say, oh no. Right? Because I get here, and now, right? Okay. Now it's time for me, right, to move to the next level, right? Understand? Regenerate, right? Take 4 birds, so that knowledge that you got on that level, experience, right, allows you to move, go from there to the next. Like I try to tell my children, right? You have children, and you say, okay, we're all in a lake of shit. So here you are. We'll say another way. You're in the basement, and so you fight to get to the 1st floor, maybe the 2nd floor, and now you have your children. You got them to the 2nd floor. If they listen to you and pay attention to you, then they can take and move to the 3rd floor from there. But these children nowadays, even mine, they're going to go back, run down to the basement. They wonder why it's so dark down there. You see? Because that's what they teach them to do your own thing, you don't listen. That's what they teach them. See, you don't understand. They know what they're doing. They've been watching us and researching us for over 40 years. They know some of us better than we know ourselves. So our children, right, instead of, because you find the false Israel children, no. You give them the 2nd floor, they go from there to the 3rd floor, and next, keep. See, that's how they keep building wealth. Our children, I don't hear nothing. Daddy say, I don't hear nothing. Mom say, oh. They run down back to the basement, gonna start over, and then wonder, why it's so dark down there? Why they don't have a goddamn thing? See? I just did that to show you, because if you see it one way, you have one attitude. You can say, what the hell am I doing this for? I'm doing all this here, so that I get to master it. And the crowd talks about that too. You master it, then it's over. So what's the point? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. And I am none beside. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I said, see, this was just telling you about what's about to happen. This was telling you what's happening right now. This right here is telling you what is happening right now and about to happen. But you don't see it that way. because you don't understand the angel, or you haven't been paying attention or whatever. Because that's telling you right there. It's telling you about the eventual consequence. That means now you're facing the eventual consequence of what you've been doing. That's judgment, right? And you're living carelessly. That's what they're doing. They discipline. You see what they're doing? Transgenderism, women around naked. The discipline is dropping. They're telling you the discipline is falling. This is what's happening. It's also giving you wisdom about what to expect, right? These shall, and I am none side me. Look, and they be claiming, I'm a superpower. Ain't that what America's saying? And you got Mr. Trump coming in, all right, man, I'm gonna kick ass. Nobody, it's giving you the feel also of what the psychology was happening right now. That you can just use this right here and deal with what's going on right now. Just this. That's why I tell people so much ammunition out there. So much ammunition out there, and you're not using it. Okay. These shall have lost, and them say, I shall not, says a widow. Okay? In other words, you see Trump talking about he's going to take Britain, he's going to take Denmark, and going to take Greenland, and right, but let's move on. Neither shall I know loss of children. You see, that's Magog, right, and false Israel. Remember Adam and Eve? Put that story, Adam and Eve, there. That's what I wanted to say before, but I would make sure I fit it in correctly, right? Remember the story that told you that story about what's happening now? I said Eve, right? The queen, she's female. Adam was the male. So she said, I would not say as a widow. That means she won't lose her husband. It says, no loss of children. Who is their child? False Israel. See what I'm saying? It's telling you exactly. That's why I said they don't say these words for nothing. And these two things shall come you in a moment, in one day. It means they're going to have both about to be destroyed. It's telling you false Israel and Magog is about to be destroyed. Right? In one day, the loss of children and widowhood, both. They shall come upon you in their affection for the multitude of thy sorceries and for the great abundance of thy enchantments. That means it's going to be their destruction will be very terrible. Very, very, see, how should I say it? Very, reflective of what they've done. So in other words, if you see what false Israel is doing right now and what UK is doing, what you're seeing is their destruction in reverse. That's what it's saying here. So what you see false Israel doing right now over there, that's exactly what's about to happen to them. That's what it's saying, imperfection. That's why you use it for perfection. Like, if you say every action has an opposite and equal reaction, that means that's perfection. Equality is perfection. Trying to get you to start understanding, read these things, brothers and sisters. Yeah, you don't read them like I read them. Like this is, like I said, I took time to start going in. For years, I stopped. Now and then I would go in and look at additional scriptures because I had read the entire Bible before I got the angel. Once I got the angel, I started understanding Revelation and Daniel. Then I started grabbing those scriptures, using the key. But then I said, wait a minute, I got to stop. Because if I'd be for years doing this, because I got to start getting information out to the people. And so I put it on hold. And so in the last few years, I was distracted too. And now I said, okay, let me go in and start doing that. So now I'm doing it again. And I pulled this one up, and it says exactly what I've been saying. And like I've been telling you, it's saying everything that's happening now is just from a different perspective. So it's telling you what's going to happen now. It's going to tell you it's telling you, if you understand this, you understand, Jim? It's telling you that false Israel and Magog is about to be destroyed. And Russia has been, remember now, Russia has been threatening Magog with destruction. So we'll destroy your whole island because they're an island nation. And says shall come to them, and as they have done, it be done to them. So their destruction is going to be terrible, but it's going to be perfect. It's going to be equal to as they done, perfect, right? And the quality is going to be, but intensity is going to be worse because it's going to come all of a sudden, right? So you take years piled into one day, right? And for they upon their buffet and the multitude of their sorceries and the great abundance of their enchantments, their lies and deceptions. Okay, but they have trusted in but you have trusted your weakness and have said, let's get to the point where it's nothing they can do. It's a matter of greater pressure being overcome by lesser pressure. You understand? That's what it is. There's nothing. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. When you look at it in the sense, and that's what it is, though it's pressure, that's exactly what it's saying here. See? Nothing you can do because a greater pressure is on the scene now. Right? So it's telling you, right, that Son of Man is on the scene now. That's what it's telling you. That great light is on the scene now. And none sees me, for you have trust in your weak. You trust in that because for 500 years, you had the greater pressure. So you thought you had it going on. You were able to defeat everyone because your pressure was greater. Adam, you had superior pressure because Adam was given rule, and plus you get a sealed Bible and the discipline. And so therefore, you trusted that. You thought that would be last forever. Right? And see, and this other thing tells you this is Adam, if you understand the crime, because he's the one that's got the power, right? And thy wisdom and knowledge have perverted thee, and you, in other words, it's telling you that the sealed Bible, right, won't help you anymore. Unsealed Bible's on the scene. That's another way of looking at this, brothers and sisters, because you thought you had it going on because you was going by a sealed Bible. You thought that was it, man. God's with me. I got the sealed Bible. And now the unsealed Bible is blowing that away. That's why you can't, because sealed Bible, that was your wisdom and knowledge. Man, wow. I got this from God. That wisdom and knowledge, it has perverted thee, and you have said in your heart, I am none, there is none beside me. I got God's wisdom. I got the sealed Bible. I'm following God's, right? Therefore shall evil come upon you. You will not know from whence it rise. You will make a mixture of shed blood, right? And mixture shall fall upon you. You will not be able to put off. Desolation will come upon you suddenly, which you will not know. What are you talking about? That's the angel question your mind. It's a greater mind on the scene now. Let me move on, bro. So, at the rate I'm going, I'll be at 3 hours. I didn't mean to. Every time I start, it's so many things. Okay, let's get, I'm definitely do this in 2 or 3 parts because I can't do everything I was going to do today. I see it right now. But the day of the Lord is near for all the nations. We're going to talk about this more in a minute. Just if you had done it, would be done to you. Your deeds will return upon your own heads. Talking about all the nations. Because all of it is telling you all the nations against us. All the nations. That's what I've been telling you. All the nations, there's none. There's all of them against us. Just as you drink on my holy mount, all the nations will drink continually. They would drink to the last drop and become as if they had never existed. They would be totally gone and forgotten, as though it never existed. That means you won't even remember them. They'd be so thoroughly, you won't even remember them. That's how destruction is going to be so terrible. You won't even remember them because it'd be like as though it had never existed. That means if they never existed, it's nothing to remember. You understand? They're trying to convey the intensity of their destruction. keep saying this crap. But on Mount Zion, there will be those who escape. I talked about that a few minutes ago. It will be holy, and the house of Jacob possess their property. Possess their property. Who's their property? They're not going to possess America. It's telling you who's their property. I'm not just telling you about we own their seed. You pay attention to that statement right there, and there will be those who escape, because everybody's going to be everything will be destroyed. So that's the property. The ones that escape, that's their property, and we will possess it. The ones that escape, there'll be property, and we'll possess it. You got to pay attention to these things, brothers and sisters. I tell you, these things, like I said, I've been taking every day, not every day, but I've spent so much time on technical problems. Go out and look at another scripture, and it just gives more details, explains more. Once you understand the injury, you should be able to read this. Okay? It just tells you those are the only ones that escape. Well, that's it. Who escapes? That's them. They're children. And so that's the property we possess as property. Not as fellow beings, not as property. They became enslaved in all the nation. See, they're saying the same thing. It's just, you got to translate it. Then the house of Jacob would be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. It's talking about the Levites and Shabbat as together, right? One to be fire, one be flame. But the house of Esau be stubble. That's our African brothers. We're going to talk about that a little more in a minute. And they will set them on fire. That means that's how it became stubble. Because it tells you, right? Because we will set them on fire and consume them. So there'd be no survivors of the house of Esau, but totally destroyed. That's that last war I was telling you about. See how this is telling you the whole thing? It's telling you from the war in the Middle East all the way down to the last war. It's right there. It's got translated, brothers and sisters. Let me play this for you. And then I just put that again. But the house of Esau will be like stubble. Which I'm going to talk about a little more in a minute. Okay, let me play this. If it plays okay. Oh.
I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the president, his reputation, the things that he has said that are driving this negotiation. And so hopefully it'll all work out and we'll save some lives. I believe we've been on the verge of it. I don't want to discuss sort of what's delayed it. There's no point to be negative in any way. But I think it's the president, his stature, what he said he expects, the red lines he's put out there, that's driving this negotiation. I'm going back probably either this evening or tomorrow night. Before January 28th, that's likely to happen. If there's a deal even at all, we'll get kind of a mess now for that part. I would say, right. I would say that the president is exasperated. I don't want to talk for him, but I don't know anyone who delegates better than President Trump. He gives us a lot of authority to speak on his behalf, and he exhorts us to speak emphatically. And emphatically means you better get it, you better do this, because the alternative... You think they're waiting for President Trump to take off? know, I think they heard him loud and clear. They get done by the end of the year.
But when you say without notice the case, I don't know what's the legal
Do I have to define it for you? All hell will break up. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt the negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is. And they should have given them back a long time. They should have never taken them. They should have never been the attack of October 7th. People forget that. But there was. And many people are killed. They're no longer hostages. I have people from Israel and others calling, begging me to get, we had also people there from the United States, just so you know. They're holding some so-called hostages from the U.S. But I've had mothers come to me and fathers crying, can I get the body of their son back? Can I get the body of their daughter back? That beautiful girl where they threw her in the car, pulled her by her ponytail and threw her in the car like she was a sack of potatoes. I said, what happened to her? So she's dead. Like a 19, 20-year-old beautiful girl. And the way they treated her. And I'm just saying this more simply. Steve's got a job to do. He's a great guy, great negotiator, great person. They respect him over there already. It's what we needed over there. We have people that know everything about the Middle East, but they can't speak properly. They don't know. He's a great negotiator. That's what I needed. I could have sent that gentleman right over there, Hussein. He's a great negotiator. There are people. They're rare. Great negotiators are very rare, like a great surgeon. But we have the right person. But I told us I don't want to hurt the negotiation. If the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the middle.
He's not going to do a goddamn thing. Hell's going to break loose. I don't think he's going to get any hostages. He's trying to do a Ronald Reagan moment where Reagan threatened Iran back in 79. And the whole story about that has not been told. They had taken hostages when they got rid of the Shah. And so Reagan coming on his white horse with his cowboy hat and boots, right? Yeah. So they gave the hostages back before he became president because they thought he was going to come in and like a storm, you know. Anyway, so now he's trying to do a Reagan moment. You better do it before I become president, because once I become president, man, I'm going to kick your ass. No, you ain't going to do a goddamn thing, because hell's going to break loose. And you better be careful, because it may break loose before you get in the chair. Either way, you're inheriting a shitstorm. That's you're inheriting. Mountain of shit. That's America. That's what you're inheriting. Now, people, we're getting very angry, just not focused. If we focus in a minute, all come together, brothers and sisters. All come together. All these collaborators out there like Ishmael, oh boy. Nobody's going to hear your bullshit. It says, you will judge angels, our people. Who do you think is going to do the judgment? You think there's going to be some spirit? You are going to do the judging. And you look around and say, man, my mother, my sister, and I went through, and because you out there talking that bullshit, lying and distorting things, they're not going to have no answer. But we're going to have an answer to them. There's consequence. It's thorough. perfect. And so Ishmael had to suffer the consequence of what he's doing. And once you understand the angel, you understand someone has some appreciation for that. Like father, like son. That's Farrakhan's daddy. See the resemblance? See Farrakhan lately? They say he's borderline Alzheimer's if he's not thorough by now. Though he's shitting and pissing in a bag. He can't walk. But that's how he came to be. He raped his father, which he said was Jewish. Raped his mama. And he came to be. But he's a seed of his father. That means he's whatever his father is. So they're going to have to answer that one too. Tell me, Mr. Wesley, Dr. Wesley, is not sperm the seed? So whatever your father is, aren't you? Isn't that biological fact? Dr. Wesley? So that would mean Farrakhan has to be a devil because he admits it. This is not theory. He admits his father, devil. Or he can't call them devils anymore. Why? He don't want his children calling their granddaddy a devil. That's part of what that's about, other than what the FBI wanted. See? So he's Jamaican, yeah. That's your nationality, not your ethnicity. See the resemblance? But like father, like son. He's raping the NOI. It says it right in Malachi. It's clear. He's sitting in Elijah's seat, son of perdition. He's robbing the nation. When a man robbed God, he says, you have robbed his whole nation. If you talk about Malachi, it says nation. It doesn't say synagogue. It doesn't say country. It doesn't say region. It says nation. Elijah's nation. Somebody's robbing it. It ain't Elijah. It ain't me. But how did he get to be a millionaire? You don't have a business. Because he's raping the NOI. And he admitted, what, this last so-called Savior Day to wait for? He's actually doing the sisters. He admitted it. If you listen to him, I guess he say, hey man, they've been licking my behind, so maybe they're gonna probably eat my shit. And that's what they're doing over there. Because how in the world can you listen to that crap if you got any sign of intelligence, or unless you're a demon yourself? And it says some people over there ain't with him, but they're there anyway. So you better be careful, right? Because if you're in a shitstorm without an umbrella, you're going to get shit on you. We talked about this. Okay? So I'm going to get to my main point, and then I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. Right? We'll talk about this. I'm not going to be able to cover everything because, like I said, I get to talking, and then so many things come up. And so I'm going to have to break this down into maybe 3 parts. If you want a lamb, it's too late for that. The lamb gone. Remember, you had the lamb for about 25 years. And now the lamb is transformed into a lion. Better read Angel again. The lamb is the lion from a tribe of Judah. Telling the lamb is going to turn into a lion. If you don't like the roar of a lion, then you better get back and get somewhere, because that's what you're hearing now. See, before you hear the brr of a lamb, nice words, what you call clean language. Oh, yeah. Never even used words like those for 25 years. And now it's lion now, roaring. If that roar scares you, That's your problem. All nations will be crushed because you already prepared yourself going to the Holocaust. And now they cannot recover. And now they're going to try to destroy you. Envy and jealousy. I'm missing something here. I did, okay. Oh, okay. I'm going backwards, brothers and sisters. Let me go backwards here. Well, let me just do it this way, because I'm not going to do all this here. Well, I can continue from here. My main topic, reparations. Right past it. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and finish this as I got here anyway. Before and now, before, I'm going to do before, now, and after. If anybody pays attention to that, Rick Wiles, like I said, he sounded like a minister or something. That was his topic. It's a mind war. And now he's going to go into mind war now. He's going to stop doing news and start hitting you with the scripture. Because a mind war, and they attacking you with a mind, they coming from you with the religion and media. I said, excuse me, I wonder where you got that from. New vision now, new mind. Now you got a new bag, new attitude. Now I got a new attitude. Look like he's saying, I'm going to beat you up. Is that like he's saying? I'm going to F you up. Which one do you think he's saying there? Which one you think he's saying there? Which one you think he's saying? I'm going to smack you around. I'm going to beat your butt. Farrakhan, which one you think he's saying? Or he's saying, I'm going to F you up. Which one you think he's saying there? Tell me. Camera froze again. Okay. I solved the buffering. And now I got a camera issue. Just like this so I can. This is where we are, brothers and sisters. It's reality where we are. Time of unprecedented trouble. Means unprecedented language, unprecedented attitudes, unprecedented everything. And you're going to be witness to it. SD, HD. Yep. He's on his way out. Well, we won't get him before he get Alzheimer's totally. We want to know exactly what's happening to him. That'd be a cop out. Why are you doing this to me? What's my name? No. We want you to have full knowledge of what you did. See? I'm gonna go from here, brothers and sisters. Now, reparations. That's what I want to talk about, because the scriptures talk about reparations. But see, you don't understand it. Read the story of Jacob and Esau. Now, Esau was the oldest. He was supposed to inherit the kingdom. He was supposed to be, the oldest. That's the same story that Ishmael made. He says, well, I'm the oldest brother. He was a half brother of Isaac, right? He wasn't the son of Sarah, but he was the son of Abraham. He was his firstborn before Isaac. Isaac and Jacob, the same people. Okay. So he says, so what happened was he got in a situation where he got hungry or something to that effect. Read it. And so remember, the inheritance by law was his because he was the oldest brother. So he sold his inheritance for a bowl of soup. You see where I'm going, brothers and sisters? He sold his inheritance because he was so hungry. He said, he sold his inheritance. That's what God hated him for. Because you didn't care about your inheritance. You didn't care about, you sold it for a bowl of soup. Bowl of soup, you got my inheritance. That's how you thought about it. You didn't care about it. Read it. That's reparations. So now, remember, Obama's really pushing that himself. Reparations. Because they're trying to get you to sell your inheritance for a bowl of goddamn soup. And that means God would hate you and get rid of you. It's like going to get rid of Esau. You understand what's going on, brother and sister? So I can make it clear to you. If you understand it, you understand nothing. I've explained to you before. I said they're trying to get you to sell out your inheritance. Now you got the story in there that tells you the same thing. Esau, that's why God hates him. Why God hate him? What did he do? Because he despised his inheritance. He had this great inheritance. He sold for a bowl of soup. Now he wasn't hungry anymore. Now you about to sell. You're going to give you $1 million. Now you can buy you a little car and buy you a little house. When you got the whole paradise there for you, got this great reward. Your inheritance, you inherit the whole earth, and you're going to sell it for a goddamn $1 million or $50 or whatever they're going to give you, which is it's not theirs to begin with. You understand, brothers and sisters? I tell you all those stories, and that story I knew about all the time. I was hoping somebody would know that and come and say, hey, man, you know that story is there, but nobody ever did. I've been talking about SC quite a while, but I never explained to you why he hates Esau. It's right there. Why would God hate Esau? What did he do? Because he despised his inheritance. That's how he lost it to Jacob. He sold his inheritance to Jacob for a bowl of soup. Reparation, that's the same idea. You're going to sell, well, now I got a bowl of soup, man, I got me some money. And they had to show on time, a reparation time, America would have to pay like $72 trillion. America doesn't have the money to do it anyway. They talk, see, they don't fool me because some of these shows, that's not a white person saying that stuff. Some of them, if they don't show anybody, is a Negro using a voiceover. He's pushing reparations. May think white people for it. Some white folks are for it. If you go for it, they need 100% participation. Go just one holdout, then God's going to destroy America because that one person. That's why Farrakhan was there, because the only holdout was Elijah Muhammad's people. So Farrakhan had to come out and tell you, no, we're not going anywhere. Yeah, we're going to get reparations. We're going to get 6 states. That's his purpose. But he didn't count on the Son of Man or mention of the covenant. So they got to get rid of him. Come on, bring it on. I'm not hiding. Go ahead and deplatform me again. You've done it several times already. That's the story, brothers and sisters, reparations. They're trying to sell it to you. Esau especially, because Esau, if he can sell it to you, he's the strongest of all. Then the kingdom's his again. That's the last battle. The 2 brothers fighting for who's going to possess the kingdom. He's trying to get back what he sold. So he's a thief because he already sold out and he's trying to take it back. That's why God hates him. You sold it. You got your bowl of soup. Now, I told you God honors contracts. Read the story. Hope you understand, bro and sister. I didn't think I was getting to cover this much, so I was go into more detail, but I'm going to leave it there because I don't want to spend 2 or 3 hours, right? But that was the main point. I was going to elaborate more, but I think it's clear enough. So they're trying to say reparations. America would love to give reparations if everybody go along with it. Then they can escape judgment. They can't escape consequence, but in their mind, they think they can. Remember, it tells you there. They remember the consequence. It says there's no fear of God before their eyes, no fear of consequence. So they didn't remember it. So they think if they can sell us, right, pay us off, God will honor the judgment. So, okay, what you want? You had the promised land. You had Master from Muhammad to God. And you sold that for a bowl of goddamn soup. Six states don't belong to them. And put $1 million in your pocket. Now, it ain't going to be worth shit in a minute. Once they give it to you, I already explained how that works. They never kept a contract they ever made in their life. Never. Even if they gave it to you and they honored it, right? The state our people in, you'd have it all back in an hour. Buying Cadillacs and carrying on. Then, well, I got a Cadillac. Then, oh, we need some gas. Well, you don't have no gas, Negro? Oh, yeah, man. Well, can't help it, man. The gas prices went up, man. It's $100 a gallon. Fools. Even if they try to honor it, which they would never do, you'd still be at the mercy of them. 6 states. Who's going to do the commerce? Can you grow anything? You have any electricians? If Farrakhan was truly about doing that, how come he wouldn't? He should, for the last 40 years, he should have schools teaching you government and everything else so you could run it. So if they gave it to you right now, you look over there, what the hell I'm going to do? What am I going to do? Like somebody give you an airplane. Here's an airplane. You're looking at it. What the hell I'm going to do with that? Here's an airplane. You don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's $1 million airplane. What am I going to do with it? Understand, brothers and sisters? I'm going to leave it there. That's why Esau, that's what Esau's coming back at you. Because he says it's his. And he figures you tricked him out of it. Remember, read the whole story. Right? Because it says Jacob tricked him. So he figured you tricked him out. So he's angry because he figured you tricked him. It doesn't matter. He still sold it. That's why God hates him. Because he despised God. He despised God's offer. God's reward. Despised it for a goddamn bowl of soup. For $1 million, it don't mean nothing. So you can buy you a Cadillac. And that's what trying to get you to do. And all those people talking about that, they have the answer for that. Oh, you mean you took reparations? Yeah, man. Well, then maybe you don't deserve to go back to the homeland. Only reason why you didn't sell out because we stopped the sale. We burned down the damn car dealership. That's the only reason why you didn't buy it, sell out. Otherwise, you was going to sell out. So your intentions destroyed you because that's what you was going to do. This is not a game, brothers and sisters. The judgment is serious. This judgment, it will be serious. Hope you understand. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, break us 7 seals. I'm going to give it another try, brothers and sisters. I've been working all day. Still got a few technical issues, but I think I may have solved most of them. Using different equipment. What happens, but I've come to realize there's no mic in the world that's going to make my voice sound any better. The problem with my voice is me. Right? Oh, yeah. It is what it is. I'm going to try to speak a little clearer and slower and enunciate a little better. Perhaps that will help. Brothers and sisters, there's so much going on. Right? And everyone is confused, at least mostly everyone. Some people have some idea. Devils know what they're looking for. They've been planning for this. But most people, at least we know the media lies, but if you talk to most people, they have no idea. They can't put this picture together. They can't connect the dots. Not able to connect the dots. Let me check something. I'm not sure why this is doing this. Did I do something? Just fading in and out, fading in and out, fading out. No. I'm not sure why it's doing this, but anyway. Let me change. I hope I don't mess up anything here. Yes. Okay, leave it as is. And I've been connecting dots for you, brothers and sisters. They can't understand, right, why they in Ukraine. You know, why is America supporting both Israel so strongly? Why are you letting people cross the border? Like it doesn't. None of this seems to make any sense. Both Israel is destroying America's credibility and causing all kinds of issues for America. Why is America in the Middle East? You know? Like I said, what's this Ukraine thing? And then why is America so adamant about Taiwan and China? And they can't connect the dots here. Not to mention what's going on in Africa. They don't like to mention Africa too much. But they say genocide going on in, I think, Sudan, I think they're saying. But there's no genocide going on in North Israel. See? But as I was telling you, brothers and sisters, what's happening is they're destroying themselves, and they don't realize it, right? Because even though they give you the interpretation of these individual things, I told you, information comes into the brain just calculates it. So information is coming in, and what they're saying, but the brain said, wait, this don't add up. Because they got this compiler I explained to you about that allows information in. Because they got one says, okay, it edits the information, says, allow this in, don't allow this in. So they got that, right? So instead they allow this stuff in, right? But the point is that it gets into your brain and you operate on it, but your brain is still going to calculate all these things together. And that's what they don't understand. Because all this information is coming in, there's got to be some kind of connection to it. It's got to have a logic or something. That's why people are confused, because it just don't add up. that's getting people upset and stressed and anxious. That's why they're asking questions. See, asking questions because something don't add up. When it add up, you don't need to ask questions. See, you understand? Yeah, I'm trying to give you a picture, trying to give you psychology of what's going on in the world today. See, they took and fed us information from the sealed Bible. But for that 500 years, it added up. See? I mean, we was black, they was white, they was in control. God cursed us, everybody else is white. God cursed us black. You see? So we was immoral. So all that stuff, that was the basic information, the sealed Bible. If you took that false Israel was Israel and that we were Ham, understand? If they got you to accept that premise, then everything added up. Right? So you didn't ask any questions. Your brain accepted that. Because that's the only information they allowed in. And it added up. But now, as time moves on, especially since Elijah came on the scene, stuff stopped adding up. Because right, they was getting rid of false Israel. All of a sudden, right, they stopped. Both stopped. Now they loved them. Right? Elijah said, hey, no, this is wrong. We're true to Abraham. And they got conflicting information. Before Elijah, we had no conflicting information. So it added up. And that reinforced our submission because it added up. I mean, who's black? Everybody was white, right? Why were we black? The people white was in charge. To help support, right, our submission. But now, information is coming in, contrary information to Elijah, and it start changing things. You see that because some black folks gravitate towards Elijah. Well, that happened because it was a conflict information, and their brains, to resolve it, information Elijah gave resolved the conflict. The information Elijah gave, that Master Abraham gave him, resolved the conflict. Right? Remember, it's like you throw a stone in a pond, and you get ripples out. They slowly go out. So you start little, and they got about this far, right? And then Elijah was taken out. See? They had to put something in to neutralize, right, those ripples. To destroy the information, because how they destroy the information? They says, well, they reinterpreted what Elijah said. So he's telling you the same thing the devil's telling you, the same information you had before. Farrakhan's telling you the same information you had before. You put Elijah's name on it. So if you didn't know any better, you would think that was Elijah's message. So, right, you was right back in tune with the American dream and everything else. The devil's not devils anymore. We're not going anywhere. Yeah, the kind of information. So they were, but here say Elijah said, because all of a sudden you're not getting Elijah's, that ripple effect from the stone. Now that's going. Okay. So Farrakhan's job is to neutralize that. See? And so now it adds up the way the devil wants to add up, because the counter-information is, right, put false Israel out there. You see? Then devils ain't devils anymore. We're not going anywhere. He's saying that's Elijah's message. So he's neutralizing Elijah's message and resolve the conflict. So therefore you right back where you were before. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. Okay? I'm trying to show you how to connect the dots. Because once you see, I told you it's like a puzzle, and I'm putting it together for you. Because you have a puzzle, let's say give you the picture, then you don't know what the puzzles look like, what it says. That's why they give you the picture, like the cheat, so you know. I mean, if you got the picture, there's no fun in the puzzle anymore. If you got the picture what the puzzle would look like, you're just going through the, right? Going through the motions. But if you did not know what that picture looked like, then it would be fun because then it'd be a challenge. There's no challenge. I don't care how many pieces you got if you already know what it looks like. Okay? So I'm telling you what it looks like, and right? You see? So it's easy for you to put the puzzle together. Because right now, you got conflicting information again from the angel. And though it may seem to you that no one's paying attention, it does not matter because, as I explained to you, brothers and sisters, information is still, they got their filters, but remember, it takes energy to keep getting information coming in. It still takes energy to do that. And after a while, you don't have enough energy to do that anymore because you got energy to take care of this and this. And man, I ain't got time to be filtering information out, right? So it's getting in. It's aggravating our people because if you look on YouTube lately, especially in the last year or so, you're seeing all kinds of information that you never saw in there before. A lot about false Israel's false. About we're the original people. And a lot of things like that. But the point is, they get more confused because they look out there and what they see and information going in is not adding up. Okay? So the devils realize, well, we got to stop that other information from coming in. So they attack social media, right? They platform you and everything else. Then they got the regular media, they constantly bombard you. Say, no, they're interpreting what you see. Or no, what you see, this is what's really what it means. Then they got the preachers who I explained to you, these mega churches, they're really agents, they're not preachers. So they're going full out. Right? But things are still not adding up. Even though they say it, because people are still asking questions. When people are asking questions, that means the information they're getting is not adding up. Why are you bringing people across the border? Why are you in Ukraine? Why you want to change the name of Gulf of Mexico to America, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America? Why you want to take Greenland? This is Trump talking about. He wants to take Greenland. He wants to take Panama Canal. He wants Canada to be the first, the next American state. Okay. Why are you in the Middle East? Why are you supporting false Israel so dramatically? Why are you not calling what's obvious to everyone, genocide, not genocide? It's not adding up. That's causing confusion. Okay? So when you get confusion, it means you want to be unconfused. Okay? And the confusion, the information is coming in, is becoming more confusing every day because what they're saying is not adding up to what they're seeing every day. Oh, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And people are getting nervous, like in false Israel. People are leaving that place like crazy. I mean, I think they say they lost about 20% of their population already in the end of the last year or so. You understand how this works, brothers and sisters? Understand how this works? The information to get in is not adding up. It added up before because they restricted. But so therefore, and the conflict is becoming greater and greater and greater. Because if it doesn't add up a little bit, then okay. Remember, it takes energy to do the calculations too. So it takes energy to think and to figure things out. And sometimes you just walk around, don't pay attention to what's going on around you. Doesn't matter. If you walk across the street, not paying attention to traffic, that doesn't mean you don't get hit. So some people will be hit because they're not applying the energy to understand what's going on. Our people lost for lack of knowledge. But those who are, they're getting angry, anxious, more and more every day. Because it doesn't add up. Well, why are they doing this? Why are they do? Then you got Mr. Trump on the scene. See, he's taking advantage of that. He's saying, no, it doesn't add up, right? Because you're not adding it right. See? So that's his trick. But no, going people across the border, that doesn't add up. And China, all the jobs are there, that don't add up because we need jobs here. Right? So he's trying to, right? And there shouldn't be no war in Ukraine. See? So in other words, he's trying to get you to say, okay, right? No, that's not adding up. But you need to add up this way. So he's found a way, that whether he's conscious of it or not, he's found a way to remove your anxiety. Because he's telling you, he's trying to show you, those things that are not adding up, get rid of them. Don't add up, get rid of them. Get rid of Ukraine. Stop that war in the Middle East. See, stop people coming across the border, because this stuff doesn't make any sense. See? So then you ain't got to add it up anymore. Those facts are eliminated. Make America great again. That don't add up either, right? You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to get you to understand. I told you it's a mind war. And whether he's conscious of what he's doing or not, he stumbled onto something, right? Because in a way, if you think about it, it's kind of obvious. People are confused about these things, so remove the things they're confused about. Remove things they ask a question about. They still hang on to false Israel. And he has to do that. Because that's the cornerstone of what's going on here. Because if that goes, big question is going to come up. It's going to blow away all of this. Because it doesn't add up, but still no. What they need to add up is the fact that they're the boss. We still ham. We still have to be in submission to them. Otherwise, what adds up to that? Adds up to we become independent, sovereign country inside of a country, which is a prescription for a battle, major battle. Okay? You understand? That's very simple if you think about it. All the other stuff you ask a question about, remove them. See? The one about false Israel, that's the one you cannot remove. That's the foundation of this whole thing. Can't remove that one. See? Because no one's, right? I mean, most black folks not even ask a question about that one. But they can't remove that one. Because therefore, if they're going, remember, this whole lie is based on false Israel being true seed of Abraham. And most of the world supporting that, especially the Middle East. I explained to you why. They can't remove that one. Trump can't remove that one. See? So you ask questions about that one, he cannot remove it. Remove that one, right? Then he activates, right, the engine in everybody's mind. I told you, result of that is we come together because we must be a true seed of Abraham. That's a rallying cry. That's a rallying point. Because we must change the whole narrative, whole understanding. Because now you got a vision. Your vision is the Abrahamic covenant, not the American dream. You change your whole perspective, your whole orientation in an instant. Because that's what's blocking it right now. Change it in an instant. But it also changes theirs in an instant too. Because they're in severe terror. Because now they realize the truth of it. And now, where it invigorates us and brings us together as a great, exceeding great army, it destroys their unity, right? And puts them in great terror, great fear. Okay? So they can't do that. And that's why Master Muhammad comes in. He comes in on two sides of this. The economy and the ideology. False Israel. They both go down simultaneously. Those are the two: American dream and false Israel. Right? Those two things are the primary thing that's holding you down. That's those two that are blocking. But you're starting to ask questions about them. Okay? But those two things blocking, right? Your rise. You're coming together, your birth. I told you, it's a mind war. Those are two major things right there. The two major. Of Israel, this economy, capitalism. And both goes down. That war in the Middle East, Michael's angels go to war, that dragon, and then the dragon represents the economy. Oil cuts it down. Boom. Okay. And Gog and Magog is one that's supporting false Israel. Keeping that lie going. Supporting that lie. So both goes same time, instantly. That's why it says things happen subtly, because when that happens, the information that comes bombarding, false Israel went down. I mean, you know instantly. And the economy crashes both at the same time. That's why it says it happens suddenly all at the same time. You can't miss either one of those. Economy goes down, you know that instantly because it's affecting you instantly. And false Israel goes down, affecting you instantly. Both affect. That means you got that information come to your brain, and all of a sudden, that's totally against what you had before, and you have to act on it. You have to act on the economy. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Oil cuts off, the economy collapses. You have to act on that no matter. You can't just sit there and say, okay, I'm going to sit. No, watch TV. No, you have to act on that instantly. See why I say happen all of a sudden? And then you have to act. But when you act, like putting on an engine, right? You turn the gas on, you turn the engine on, right? That's action, move it. But you got to have direction. False Israel, you can't go that way. That's gone. You can't go down that road. That road is gone. Can't go down the road, come down Jesus' road. That road just been destroyed. It's got a big old sign, dead end. But you got another sign here. Abrahamic covenant. Your land. Right? And you got a guy. As all you see is sunshine and blossoms. And birds singing. You see? I'm trying to make this very home clear to you, brothers and sisters. Hope I'm talking slow enough and clear enough. I've been working on it. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's why it's happening suddenly. Because you see dead end, you got to stop. You see, as you driving down the road, you see dead end. You got to put on the brakes. Especially if they don't tell you how far down the dead end is. You got to put on the brakes. You got to turn around and find another way. And that's what's going to happen. Because you're going to see a dead end sign in a minute. American dream is dead end, dead. It's dead. False Israel, that vision you had, false Israel, Jesus going to come back and save you and all this, dead. Bam. Because remember, all that's involved in that, because false Israel can't go down. They see Abraham, and if they get in trouble, right, that's when Jesus will come back and save everybody that's believing Jesus. But that didn't happen that way. False Israel gone. So that means Jesus didn't come back because they already gone. He supposed to come back and save them, but they weren't saved. They destroyed. So that means that was a lie there. And they're not true to Abraham because they could not be destroyed. And so now you've been hearing, remember, you've been hearing all your life, whether you accept or not, right? That we're true to Abraham, right? So that's like a little sign say, check that exit. Let me go see what Elijah's saying. I heard, because it went down. See, because I keep explaining this stuff in your brain. It's just, it's either they was trying to stop it by changing, giving you other, bombarding you with other information. Then they got Farrakhan. If it gets true, he's either nullify it. You see? So, all of a sudden, that's a dead end. I need to get the hell out of here. Yes, I said, check that exit. Let me go check the exit. Oh. There road leads to a better place this one was going to. There's a straight shot. They got a lot of company. I'm giving you a snapshot, what you can expect, how the process is going to go. That's what's happening. Suddenly, the people are sitting in the dark. Remember, you sit in the dark, you go down dead end. All of a sudden, you see a great light. Understand, brothers and sisters? Suddenly, wouldn't they be born in the day? Why do you keep saying? Because suddenly, what that happens, suddenly, it says that's going to be because everybody's on edge right now. Everybody's waiting for false Israel. Everybody's waiting for Iran to make us move. And they know it's going to be devastating. Iran's, I think they call it True Promise or something like that. The third one, they said it will be devastating. They said you will be hurt. Israel, false Israel, you will be hurt because you're not real. And so they said if they call it True Promise, it means they're going to do it. And we know it could happen any minute now. As far as I'm sure it should have happened already. But it says pray that it doesn't happen. I never liked that one. But regardless of that, the fact is, unless you're brain dead, you know something is about to happen. Well, things are happening. The point is just as it got to the inflection point, the threshold, where water changes to ice or water changes to steam. And it's so hot over there right now. How much before it bursts, blows up? We know it has to happen any day now. I mean, how much hotter can it get? America moved kind of troops over there. They took down Syria, and that was a sign that we was told in the fifth seal that would happen. As soon as that happened, that's when mass from Muhammad go into action. That's what happened over there now. Now everybody's fighting over Syria, right? And false Israel taking big hits. You're on board all the time. Then you got Trumpet, Mr. Trump, right? Trump. That's interesting, ain't it? He's trumpeting. He's going to do all this. He's going to inherit a shit mountain of shit. That's what he's going to inherit. That's what he's going to have, no doubt about that. But see, I tell you about personification of things, and he's going to be the leader of America. Now, I try to explain to you, when you put things under pressure, right? You have that core, like in a diamond, you have that core atom that first change, because in the center, so that's what the center experiences the greatest pressure. When you put something under pressure, the greatest pressure is experienced at the center. If you do the math, the greatest at the center is the greatest pressure. So that would transform first. So when you look at a crystal, you see the center of it transforms, and then it causes the rest to transform. It says that the schematic for the rest, right? And so America under great pressure produces the leader. They talk about democracy. That's bullshit. But the point is, it's still producing. That's their mechanism to do it. But that mechanism is, how should I say it? That's the quality they give it, democracy. Because if they didn't have democracy, he would still be the leader. See, but remember, everybody, okay, let me say another way. It's your nature how, in other words, if you're under pressure, the pressure is not going to change. The point is the quality you get of pressure, right? So if you're stupid, right, then you're going to do stupid things. If you're smart, you're going to smart. So in other words, the difference between stupid and smart would be a shit farm or gold mine, both worth $1 million. You understand? So your mind can only come up with a shit. But I got a $1 million shit farm. Smarter person can say gold. They get gold. Right? So the thing is that their way of dealing with pressure is democracy. Right? So the rule, I'm not sure if I'm saying that clear enough for you. See, before that, they had feudal systems and things like that, right? But I said the Islamic Empire put so much pressure on them, they kept reorganizing to find an organization, they could find a structure that could withstand the pressure they was under. And they ultimately find what's so-called democracy, but it still comes out to the same thing. Because think about it, even if you got a king, and if people don't go along with you, they're going to kill you. Just like happened in the French Revolution. Right? So he says, well, we get people to vote, but vote don't mean a damn thing. Vote don't really, they think it's just equality, but the pressure is what's causing that person to come to. Because they say, how did Trump get through all of that? It's the pressure. I'll explain that more another time, bro. I'm not sure if I'm getting the point through to you, but it's the pressure that brought him to it, right? Because they should put on pressure, and the strongest one, right, that can handle that pressure is the one that ends up in the center, right? That don't mean he's the strongest person in the nation. He's the strongest patient to handle that level of pressure. And the pressure is great, and a stronger person will have to take charge. Another stronger, you understand, until they get to the point where they get the strongest person they have, and that person can't withstand the pressure. And then it collapses. So let me say that again, maybe you understand it better. You put under pressure. So the pressure is 10, right? Okay, so the center is 10, but as it goes out towards the outside is 1, but the center is 10. So the person who's a 10, they'll be the one at the center running it. But say it goes up to 15, then because remember, if a person that's 10 got it, where's the person that's a 15? He's not going to be there because he'll be out with everybody else, right? Because the person that's a 10 will be the one in charge. But the pressure is greater, then if there's a 15 out there, that one ends up in the center. If it goes to 25, there's 25 out there, then because it moved the 10 out the way, the 15 out the way, they couldn't handle it. Then the 15 come out, the 25 comes out. Say if we get to 100, but the max they got is a 75, right, he was there, but went to 100, he couldn't handle it. That person couldn't handle it. That was the best they had, he couldn't handle it. Right? And so he's going to go crazy trying to keep it. He's going to try to make America great again, try to get control of everything, because he's going to be, you got to deal with all those pressures. And this president's coming on right now, Mr. Trump, he's going to deal with more pressures than any president ever. And the thing is, we see his transition, he's probably one of the strongest presidents they ever had, because that guy, man, look what he went through. They came at him with everything. They threw everything at him. So he proved that he's stronger, the strongest president they ever had. They threw everything at him. Tried to kill him. put him in jail, bankrupt him and everything. See? So he proved that he's the strongest they got. At least he's stronger than anyone else before. But he's the last one, that's for sure. Ain't no doubt about it. If he even make it. Because the way things are going, by the 20th, right, it could have collapsed already. But he would have had a heap of shit. See, it says pride. Let me say this. I read this. Get this right, brother and sister. Reason I'm saying that because you have to understand these things, brothers and sisters. See here. Pride goeth before destruction, and Holy Spirit before a fall. Pride goeth before destruction, Holy Spirit before, and nobody's more prideful and haughty than Mr. Trump. Bar none. That's it. Scripture, Proverbs 16:18. Why did he say those things? We're trying to identify the character, the psychology of the person, right, that's going to be in charge when America goes down. They don't just say those things, brothers and sisters. They say, they're giving you psychology of it. I tell you, the scriptures explain everything just from different perspectives. So he tells you psychology, because it says, destruction, that's in, right? Fall, that's in, right? So to be fall in destruction, you have to fall before you be destroyed. Destroyed, you don't need to fall. So he's saying both, fall and destruction. Pride goeth before destruction. Holy Spirit before a fall. So his Holy Spirit is going to be what's most manifest during the fall. When they get knocked out of false, right? Get out of Middle East. See? And Armageddon. See? And then they're going to get real prideful. See? Oh man, we're the greatest. Nobody can mess with us. That's Trump, right? You hear him, you can see him. You can see him saying it. Oh man, we gonna get to you. You can't kick us out of the Middle East, right? And we can't lose. We America. We the best. We can't lose. See, because they're losing everywhere. Then you become very prideful. See, and plus him, he cannot suffer any losses. He would not suffer. Remember, he fought everything they threw at him. He had the same spirit for America. Oh man, you can't knock us out of the Middle East. You can't let Russia have this win over there. You can't let China do, because everybody's been making their moves. So you gotta be very, very prideful. See? And then destruction. I keep explaining how to read these scriptures, brothers and sisters. What it said, they give you and that the scripture definitely identifies his idea, his personality. With a profile, what do you call it? Psychological profile. It's him, prideful and haughty. It says the nature of the person that will be leading America, right? And those that follow him, because they're the same. They have the same attitude. Pride and haughty, make America great again. You better have it solved in the Middle East by the time I become president, or it's gonna be hell in the Middle East. You're going to give us Greenland, right? And we're going to put some base down in Mexico, and we're going to call the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. Pride and haughty. Look at the stuff he's saying. I mean, he's throwing stuff out there that no ever present ever before. And you're going to kick your ass at me. Look at me. Look how great I am. You better F with me. It's telling you what kind of psychology the person you'll be dealing with. And we see it right in front of us. I keep telling you, brothers and sisters, like, I've been taking this time. First I had my voice was gone, then I had severe allergy, my system kept failing, everything was, and I got other issues you have no idea, brothers and sisters. Right? Like I said, resist can be greatest as you're about to win. I'm telling you, you hear me talking, you would have no idea what I'm going through. You have no idea, because I always sit around and complain about it. What's the point of complaining? Nobody listens anyway. Nobody gives a damn. Right? But you have no idea. But I know that things are about to blow up. But in fact, even this whole thing about suspense about Master Prophet Muhammad, right? I mean, I'm really bugged about that one. It said that John would be really upset about that one. To totally distressed. Man, look, hold it. Hey, man, it's time. What you waiting for? You know, the angel already said, bam. The angel doesn't quite say that, but Daniel does. And it's right? It's an extension of the angel. Understand, brothers and sisters? Yeah. And it says Suleiman will suffer more than anybody. Like I said, the one at the center, the one that experienced the greatest pressure. And then they transform everything else. Just do the math. Put pressure on something, the center is where the greatest pressure is. The one at the center is the greatest pressure. And it says, if you put our nation under enough pressure, right? See, that's another thing. They produce the Son of Man because the Holocaust put under so much pressure, right, that you had to finally bring the one that could handle that pressure to the center. Eventually, pressure kept building, eventually close to the center. So once he at the center, then he started transforming everybody else to be like him. See? That's the way it works. Look at crystals. It's all mathematics, brothers and sisters. You can't change the way the universe works. That's why he'll be at the center. Once he enough pressure to force him to the center, you can look at that way, or you look at that's enough pressure that caused his conception. Okay? And we know around 1949, 50, in that time, the world, 1990 changed, but 1950s changed the world too. 99 was just adjuncted, was a continuation of that. Because what happened in the 1950s? At that time, right? There's a whole bunch of events. I can't recall them all right now, brothers. I should. But if you look at the 1950s, right? I don't want to say because I don't want to. There was a Korean War. Well, you know, False Israel got set up. I'm not sure that's when China that was Russia, I think, exploded their first nuclear bomb. Might have been China, I'm not sure. Let me move on. I'll get to that tomorrow, maybe, perhaps. My voice. But that should have been 1948. Stats False Israel. A lot of things happened that year. False Israel got set up, and a bunch of I'm just kind of hazy on them right now. Christ was conceived. Then 1990, another great change. Right? That's when angels. Okay? Seals was broken. Just trying to get you to understand, trying to translate what's going on in the world, because if you understand it and you start thinking clearly, and start acting on it, because you're sitting right with knowledge. Right? You got to start acting on it. And you know you arrived, you can start using that key, angel key, to start doing things like I just did, showing psychology of the person that will be in charge of America when it goes down. Then you will start the first, the center of the crystal, by changing the other ones around it, be crystal like that, and that eventually spread out. The whole thing is, whole diamond becomes, whole cold piece of coal becomes a diamond. Look at study crystals. You got that, it's like that seed crystal, the one in the center. It's the first one that converts to a ruby or whatever, and then start transforming all the other ones, right? At the rate of R, 1 over R squared. That's a certain physical 1 over r squared. 1 over r squared, that's the rate that does it. That's the rate the sun comes from the, light comes from the sun. That's the rate that waves spread out from the center. Anyway, it's a universal factor there. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's where we are right now. I know Master Muhammad, when he moves, you're going to choose optimum time, because I told you about the art of war, right? And so, if he had moved 50 years ago, he would have won, but damn, with the proof. Destruction would be great, because they got a lot of power too, but their power's getting weaker and weaker and weaker, so when he moves, they won't be able to resist. Because America's walking to a trap that's diminishing their power, and they don't realize it. I'm not saying any more of that, but they're walking to a trap. It says they will be a victim of mischief. When I say every action has every consequence, the consequence will be direct. It said to be perfect. These were perfect. The consequence will be a direct relationship to what they did. They've done everything. They create mischief and shed blood, so they would go down by mischief. It says, get your hand. It says, who lives by the sword will die by the sword. So the sword, that's shedding blood. So they shed blood, and their blood will be shed. See, America's been immune for all protected by the oceans and haven't been invaded and anything, because the dam was building up. You can't stop consequence. You can pray to Jesus, you can pray to Buddha, whatever, Shiva. You cannot stop consequence. Allah cannot stop consequence. No one can do it. It's impossible. Allah cannot change that law. Every act has an obsolete reaction. It cannot be changed. Or you can just dam it up. And when you dam it up, that means when it hits you, if it's spread out, maybe survive it. Pressure. But if you dam it up, right? It's like being hit by a punch every day for a year. One punch. Boom, boom, boom. So the next day you get a chance to recover from the one you got yesterday. You get butt hit. Man, whew, I got 24 hours to recover from it. What if they hit you with a punch that's 365, equal to all that punch at one time? You wouldn't survive it. It'd kill you. That's what it says. All they've done are coming in one day. They cannot survive it. They dammed it up. So they had a good time. If they had dammed it up, then they wouldn't have got the power and everything they got. See? Because that means that they damn up. They do all the stuff they were stealing. Like if you're stealing $1,000 from everybody, man, you get rich. Oh, now I stole. I got $10 million, man. I stole. See, and you had a party, you partied. But all of a sudden the dam breaks. Now you got $10 million worth of grief coming down your ass. All these people they stole from, they come down here. And all of a sudden, oh man, what happened? Party is over now. And not a goddamn thing you'll do about it. And that's what it says what happened in America. See? They was partying because they had this thing dammed up. They had us dammed up. See? Holding back. See? Holding back that tiger, that lion. Got me in the cage. All of a sudden, the cage door breaks. He been sitting there for a whole year. Look at your ass. Oh, man, I wish I could eat that chump. And you got me and you throwing some meat every now and then. So, oh, you okay? Then one day you forget to lock that cage, boy. They say, you're lying shit. See? I said, yeah, I got your ass, didn't I? See? That's the way it goes, brothers and sisters. That's what we're looking at. So when the consequence comes, it's coming as a whirlwind, as a storm, tornado, tsunami, earthquake, all wrapped up together. And all they've done. And you're going to get the revenge for everything. So you're going to be made whole because you're going to get revenge, right? The revenge is going to correct you. Okay, put it this way. You cover with shit, right? So you take the shit and take off and put it on somebody else. Now, you're good to go. But now they cover with shit. See what I'm saying? So in other words, all that frustration and anger and stuff that you've been going through for 40 years, all of a sudden you're going to push it over on them. That's the consequence. Then you're going to be cool. You'll be mellow. Yeah, you'll be more than mellow. Why? Because they was happy and everything. See, it's going to be reversed. They was happy and joyous and everything else, doing all that shit for 500 years. So now, and you was in anguish, you was in pain, suffering. Flip the script. Now you happy and joyous, kicking their ass. And you pleasant, peaceful, and now they're in anguish and fear. Understand, brothers and sisters? That's what's about to happen. And when it happens, and I can guarantee you it will happen. I'm not, it's going to happen soon. I'm not even going to go to my this year, no. If it don't happen by this month, brothers and sisters, I think I'm going to take me a plane to Mars and see what's happening, brothers, over there. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it getting past this month. I don't see it. I just don't see it. On my master, and I've been telling a lot of things I haven't told you that I know I haven't told you, but still. And I can't tell you certain things because I see it. That was walking to a trap. So certain things I just can't tell you. But still, I can tell you this. I do not see it getting past this month. I just don't see it. I had my concerns about the other one because I said prayer, and I kept telling you, Elijah, Master from him has to make the call. Right? So I did tell you those things. Right? But the way I saw it, based on Angel was saying, it had to be during that period of time. But I had questions about, well, pray. I said, well, what's that to mean? Right? But now, I just don't see it, brothers and sisters. I just don't see it. I've never been this sure in my life about anything. I can hardly see it. I get past next week. Right? I just don't see it. Because only a couple of things could happen, brothers and sisters here. The pot stops boiling, everything calms out, everybody's cool. Or the pot boils. It can't be no in between. It's got to be one or the other. If it gets hotter, it's going to get hotter. It's either going to get hotter or cool down dramatically. Either way. All of a sudden, everything's going to, the war's going to stop, everything cool. Right? Boom, boom. Or it's going to boil. And we know we're at the boiling point right now. Because the angel tells you that after cereal goes, boom, any day, you know, they had to go first. And then, okay, let's talk about some other things. But like I said, I said I was going to spend a little time. Hopefully I got my sound good. I'm working hard on it. So I'm going to spend a little time. Right? For the day of the Lord is near for all the nations. It's a global thing, brothers and sisters. Because all the nations will be destroyed by the apocalypse. So when you understand that, right? And they're the resistance, because what's causing the apocalypse? We. And they're not going to lay down and die. They'll be resisting it. You understand? All the nations. I already showed you. They will all be destroyed. So that means they can be the resistance. All of them. If all of them can be destroyed, that means they all resist. I showed you the pattern of how only one survive is us. All nations. Okay? And they was part of the oppression. I mean, all had a hand in it. It tells you that false Israel not only financed our enslavement to hard costs, but they were slave masters themselves. They were some of the worst slave masters. It tells you that in Daniel, right? Was wrapped around brass, right, and iron, right? The tree, what was the tree? And the brass represents false Israel because brass is like a image of gold, and iron is like an image of silver. And the tree was wrapped around with gold, a brass band and silver, and an iron band, right? And with the tree that was cut down, and that means, and remember the statue? It was gold, silver, that's us the gold, silver's Levites, African brothers, right? The brass, why in that order? Because the brass is an image of gold. You can polish it up and everything else and fool people. It's like the iron. That silverware you got is not silver. It's iron. Then you do the same thing iron. You polish it up and you might fool somebody think it's silver. And that's what it's talking about. So false Israel is, they pretend to be us. And so they was equally, but they try, oh, we with you. No. Use the worst. And plus you finance the slave Holocaust. And use some of the worst slave masters. Some of the worst. Your doings will return on your head as backfire. That's consequence, telling you that's consequence of what you've done. But just you drink on my holy mountain, right? All nature will drink eternally, drink to the last drop. And a lot of ways you can look at that, brothers and sisters, right? But if you look at it from the blood point of view, right? See? They were drinking our blood. But now, right? And become as they never, and they will drink to the last drop and become as they had never existed. I mean, I said that backwards. Let me, oops. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I was thinking about something else. Scratch that remark about the blood. They would drink to the last drop and become as if they had never existed. Means they're going to be totally wiped out. Becomes they never existed, like they never was around. That's like thorough, complete destruction will be. But on Mount Zion, there'd be those who escape. So there'd be a remnant. I told you, I explained to you, those that go into captivity. Then the house of Jacob will be fire, house of Joseph flame. So he characterized the Levites and the Shabazz that tried to work together, went to the Holocaust together as in terms of fire, right? But the house of Esau, right? It will be stubble. How stubble comes from fire. Okay? So they tell you, and they will set them on fire and consume them. So they're telling you, right? That's getting to something else I'm going to get to in a minute. So that there will be no survivors in the house of Esau. So if Esau goes, it means all of them had to go. Because Esau was the strongest of all of them. That's the African brothers. Esau will hate us. Well, let me speak to that right now then. I was going to wait. Let me speak to that right now. I'm still holding on to my voice here, brothers and sisters. Let me start talking fast again. I didn't think about it. Let me slow down. You see the four winds? Said, wait till the four winds blow. Now, if you understand the angel key, you know the four winds, right? Okay. Three of them, well, they're all Levites. They're all Levites, right? They're all Levites. And Obama is the king of them. You understand it? But what happens is that when God can make our strong out, right? You see, we're pregnant. They're pregnant with us. You understand angel key? Those for me, angel key, know what I'm talking about. They're pregnant with us. Now, they're about to give birth in a day. But what happens is, and you see it back in Genesis, right? Obama and his angels, Levites, the winds, three of them. Last one, he's a Levite, that's larger. That's another story. He attacks us while we're still in the womb. Because Esau hates us. Remember, he knows he's going to be destroyed. Lucifer knows he's going to be destroyed. Legion knows he's going to be destroyed. Oh, excuse me. Well, Legion's a demon. Back up. I'm getting ahead of myself. Esau knows he's going to be destroyed. Lucifer knows he's going to be destroyed. And so, they knew they had but a short time left. Remember? It talks about him in Angel. He knew he had but a short time left. So therefore, he steps feet upon the land and the sea. Right? That's the way. Because he knew he had a short time. He knows what's going on. And he knows. Remember, Esau was angry because he said Jacob was going to get the inheritance, us, and then the older brother, they can be cast out. And so he's going to attack us. That's what it's saying. He's going to attack us. They're trying to make us born stillborn, attacks in the womb before we're born. As that attack itself, right? That's going to make our people rise up. I said, when the four winds blow, right? Because at that time, right? Remember, all this happened suddenly at the same time. Look what you have happening. You have false Israel, bam, gone. Oh, it's gone. Oh, that's gone, right? Economy collapse. Gog and Magog. Right? These two things, right? And you still got this emotional attachment to them after that's a tribulation, right? But you still, these two things, right? You got to get your mind back, right? American dream is gone, right? But you still got another little stone in your shoe. Most still have it. We hear people talk right now, right? Our African brothers. African brothers. Obama. They're going to help us. We go back to Africa. They can help us. Okay? That's be a false vision. That's the vision you're going to run to first. It's going to happen suddenly. Remember you said dead end, you said sign up here? Well, I got to find another vision. The default vision, Obama, Africa. Work with the Africans, we go back to Africa. That's your default vision. Hope I'm explaining more details, bro. Because that's your false vision you're going to have. Immediately, remember, your brain's going to be bombarded. I said, you're going to get so much information at first. All falsehoods are gone. Oh man, the economy's going, what am I going to do? Right? And the more attractive one, right? For our people, Africa, Obama. Because he's going to stand up, he's going to stand out at that time. He go back to Africa. Okay? He got nothing here. Y'all going back to Africa, but North Africa, Arabia. And then what happens? They don't want you to go back there with no parts of you. They have to kill you. Read what three of the winds do. Kill 1/3 of men. They're talking about you. They're going to be attacking the devils too, but they want to get rid of you. Because remember, it was Lucifer that told Eve to take you out to begin with. So now they attack you. So now you've been attacked by the devils. So now, right? That's the beginning of your separation from them, that emotional stress that you're going through tribulation. Beginning of that, American dream's gone. All this is gone. Religion's gone. Economy's gone. Yeah. And then your belief in America, defending you and all that kind of stuff, that's gone. That's your emotional attachment. And now you still got two more problems. The demons, Legion, and Lucifer, you got two more problems. Because you're still divided because you got the demons amongst you. And you got this alternate backup vision going back to Africa, abuse your African brothers. All these things that you've been bombarded with that you don't even realize, all these different chains around you, they got you with. And all these things collapse at once. Because first of all, they have to attack while you're still in the womb. They can't allow you to come out the womb. That's why the four winds, they attack you while you're still in the womb. Try to make you born stillborn. Because you didn't come together as a single great army yet. You still got the demons amongst you. So you're not united yet. But you're still, right? And the NOI, specifically, right? Oh. Farrakhan, he's cast down. American dream, that's all that's gone. Now you start to see, you still got demons amongst you. You still got attached to Africa. And both of those have to be broken. That's why you got to be baptized. You got to be broken, all of that. Because you say something, a lot of people, man, oh man, you're talking about Africa, man. You're trying to divide us. The enemy too. All the nations. This is all about. You got to be you got to be mentally and socially and spiritually broke, economically separated from all the nations, because all of them have their hands on it. All of them have their hands in it after you. Every one of them. Demons, Levites, all of them against you. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's how I put that together for you. That's what's happening right there. As you're going to experience. You'll come after you. Why are you African brothers that's attacking us? You know, why are you demons? How come y'all don't get it? Somebody has to be here and say no. That's why you're not united, because you mixed them demons mixed up. So he's got to take move those demons out, cast them out. That's part of your purification process. Throw them out. Get you to understand Esau is your enemy. Your African brothers, right? Give your mind back. Kill that American dream. And finally, break your social, emotional attachment to these devils. And that's it. All this has to happen. That last thing to happen, right? Be emotional. That's what tribulation is about. Because some of you still got that emotional attraction to them. Feel sorry for them and everything else. That take a little longer to do. Because when you go to tribulation, you already know about Esau. You're going to know about the demons. The American dream is gone. Apostles are gone. So what's left? Your emotional attachment. Devils. You have to recognize that they're beasts. That look like you, they're beasts. That has to be grained into your mind, into your heart. You have to be told your being, because it's hard. Because look at them, they're so cute. They look like us. They talk like us. And some of us, man, some of us in love with them. I mean, they got a strong, that emotional attachment to them is really strong in some of us. Some of us, one reason why we in religion, and all this stuff, because our emotional attachment to them. See, they look like angels and all this stuff, and they showing you. And now the women, man, they got to walk around naked. You know? I saw a brother at the gym, man, he was talking about this devil, man. I sure want to hit. I said, man, see? Because you don't realize how strong your emotional attachment is to them. That's the last thing. Because you have to see them how they really are. You have to see them as beasts. And you have to come to your mind, that's it, they are beasts. And you have to see it close up. You can't be told. Because the American dream is gone. Ain't no question about that. Right? False Israel gone, no question about that. She got attacked by the Africans, ain't no question about that. The demons, right? Ain't no question about that, because they ain't going nowhere. We stand here, right? You know, when they you see what I'm saying? So, only question is your emotional attachment. And that's why you're going to see them as, you got to be here to see them as they are. Can't be told it. You have to experience them, see how they are. That's what a strange thing. You're going to be the witness to it. That they're beasts eating each other and everything else. You're going to be, and when you see that, if you still have emotional attachment to them after that, you won't even get out of here. I don't know if I never went into that before, brothers and sisters, but like I said, I'm considering stopping my broadcast, right? But I'm telling you things that I ain't told you before. I'm trying to bring all this together for you to understand exactly what's going on, brothers and sisters. Why these things happen like they happen. What's the connection? Okay. And they're backup. People bring people across the border. Okay. That's their backup plan, brothers and sisters. Get rid of you. To get rid of you, they strategize the economy. You're doing all the manual stuff that robots can do. They can't just bring the robots in and let you train them. Then you figure out what's going on. If they get rid of you, they got to have these right in place to step in, that transition to automation, AI, whatever you want to call it. And then once they got that robot flipping the burgers and all that stuff that you thought only you could do, then they send them back home. But you gone. I'm putting all the pieces together for you, brothers and sisters. And this, well, I'll go ahead and read it. And thou said, I should be queen forever. Remember, America's cast as queen, cast of Eve, so that thou did not lay these things to heart, neither did you remember the eventual consequence of it. Means, remember? That's an interesting word. Remember? Means they was told? Is that what that means? Anyway, they knew it would be eventual. And they say maybe there will be a consequence of what you're doing. And so you're doing all this stuff and you weren't paying attention to the consequences you're going to solve. Therefore, hear now this. You are given to pleasures. Means you're given to pleasures. Lack of discipline. That means your power is declining. And dwell carelessly. That's again lack of discipline. And you're dwelling carelessly. That's also an aspect of power. Because if your power decreases, it means you're going to be careless. Be paying attention. It's aspect of discipline also. Thou said in the heart, I am and none besides me. Haughty. I'm the greatest empire ever. And I shall not say as a widow. Right? In other words, I'm protected for Magog too, Britain. Ain't nothing happened to them under my watch. See? Because they're female, but the widow be they lost the husband. They ain't gonna lose that. You got to read between the lines here, brothers and sisters. They said they're going to protect, right? Britain and God. Neither shall I, Lord, lose no loss of children. Who is the child of? I love this stuff, brothers and sisters. But look at one day maybe you. Well, the point is that when you get home, once you get the angel, another book coming. So you probably never get to appreciate this. That's the only thing that gets me this whole 30 years. I mean, it's just total zero. I mean, have not benefited from anything in 30 years doing this. No benefit whatsoever. It's one calamity after another after calamity is just nothing but trouble. But the one thing about this is that the beauty of it that impressed me mentally. Because think about who's the child of America, of Adam and Eve. And we know Eve represents America and Adam represents Britain. Who's that child? Cain. These guys, those are loss of children. That means they ain't gonna lose false Israel. I'm not, and nothing gonna happen to Britain, and nothing gonna happen to false Israel. I tell you, buddies, I read into this stuff, right? And it's telling you so much. I keep telling you, it's saying the same thing. All these scriptures and everything, you just have to, from different perspective. And I'm going to tell you more things. Every time I go in this, I can tell you, but I have to tell you, they say line upon line, and how they say it, word upon word. It was one. Every time I go, I go deeper and deeper with you into it, because I know if you don't understand add and subtraction, you're not going to understand multiplication. And that's exactly what that's saying right there. Why did it say that? Why would it say that? Ain't just saying that. I will not say as a widow. I will not lose for Magog, Adam, and I will not no loss of children. I ain't not gonna happen to false Israel. I'm not gonna let that happen. But these two things shall come you the moment and the one day. Suddenly. Every time I read this, brothers and sisters, I give you more information in it. Sometimes I sit back to see if anybody's going to pick up on it. And that give me some hope that maybe you're studying, maybe you're getting it. That's exactly what that's saying. I tell you, it's all saying the same thing. It says it's going to happen one day. Not only that, but there's also a second loss of children. That's why I said it in plural. Because remember, the ones going in captivity, I explained that, right? And widowhood. You're going to have lost children and widowhood. You're going to lose both. False Israel, and I told you, Magog goes down at the same time, but right behind that, because they're going to, soon as they get kicked out of the Middle East, Armageddon, east starts. I told you, false Israel, not false Magog, that's the one that says, the firstborn, right? Says that they're going to be taken out right away, instantly, by China. In one day. We're talking about 1 year, 1 month, what are you talking about? Okay? Shall come to you in there. And one day, come to you in a moment, in one day. So they give you two names, a moment and 1 day. That means it's very short. Why did you say a moment and 1 day? Why didn't you say in a moment? In 1 day. So they're talking about a specific time and a very short time within that specific time. The Lord's children of widowhood, they shall come upon you in their perfection. That means with total destruction, be perfect. That means the consequence will come on them exactly. Every act has, it will come, the quality will be exactly as they have done. So false Israel, all the stuff they're doing right now will come on them exactly just like it is what they're doing right now. That's what come. That's why it says perfection. You say, oh, they deserve it. Here's the idea. Pluck his eyes out, his eye got plucked out. Well, you say, his eye plucked, but he got cancer. Well, that's not perfection. He got bad luck and turned into a form of cancer. That's not perfection. It'd be perfection if he got the same way that he did, or she did. Let's say in perfection. And what happened to Magog was going around destroying countries. Remember, they started, and then America came out of them. Right? So now the destruction said in perfection, just like they had done, the destruction going to come on them in 1 day. That's why it's be perfect. And people say, damn, that's exactly what they was doing. And now they got destroyed the same way as they was doing. False Israel, all of a sudden, now, genocide. They have children, everything being destroyed. They're going to be on the siege before. That's what I said. That wouldn't happen if they didn't go on the siege first. It is totally destroyed. No, it had to be in perfection. That means they have to be on the siege because they got Gaza under siege. So they had to go on the siege, be in perfection. That's what it's saying there. Okay? For the multitude of thy sorceries, for the great abundance of thy enchantments. Okay? Sorcery and enchantments. What's that all about? Okay? For you have trusted in your wickedness. You have said, none sees me. Thy wisdom and knowledge has perverted thee. And you have said in your heart, I am, and none beside me. And what we're talking about right there is that their wisdom and knowledge. Remember, I told you, wisdom and knowledge is just personification of your pressure. It's personification of your pressure. Right? All this that come out here is result of their knowledge and wisdom. Right? But I told you, thought is pressure. So all that. But they didn't realize, right, that that's pressure. But now greater pressure is coming, and there's nothing they can do about it. Greater pressure just crushes lower pressure. In this case, it's going to stretch it. It's going to be so greater that it's going to crush it all together. If you understand that, that's what it's saying here. Because their knowledge and wisdom it's going to fail them because they don't understand it's connected to how much pressure they have. And that's diminishing because they lack of discipline. But even if they had it, if they had total power, right? Total discipline, pressure is coming is greater. And so if thought is knowledge, thought is pressure, that means their thoughts is the pressure there. And that's as complicated as their thoughts can be. But the greater thought coming is going to crush it. And they're going to think, hey man, this worked before. Why it's not working now? Because they don't understand that thought is pressure, is a greater pressure. There's nothing they can do, nothing. I said, it perverted you because you able, see, because you was under so much, your pressure was greater than everyone else's. You was able to knock the Sunnis out. You was able to knock the Hindus out, the Buddhists, knock us out. Because your pressure at that point was greater than all other pressure. And so you attribute that to being wise. It was wise for that level of pressure. But you thought, hey, see, I'm defeating everybody. So I'm so wise. Yeah, you had the wisdom to do that. But now there's a greater wisdom coming, a greater pressure that can crush you. Hope you understand that, brother and sister. So that's what they understand. They thought, oh, wisdom is just infinite. No, wisdom is tied to, it is your pressure, the amount of pressure you have. Remember, this consciousness. And so they thought because they had greater pressure than everyone else, they wise, look out. They realized greater pressure will crush that no matter how, because that wisdom will be greater. The wisdom of angel is greater. Understand? The power, because the discipline that comes with it is greater. And it's getting more powerful every day. As you get more energized, the power increases. Because I said, we receive that energy every 50 years, and now we're starting to bubble up. It says it's momentous in the heavens and the earth. That means the earth has absorbed it, and then the earth releases it on a 24-hour basis. Right? They'll release it all at once, and then it takes 50 years where you get all, and then another wave comes in. So every day you've been energized. Every day you've been more energized. What are you doing with that energy? If you couldn't live if you wouldn't get energized every day, because you got to plug in your phone. If you don't, it dies. So you get more energy every day. So what are you doing with it? Are you investing that energy in yourself? Are you investing in trying American dream? What are you doing? You're getting energy every day. When you wake up, that means now you're restored and you got charged. And now you got another burst of energy. What are you doing with it? Everybody gets the same amount. What are you doing? How are you investing it? You see? And so that pressure is coming greater and greater and greater. Remember, if you got high pressure and low pressure, but the low pressure gets greater, but high pressure is crushing it. I mean, it's overcome it, but it's not crushing it because the lower pressure is getting stronger, stronger, stronger. So it's actually squeezing pressure on the higher pressure, right? And resistance gets greater and greater because the lower pressure is getting stronger and stronger until it gets equal to the higher pressure. At that point, maximum resistance. Stalemate, max resistance. But then it keeps growing. That's when it crushes the outer pressure. So angels start out low pressure, growing. And so the world, you see the pressure put on the world. The world is changing. I keep telling you, you have they got a big room full of air, full of water, right? And then you put a balloon in the middle. You keep pumping air in that balloon. The balloon gets bigger and bigger. But the room is sealed. The pressure outside gets stronger because now you're decreasing the area for that pressure. So the balloons get bigger and bigger and bigger. That means the outside pressure is coming greater and greater and greater. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. So the outer pressure has less room because the balloon's taking up more pressure. It keeps bigger and bigger to the point where both are equal. And if the balloon gets growing, it crushes the outer pressure. Hope you understand that way, brothers and sisters. Okay? That's why you got to keep putting air in it. That's why someone has to keep on preaching, putting air in it, getting bigger. And now you see the reaction of the world. The world's changing dramatically. And now it's right on the edge. It's right at the point where it cannot, it's up against the wall. Everybody's saying, it's going to be a nuclear war, which means, just think about that, brothers and sisters. If you understand pressure, it can equal thought. So if you take it and you put somebody under pressure, they start getting pressure, right? Start getting nervous and things, right? They start seeing their doom. They start seeing that's why now they're talking nuclear war means their destruction. That means they're at the point of destruction. Because they ain't talking that way. They never talked that way 20 years ago. They were throwing away 10 years ago. They were throwing away 5 years ago. So they talking about nuclear war means they're telling you that they're about to be destroyed. The pressure's so great. Remember I told you they started thinking and trying to figure out how to. So you're under pressure, like in the elevator, somebody's getting bigger push. Oh man, the guy keep pushing, and now we can't do that. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter here, right? I say, man, if this guy's keep pushing, man, he's gonna crush my bones. He's gonna crush my bones, man. Cause he stop pushing, man. Cause he pushes so much, he's pushing everybody in the next to Hulk, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So in the elevators, they ain't got a place else to go, and the pressure building on them. After a while, they get up against the wall, they can't move. Right? And the pressure's so great, man, they can start feeling their bones cracking. Oh man, my bones are cracking. If you keep on going, man, I'm gonna die. Oh man, it's getting higher. The world's upset. We might have nuclear war. I try to get you to understand these things, brothers and sisters. You understand? So let's move on. You're trusting your wickedness, you're trusting your pressure, but you didn't realize there was a greater pressure. Right? It's coming behind you. It perverted you, and you have said in your heart, I am, and none beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon you, shall not know when it comes. That means that greater pressure. You ain't gonna figure it out, you gotta understand it. See how I'm explaining this, brothers? Every time I explain in more detail. That's what it's saying there. It said everything I've been saying, you got to be able to break this down. Therefore, evil shall come upon you, or you not know from whence it comes. It means a greater, so you ain't gonna be able to figure it out because this pressure is greater than your pressure. That means this thought is greater than your thoughts. You can't figure it out. See? And it shall come upon you. It's gonna come in a way, right? As you have done. Do double them as they've done to you. See, it's saying the same thing. Right? And this shall fall upon you and not be able to put off. You won't be able to, see, because they're going to do double. So that means you ain't going to be able to put off because they're going to do double to you. They're going to do double to you. So that means you're not be able to put off. And desolation shall come be suddenly, and you will not know. Because you ain't going to be able to figure it out. Because there's a greater pressure you're dealing with, a greater pressure than you. I mean, a greater wisdom that you can understand. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Here you go. Our people are getting agitated. Stuff don't add up. Master Muhammad's going to give him a big boost. Okay? Take away false Israel, economy. It's going to be a big boost. Open their brains up to the angel. Going to come flooding in. It's going to be very dramatic at first because remember, anybody can take all information at once. Information come flooding in and be very angry. Look how angry. Okay? And that's what they get ready to remember. Doing them as done to you. So look what they've done to you. So now you're ready to do that to them. So they're going to be angry in a minute. They're going to be totally, and then you're going to be back cool, mellow. But you ain't put that on them. You understand, brothers and sisters? Yeah. Farrakhan. That's his daddy there. That's his daddy. Principal Clark. He says daddy raped his mama. Sarah May. Produce him. That makes him a devil. You are what the seed are. They try to minimize it. Oh, well, one drop of black blood make you black. It might make you black, but it doesn't make you original. We just call it skin folk, not kinfolk. Orioles. You notice those sayings don't say those things anymore? Notice how they try to take it out of the, right? Trying to change the language, bro. Trying to pick you back to before Elijah. Right? And so, like father, like son. Now he's raping. His mother tried to abort him 3 times. That sounds like a devil story if you compare that to so-called Christ story. Right? And this is a product of rape. like Sunday, he hasn't produced a goddamn thing in 42 years, but yet still he's very rich. We say $72 million or something like that. How you get that? You don't have a business or anything. But he's not taking that money that they're giving him, investing in businesses and things, put in his pocket. He's raping the nation of Islam. Farrakhan. Oh, he's got consequences coming to him. Ooh. So, see where we are here. Okay, I can talk a little while longer, brothers and sisters. I hope my voice holds up. See, like I said, many things just, you ask yourself, okay, we're going to energy deprivation and we're going to make Adam rule. How would he rule? What structure would this be based on? And we're going to give him the sealed Bible as a guidance, because it tells you that would be his guidance. It tells you that. So, what kind of condition we be in? We'd be in energy deprivation, where we work our ass off and produce gold for master. He give us cow chips and shitless to eat. Yeah, we bring food and everything, and we eating shit. He eats the food and right, converts the shit, and that's what he give us to eat. Symbiotic relationship. So we put in a lot and get a little back. Well, what kind of economic system is that? That's capitalism. Because if you're putting in a lot and getting back, that means somebody's profiting off of you, exploiting you. That's what capitalism is. So the economic system will be capitalism when you're in energy deprivation. Right? And your mindset, right? What kind of mindset would it be? Religion. That's to justify what's happening. And so there's a sealed Bible there. Obey your master. Do what the master tell you to do. So forth and so on. Right? You Ham is born to be slaves. Okay, that would be, because it had to be something. Otherwise, put it this way. Somebody will be ruling you. So what kind of economic system would they, that fits that situation? You put in one, so okay, that's it. You're putting a lot in, getting a little bit back. Exploitation. So that's capitalism. What kind of, right? Okay, as far as they have to justify that. Right? So they have to say, okay, you have to go along with it. You have to, see, you have to go along with that. So that's where sealed Bible comes in, because it tells you to go along with it. Obey master, do what master tells you to do. You're a slave, you're Ham. All those things tell you to go along with this. Otherwise, how can he rule? You have to submit. If you're fighting him, that's his kingdom. But we have a justification. Justification is that you deserve to be exploited. Does that work together? Deserve to be exploited. Because you're Ham, wicked, sinful. Right? And then that has to be right across the nation that's doing that to you. They have to consensus. Otherwise, right, you can escape that. There's no justification. They pay you. Everybody has to be on board. Otherwise, there's people not on board. That means now you got a door you can go through and say, hey, I'll be with y'all. We didn't have that door, did we? To my underground railroad and all that kind of stuff. You still was here. You had a door to go through. Well, we go to Kansas, and there won't be slaves there, and we're gonna get what we pay for, right? So forth. No, that didn't happen. The whole country was on board with this. That's democracy. And that's what we call democracy. It had to be consensus. Just take out their little nice word, Christianity, capitalism, democracy. Just put it basic. Slavery, justification for slavery, and a consensus, everybody on board. They put a name to it. That's what it had to be. But then once it's over, that doesn't work anymore. They can't exploit you right? You put 100 and you get 200 back. They can't exploit you. How can they exploit you? Because you're getting more back you put in. That's our system. Our system will not be capitalism. That's why I'm talking about mercy and grace. But that, not grace, but they're talking about, right? Advancement. Because in the hereafter, you put 100 in, you get 1,000 back. You get more back you put in. And keep on going for the next 72 trillion years. Can you imagine? It won't have no Christianity. Religion be mathematics. Understand? Mathematics. That'd be justification for what we're doing. Justification for, I'm giving you justification right now that everybody gets the same amount, the universe is contracting. It's mathematics, it's justification of what we're doing. And then unity, right? But we don't have to, everybody be in their own paradise. Everybody have to follow what everybody else doing. You do what you do, your own thing. But we work in a body, everybody's going to, right? Your heart does this thing, but what it does, right, is by very nature helps the lungs and right? So you doing your own thing, you be free, totally free like a bird, because what you're doing is going to profit the rest of the body. You understand? That's true freedom. The heart does what it does. It don't worry about breathing, don't worry about anything. It just pumps. It's happy pumping, but it benefits the whole body. The lungs just benefits the whole body. It does its thing. You're totally independent, doing who you are. Understand? Going anywhere. Okay, let's move on here. Now we're talking about the 5 levels of our nature. Is 5 aspects to our nature. Okay? Mind, right? Economics, emotions, right? Land, and the body, our unity. They have to have land, right? And so there is that they got us right now, and they attack all those levels. We're totally in captivity because they have us control our emotions. They control us totally. They control our unity. They control economics, our sovereignty, because we captives, and our mind. All 5 levels. That 5 pillars of Islam break that, but you need an angel to guide it. See? So they got it right now. And that's what we have to do. This is about in place right now, brothers and sisters. Right? Master Muhammad is getting ready to destroy false Israel. That's the mind. That's holding your mind back. Because they're telling you false Israel is the foundation or the cornerstone of this reality. And that's gone. Your mind be free for angel activation. Right? And then it says he's going to take out the economics. Right? So you're free from the American dream. That's gone too. Your dream's gone. Okay? Mind's free. Okay? And then he's got to take out, Suleiman has to knock out the demons, so now you get unity. Okay? But they're the ones keeping us from being unified, because they all mixed in. Once we have the energy, right? That's what happened in the war break. But the point is, as long as they amongst us, they will maintain you. So he has to be, someone has to separate them out. That's what we're talking about. When you got your mind back right, then you have to get rid of religion. Then he has to get you back home. So you be free of our sovereign country. And then he has to get a true relation. So your emotional attachment will be broken. Totally broken. Okay? We got you all these. So I'm trying to show you what's been done to you in the situation you're in. Because all of you in this situation is some form or another. Because they said all of you are dead. All the nation is dead until the 4 winds blow and Suleiman raised the nation. It says all are dead. Well, let me back that. It says all except the elect. It says they could not be fooled. Your brothers and sisters, all the nations are exposed to the same amount of pressure. But because their structures are weak and weaker, can't handle it. First one to go is false. First one to go is the devils. Well, so far, brothers and sisters, no buffering, so I got a new system. I guess it's working until they can get to it. That's what it's saying. All nations will be crushed, except us. Because we went to our cause, which gave us, transformed us to handle how unprecedented trouble. So when everybody's being crushed, we're not. Because one by one, we'll finally we're the ones crushing them, right? The last one we crushed is the last war I told you about with Esau. This is God, and may God come out of the pit, chapter 20, angel. They're power all over the world. They're losing power now. They're losing it. Getting weaker and weaker. False Israel is going to be on fire. It's their world unfolding right before your eyes. See, that's the danger for them, brothers and sisters. Because it says, okay, brought my camera again. It's just changing. It'd be something, brothers and sisters. Just switches cameras on me. You read, got to connect the dots, brothers and sisters. It says, we'll come together, a exceedingly great army here. It said, doing to them double as done to you. It means you have to be here to do it. That's telling you, you're a exceedingly great army, and you're going to go to war with them. Because they've been at war with us 5 years. It's going to be a terrible war. It's going to be worse than you can imagine, because you're going to wrap 500 years into 1 year or less. Double. You got to understand these things. It's going to be a great war here between our nation and theirs. Because it said, you can't do double them as done to you if you're over at home. You got to be here to tribulation. It says you come together, see the great army right here. This will be attacked by Esau, be attacked by the dragon, because that woman, she was just born, the dragon was sitting there waiting to devour as soon as she was born. You'll be attacked by everybody. You understand? And on top of that, it's gonna be like a strange thing in America. You have Armageddon West going here. Armageddon West is what? That's the battle between the devils and the demons, and the devils and the devils. Right? So you might say Republicans and Democrats. Right? The devils against devils. Maybe one state against another. And then you got the demons who are devils themselves. black-faced devils, they fight, right? The devils. So everybody's fighting, devils fighting against themselves, right? And then you got our nation of Islam, right? They're a great army, invincible if they fly the 5 pillars, kicking ass all the way to the West Coast. How can you imagine what that's going to be like? Can you imagine that, brothers and sisters? Can you? And there's some place in the Bible that said it would happen in the winter. That's another story. I don't want to go there because that gets conflict with something else, right? But if it's going to be the worst case, it would be, right? Because if the economy collapses, it happens in the winter, no heat, anything. That makes matters even worse. That's what's, if you can imagine that, brothers and sisters, here you are, you give birth, they's born today, see the great army. Now, you in war with them, because you're doing double them as done yourself, so you have to be here to do it. Okay? See the great army. That be here to do it. Then you separate the demons out. You had a war, you had a battle with them. But now, that's the locust war, because they fighting the devils. Why? Because the devils fighting them. Because the devils fight anything that's black. They fighting. So once we kick them out, we ain't have to worry about them no more. They're not going to attack us anymore. We're going to fight to kick them, but then they're going to be focused totally on fighting with the devils. Then you got Amma and this crew attacking us and the devils. Can you imagine what's going to be like, brothers and sisters? Then you got the devils fighting with each other. Democrats fighting against the Republicans. Trump going to inherit a shit hill. A shit hill. On top of that, Magog just went down, and the goat is on the way. China, India, right, supported by Africa, who has allegiance, Africa, who's had allegiance to, who have allegiance or does have allegiance to lose for Obama. They coming with India, when they come and they're going to finish the job up. So after all of that, and during that time, remember, the economy is going to be gone. So they're going to be eating each other, eating their dogs, and they might eat their children for their dogs, or eating each other. So so people going to see, and they're going to be in great fear. They're not going to be just fighting like Green Beret, all that kind of crap, right? They're going to be in great fear, extremely great fear. And I'm kicking their ass, and they can't do anything about it. Doing double them what they did to us. We're going to be raping them with the most skanks, right? We're raping them. That's what Obama's crew could be doing. And they're going to tear their ass up. Then they got the demons, right? 17 million strong, just tearing everything. It says that's Samson. He brought down 2 pillars, right? He brings down the government and everything. Then you got the dragon over here. You already see, come terrorists, right? They're attacking us. They're also attacking devils too. Total, nothing, you can't imagine it. It's greater than Civil War, anything. It's just total. I said it would be a strange thing. Eating each other. And if they get you. Tells all the strange, said women that's in labor will go and do labor in silence, hide in the basement somewhere. So she can eat the baby as soon as it's born because she don't want to share with anybody. Eat it raw. So that's the evils coming upon. That shows how much evil America has done in 500 years. Now all's coming into it in an instant, suddenly. Then we're kicking ass. And it says they chase us all the way to the West Coast, Pharaoh's armies. And then the flood, that's China, India comes in and wipes out their armies and finishes off. nuke the place. We talking about in a few more days, you're going to see, some of you going to see things up close and personal. Some of you, if you're going to tribulation. But you need to break that emotional, because you're going to see the devils how they are, the beasts. You're going to need to break that emotional attachment. And brothers and sisters, again, even on Energy of Invasion, we still broke down the tribes, right? We still was warriors, sisters too. Warriors. They came in guys. And not only Ishmael, Esau too. Remember, there's a lot of African that turned against us and went to war against us. And the captives, they sold as slaves. Esau did this. Not just Ishmael. Two of our brothers. One twin brother, one half brother. They both betrayed us. Because they had the main trade, this main was come from northwest Africa, where we were, around Morocco. That's where the Moors came out of. Then there was another trade on the east coast of Africa. That was the Ishmael slave trade. And they slaved a lot of black people. Right? They enslaved Levites. They enslaved Shabazz. They enslaved Levites. They sold Shabazz into slavery to devils. That's on the west coast. On the east coast, they were just taking Levites, Somalians, and Ethiopians, right? And they was taking them, say millions of them, I've been told, into Arabia, and they was making the women concubines and castrating the men, making eunuchs. They're going to pay for that. They're paying for some of it now. Remember, they're going to get consequences too. Look what's going on in Gaza right now. Look all the hell they're catching in just 1 year. They ain't finished. Because once they think they're going to take down false Israel, Syria and all of them going to take down false Israel. When they get finished taking false Israel and to finish that, kind of get all revenge and everything against them. Right? Then look around and we're going to be right at their throats. Hey, no, ain't no bro. Don't give me that goddamn bro. You know about your bro you sold us into, right? And despise us. You never try to help us. You're over here in Detroit, your mosque, everything for over 100 years, and you never says boo until Elijah Muhammad came along. Now your Islam ain't no good. Well, your goddamn Islam ain't no damn good because you're not even Muslim. Because you're a jinn, you did not submit. You don't have no part of Adam. Look at another Arab country. What Arab country over there is so-called modernized? Got industry. Which one? The closest one you have is Iraq. And that wasn't that much. They was buying, importing all their weapons and everything too. They wasn't manufacturing anything, as far as I know. They don't want capitalism. I know you can almost sympathize with the bliss, right? So, wow, I'm gonna submit to that stuff, right? But God said, I know what you know not. They don't have industry, capitalism, banks, and that stuff. See, we don't want no parts of it. And again, but we submitted. Look at them, they're over there wicked. They eating pork, walking around naked. Right? Got a cross around the neck, yeah. Because we submitted, and that's what it did to us with your help. Because you don't want supporting false Israel. So don't give me that goddamn shit, because the point is, false Israel could not exist without oil. And where they get the oil from? Get from you. All I gotta do is stop the oil flow, and that's into them. You want them to go too. You know they're not your brother. Calling them. You know, these clowns over there, these Sunnis, Arabs, you know they calling false Israel their brothers. That's our brothers. Yeah. They say that's our brothers. Your brother kicking your ass, ain't it? So once you do all you done, see, everything has to be paid back. So they got to get their revenge for what was done to them. But they got to serve the consequence of what they did to us. So once all that's resolved, they look around, here we come. Hey, bro, no, ain't no bro. No, bro. Right? No fist bumping. I'll bump your ass right out of here. They don't want to hear that. That's why I pay Farrakhan not to tell we ain't going nowhere. You say last Sunday, we ain't got no place to go to. Really? It says right in Abraham Covenant. You claim, you read it, you only read the part you like. The Quran says about having the people to do that. You read the part you like, you don't read the whole thing. The whole thing says, we ain't got no place to go. That ain't what this says. You have to mess with the covenant. We do have some place to go. Well, here we are. Then what happens? They brought us over here. Information. You got to abide all this stuff. Entertainment to keep your emotion under control. Oh, hey, oh man, look, right? Religion, big mega churches, were run out by preachers, by agents, media, all that. The master how many ready to destroy that, boom. What stuff is going in your mind? So false Israel, and God can make our economy. And now you got your mind back and you got a true vision, Arabia. And then what happens to you? Oh, master, damn. Ooh, I ain't know he was like that. Don't call me Buster. I ain't like that. My name ain't Jamie. My name is Shaka Zulu. I'm gonna kick your ass. Oh boy. Oh, come on, Johnny. Come on, Johnny. Come on, Johnny. Why? Come on, Denzel Washington. You know, man. We did good by you. Yeah, okay. Well, my name ain't Denzel Washington. In fact, I'm not even Denzel Washington. My name is Shaka Zulu. I got my mind back. And now I'm coming back to get my land. You know what I'm saying? You get it, brothers and sisters? Those brothers back there running around there, look at sight, don't they? Look for devils. So to change, brothers and sisters, dramatically. This you're going to see in a few more days. I can say your life, like Elijah Muhammad, you say lifetime. And that shit show Sunday was a totally shit show, brothers and sisters. Every nation has a term. No nation can see their term. Every nation has a term. No nation can see their term. And then 5 minutes later, 5 seconds later, but we got an extension because our term was 1914. We got a 60-year extension. And now we got another 20-year extension. I just told us every nation has a term. And they can see their mind's being crushed. Because see, when your mind, if you're under enough pressure, you can't think straight anymore. You're confused, delirious. You can't think logically anymore because nothing's working. You got to walk and your back's against the wall. At some point, you give up thinking altogether and you strike out. Violence. And you can expect that from the book on Nation of Islam very soon. Okay? I know they would love to get rid of me because they're back against the wall. Look, it's incoherent. You ever seen a man that's delirious, that's panicked, that's scared? He's delirious. And they're delirious. Everything they said Sunday was totally delirious. It make no sense, no logic whatsoever. Nothing connected. Nothing. You understand, brothers and sisters? I'm trying to get you to read between the lines here. And so it's not working. And so at some point they see, hey, the game is up. Let's destroy the force that we're reacting to. Remember, they reacted to something Because every time I talk about something, they end up talking about it. Let's destroy the action. Destroy the consequence. Destroy the reason for the consequence. No, destroy the consequence. Put that away. You got to destroy the consequence. Because I am the consequence. We can destroy the consequence. Right? It's like trying to destroy energy. You cannot. Like trying to blow up the sun. You cannot. You cannot destroy me. Forget about Master Muhammad's promise, assurance that no one will be able to stand against me, and no one has. Oh, that don't mean they tried to throw shit on me and everything else. But they ain't been able to stop me. I'm still going, right? 76 years old this month. Said no one, and I'm still going strong. So come on. I invite you. Bring it. My foot needs to get a little exercise in your ass. And you got to just count. You're talking about son of man. Oh, you wait a few more days. What happened to these clowns? I said they be crying. Oh, please, no. Nobody's going to hear that. No one's going to hear that. So those brothers and sisters I showed you a few minutes ago, they ain't going to hear that. And I sure as hell ain't going to hear it. You know, I looked at my life and the things I've been through, and I see part of the reason why I was selected to do this. Right? Because I would have no problem, none whatsoever, doing to them double, if triple is what he did. Wouldn't be mathematically correct. I wouldn't drop. Let me put it this way. My whole life's been about not having any emotional attraction or anything. And I said, why? I knew that might be energy deprivation. I said, we take advantage of everything. Right? So I said, yeah, well, if I'm the mission of the covenant, that means I probably suffer more than anybody. Right? I said, what's the quality of that destruction? Quality of suffering. Right? So the way it is that no mother, no father, early age, little sister, but she's, children all against me, married demons, nothing, just no emotional attachments to anybody. Couldn't develop emotional attachment to anyone. So that side just went dead because it never developed. So it makes me easy because it's easy to do the job that needs to be done. I said, I thought about that for a while. I said, oh. Because I was growing up, I grew up to have no emotional attachment to anybody. Because everybody hated me for one reason or another. My children all turned against me, married to demons, carrying on. No emotional attachment. Right? Well, I do have emotional attachment to my wife. That's the whole difference. It's whole, right? She's part of me, but the point is, right? But she's on board. So I spend that no time, right? So you say, oh, you just said no. And no emotional attachment. No family, friends, relatives, all gone, and not having emotional attachment to them anyway. No emotional attachment. Totally cold, right? Except for the attachment I have to my wife, and that's it. Okay? Therefore, see, you still got to go through that. Triple A, that's why I don't have to go through it. Okay? No emotional attachment whatsoever. So it's easy. It means I'm cold. Well, how cold was your Jesus when he drowned the whole world, all babies and children, everything else? You don't understand things, brothers and sisters, because it tells you that's what you have to do. You're talking about mathematics. See, because your emotional thing is kicking in right now. Oh, that's cold. See, that's your emotion just kicked in. And they use that, your emotion to oppress you. That was the leverage over you. That's why it has to be. Elijah Muhammad mentioned that too. He says, it was. It says they took advantage of that on us. I forget what word he used. I forgot the word he used. The bottom line, he said, we could not imagine that they could do the things they did. Because we would never do those type of things. It's another word he used, I can't remember what it was. But it comes down to the same thing. Well, maybe I shouldn't have shared that with you. Right? Okay. But some of you still have emotional. Because remember the story? It tells you right there. What happened to Lot's wife? Right? Emotional attachment. Uh-oh. Lost my camera again. Oh, boy. My brothers and sisters. Close not in a minute. Oh, boy. Oh, it's an issue. Figure this out. Guess I'm doing too much here, brothers and sisters. Anyway, I'm closing out in a minute. I forgot what I was going to say, brothers and sisters, but that camera didn't work. Another one. I forgot what I was going to say, brothers and sisters, but that emotional attachment has to be gone. Because you have to recognize them as beasts. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Because they could be your servants forever. If you start showing emotional attachment, they'll rise up again. They said they would never rise up again. We start treating them like they're little puppy dogs and all that kind of stuff. Nah. They're beasts, and you have to understand that. You cannot bring them into your social equality. Understand? I know you don't understand it, but you will understand it soon. There you go. Oh, he's a few more days. 2 days, he's gone. He's on the way out now. Some petition. They asked him, why would you follow the devil? Why would you follow the devil? It's follow the devil, right? Doesn't the biology tell you? Mr. Dr. Wesley? Dr. Wesley, that fool. He just said, a problem was, I mean, he had me rolling. It's about a couple years ago. He gave a speaking lecture. The problem was we're not getting enough sun. The original people, we need more sun. That's why we acting like we acting. And I said, wait a minute, hold it. Well, how come the people in Africa, they got a lot of sun? Why they acting like they acting? If that's the case, right, then we should be getting the hell out of here, getting where the sun is, right? But that goes against what Farrakhan. That boy is stupid. That's why he looks so confused all the time. You ever notice how confused he looks all the time? Dr. Wesley. Doctor what? Shitology? Your doctor of shitology. Boy, that boy, what he got coming for him. Especially him. Will be a doctor. Biology tells you, if you follow the devil, you're a devil. I don't care all that other bullshit. I want to hear it. Okay, bro, since I think I'm going to let that go here. Let me check this note here. And then just let it go. Ain't do any buffering, anything that I know of. I guess I got that resolved. Now to see how my sound worked out. Oh, well, let me say a couple of things, kind of like off the. You know. Now, they're using our sisters. They have a little more emotional because they're good. They're supposed to have it. Emotion is the root of beauty. We said, you don't know why you like it. It's just beautiful. It's not an intellectual thing. There's intellectual beauty is the beauty of math. When you look out, just right, aesthetic beauty, if that's where you want to use that word, right? She's beautiful. That's beautiful. The star is beautiful. The paint is beautiful. The land is beautiful. That's emotional reaction. Okay? And sisters appreciate that more than we do. They understand, appreciate that beauty more than you because we understand my mental point of view, but they appreciate it more than we do. That's why they go out there doing it. Why are you putting makeup? I mean, but sisters don't need makeup. Our sisters so beautiful. They don't need damn makeup. Makeup is that, you understand the word? Pay attention to the word. That's the word they can't wear the makeup for what they don't have. That's what makeup do. Give them lips. That's what makeup is, to make it what they don't have. Give them bustle for butt. Just look at the word itself. Called makeup. What you don't need is sisters. I mean, you won't be using it hereafter because you're the most beautiful people. You are the most beautiful women ever, and you're gonna get more beautiful if that's possible, right? But they and because sisters don't have the discipline, their emotions get out of control. They use their emotions against us because they get a children, special sons over them, and they instill them that emotion, lack of discipline. And then a child grows up, he act like a girl. He act emotional. He ain't act like no man. I know I got, I'm not going to go into it, but the point is, they don't act like men. Or they braids, hair, pants hanging down, everything else. Because that reinforces their lack of discipline. See? They do that. They start doing that after so-called civil rights. But sisters, you have to back off on that. Because the man, see, you a thermometer for the sisters, and the man's the thermometer for the men. Because the way he acts and everything else, remember, the thermometers tell you what temperature it is, right? What the thermometer tells you the temperature. So the man is a thermometer for this reality, because he's reflecting the pressures of it that he has to deal with. And so when you take and dismiss that, then the son is not prepared for that pressure. You have to listen to the father, because the father, he's the thermometer. He's going to give up the same, right? Like him. Because you're trying to make him a thermometer like yourself. No, you got to listen to the father. I saw this program, I told you, every weekend we watch a program or two. And this one thing where this guy, I forget, it was by black folks, right? He was hating on his father. Wouldn't forgive his father for nothing. I forgot the name of that movie. Wouldn't give his father for nothing. Right? Forgiveness, I think called forgiveness or something like that. And his father, bottom line, his father got on crack and went crazy and everything. So at the end of the movie, the father said, yeah, but you know something? I was hard on you. They showed he was hard on his son. I mean, he was really street hard, right? But he was hard on his wife too. But she forgave him because she knew he was on crack and like I said, and then she died, right? But he told, and then his father said, yeah, but you look how strong. And the guy stood by and said, okay, yeah, I forgive you. He realized that he was strong because of what his father did. So he finally said, I forgive you, but I ain't forgive you what you did to my mama. So I could identify with that, right? You see what I'm saying? You gotta back off. Because you're making that she-male or whatever you want to call that thing that you're making, that you turn your son into, he's the one that's got to defend you, protect you. And you don't want him hiding under your skate when trouble comes. Because that's what will happen. You see, that's what will happen. You got to back off. And the sisters, they need, right? But they need a father too, because they're going to pick up. Remember, we had two sides. We had the male and the female side, and so both. So the man, he had to make it strong. But you still need the mom, because you got to, right? Like I didn't get that. Mom's got to, help cultivate that emotion, but you got to do it, right, in conjunction with the father. Let the father take the lead, but still, because otherwise you don't want him walking around hating on women because he had no emotional attachment to them. Okay? Now, I don't hate women. I never had emotional attachment because my mother wasn't there to give it to me. So, and that's probably when I had trouble with my daughters because they look for somebody to be cuddly, a teddy bear, like stuff. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how to do that. All I knew I had to be hard, and I was hard, right? And I was married to a demon. I'm not going to let her give a pass. But I understood later on in life that, yeah, right, that I had a problem, right? Because I can't, that emotional side ain't there. And the wife I got now, she's a saint. She's a saint. Because she ignores that. She's a saint. Otherwise, we wouldn't be together. You understand? See? No? Well, she makes lots, so it helps. Right? But I was just telling about the emotional side. I don't have it. I used to cuddly. Tell me, I love you. I never use that word love you because I said I'm suspicious of it. I don't believe it. People say love you and they stab me, But all that kind of emotional and happy and that ain't me. I never got it. And on the same score, my sister never got, right, that either. She didn't get any. So all she got was my father. So she was hardcore like a man. And so she had nothing but disasters with men because she didn't know how to be a woman. My first wife was the same way. She grew up with her father. And that's why we couldn't get along because I told her, I didn't want to be married to a man because he was trying to be more FOI than I was. I mean, I really cared for her, right? Because she was a nice woman. She was a good woman, right? But she was more FOI than MGT, right? And I said, and she couldn't help it because she grew up with her father. She didn't have a mother, and that's bad. So you gotta have the right combination. And the other thing is, I'm gonna leave it like this, brothers and sisters. You know how your children know how to. Sisters, keep this in mind. Your children know how to act. They don't care about what you're saying. They see how you react to your husband. And that's how you learn how to deal with him. Because, right, my demon wife, right, she was told, and so her children act to me the same way she did. They react the same way she did. Because that's how they learn. They learn from your actions. So if you around here uncooperative and you negative and all that kind of stuff, you teaching the children how to deal with their father. On the same token, brothers, how you deal with your wife, right? Again, and that's part of my problem too, right? Because, right? I mean, I ain't beat nobody up, nothing like that there, right? But I wasn't like, hey, honey, I mean, I wasn't, whatever that is. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it because I don't know what it is. I wasn't all lovey-dovey and all that, and I wasn't with that my children either. I don't even know what that is. I know how to be tough, serious, mathematical. I talk to mathematics. They don't want to hear that. Right? Like that. But the emotional side wasn't there. Like I said, I explained it earlier. Right? So I said, I was being prepared for a job I got to do because you had to be devoid of emotions, the job we have to do. Because we have to take control, and we have to pay back everybody what they did to us. That emotional content has to be eliminated, but totally under control. And that's why tribulation, to get that under control for those that go through it. So hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. It's hard. We have to go through it's hard. That's where it is. So you can deal with the reality. You can sit around and make up some reality and go down with the devils. That's the way it is. I tell you how it is, brothers and sisters. And once you understand how it is, then you prepare or you cannot prepare. That's just the way it is. I don't like it, right? I ain't like my mother passed away when I was 9 years old. She was in her early 20s. She had me when she was a teenager. I never had a chance to conversation with her, not once ever. Never had a conversation with my father either. He died 5 years later. How do you think I feel about that? I mean, he whooped my ass repeatedly. I had one conversation with him. It went like this. And I'm going to close out. He had told me something went wrong, right? I had a bicycle. So he told me I couldn't ride that bicycle for whatever period of time. It's been a long time ago, right? And so, I had a chain lock on it, right? So he said, lock it up, put it in the basement. I was afraid of my father. That man, I was totally afraid of that bad. I ain't never been afraid of anybody in my life after him, so he made me that way. I never had any fear about anything. When I went to Vietnam, never one day of fear. Because he did that to me. He took fear away from me. That's something I never experienced. And if they put me in jail, all the kind of stuff they done to me, they couldn't understand. They couldn't put any fear in me because he removed it. So I went and put the bicycle down in the basement, and I went to chain it up. The chain was locked already, and I had already given him the key, right? And he said, "Give me the key and lock it," right? But I had already locked it. I didn't realize it, so I couldn't lock it. I didn't want to go ask for the key. I was scared of the man. I didn't want to talk to him. So I just put the key on the back. I wasn't going to touch that bicycle. You better believe it. I wasn't going to touch it. I just put the lock, the chain lock on top of it. And I left it there. So next day he come in. I thought I told you to lock that bike up. I was speechless. I was scared to say anything. So he began to get ready to tear me behind up, right? But the only time I ever said anything to him, I said, "Dad," I said, "You gonna whip me whether I do something or not?" And he kicked my ass for that, for saying that. I don't know it. That was the last time I had a conversation I had with my dad. Assalamu alaikum. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. In my right here, National Covenant, break of 7 seals. My brother says I'm going to attempt to get this presentation. This may be my last one. Debate whether I should have this or not. As far as my systems, it's working perfectly yesterday. And then, suddenly, it's messing up again. They got into it. I knew it. That's why I said, couldn't quit is to buy the equipment. Because they get right into it. So, I'm having some technical difficulties right now. But it's not showing up, so we'll see. Right? See what happens. Do some crazy things, brothers and sisters. So, we'll see. I'm going to try to pick up from yesterday. Or the other day, I think it was the day before yesterday. I can't remember. I said I was so tired. And got some rest. And so I'm going to try to elaborate on a few things I talked about yesterday. Hope everyone can hear me. Closer here. Brothers and sisters, there's never been a time like this. And there's a lot of things I could say. That's why I think I'm going to last broadcast processes before the tribulation, because there's things I could say that I probably shouldn't say. But as far as the angel is concerned, brother says I said about much I could say about the angel. For 30-some years. And for 30-some years I've been doing something that I don't even want to do. I still don't want to do it. I never gets to do it. Right? Okay, I'm glad he passed on someone else that could do it. I'm not getting anything out of it. Haven't gotten anything out of it. I've been doing for 30 years. Every benefit in one iota. 30 years of doing this. I know this isn't going down now. You can't see it here, but my mind just going in and out, just flashing. So as long as it's not showing up on YouTube, I guess okay. I don't know why it's doing that. Right? So maybe I need to change or something. But I've been on the post for 30-some years, constantly. In the last 4 years, I'm really going into a lot of details I haven't been going into. Could get close. As we close, I point out more details, brothers and sisters. I can watch the weather, Mr. Farrakhan. They say when it's over, say only a few be grateful. Only a few be grateful. You will not be grateful. Because nobody wants to go through this. I don't think any woman wants to go through labor, but that's part of the process. I haven't heard any woman say, man, I'll be glad when I go through labor. They say, I'll be glad when I get past it, that baby's born. And that's just the way it works. And I can't emphasize that enough, but that's just the way the universe works. We can't change that. That's why we would not have went through energy deprivation. If the universe didn't work that way, we could avoid it. It works. I do the way things work. That way it's how things work. As far as myself, like you see the story of Job, his wife said, why do you keep doing this? Why don't you just kill yourself? Curse God and die. You see him in Jonah. He's so depressed, he's begging for death. You see him in Ezekiel, he's eating shit. You see? And you look, you see him in Jesus, right? He gets crucified, he betrayed and crucified. Nothing good happens. And in fact, when I think about it, the angel doesn't speak about any good things happening after that either. Well, I said, Job said you did. Well, I guess depending on the way you look at it. But mostly it talks about Oman up to and just pass the time with trouble. And you don't hear too much about him anymore after that. Get the God speaking, I'll make all things new. The Lamb is present, but he's not saying much of anything. So this is a selfless job, brothers and sisters. It's a hard job because even harder job Elijah had. Harder job in history, but he's not, he's doing it. Even though he doesn't want to do it. That's one of the reasons why it says only a few will be grateful. Because grateful, I mean, what's grateful? Most of us, few of us, originally people have anything to be grateful for. I can't think of anything I need to be grateful for. Right? Okay. That's the nature of it, brothers and sisters. I mean, I'm not grateful for the Holocaust. I'm grateful it's over. But there's nothing about it I'm grateful for. Would there be transformation? Yeah, but is there another way? Let me move on to my topic, brothers and sisters. I'll elaborate on more about the social and emotional side of the situation. Right? Now, war has already started. It just hasn't reached the boiling point yet. Everybody see it coming. I mean, it's so obvious. Everyone sees it coming, except maybe our people. They kept it dark on purpose because it's all about them. They don't realize it. It's all about them. They don't realize it. But war started by this escalation. We started with it. Yeah. Clearly, brother says I'm not really completely rested, but I did get some rest. So what's this war all about? All about you, brothers and sisters, but you don't know it. They purposely, if they got this guy, True News Rick, I mean, if you listen to that guy yesterday, boy, it was like he was reading my notes. Talking about how it's informational war, how they trying to be, somebody trying for your soul. Well, brothers and sisters, I have news for you. You don't have a soul. The Bible's the soul in the Bible, if you read it carefully, it's your body. That's what they call your body, your soul. Not some special infirmary or whatever thing inside of you that persists after you're gone. Does it have a brain? See, whatever. But listen to him, well, oof. I wasn't even reading my notes. It's trouble, brothers and sisters. But it is. It's war of minds. Mind war. Okay? They conducted the angel against the sealed Bible. Okay? That's a mystery. A mystery that most of them didn't know anything about. Most of them didn't know the Bible was sealed. Right? And that, see, once it was broken, be a counter to it. Uh-oh. Screen's going out and it's, I don't know, I think it's gonna fail. It didn't show up on YouTube, but, just started doing that. It was working fine yesterday. Amazing. So, it's not buffering anything, so I guess that's a good thing. But I said, we are at war. And what's that mean? What's war? It's not just fake war. See, devils, they made clear war on us 5 years ago, and it was unlimited, no holds barred. But now they're going to try to control war. Oh, this against international law and all that kind of stuff. Reason why? Because they want repercussions. You can't do that to war. You're in a fight to win. And if there's a bust about it, no. Well, no. The only law in war is to win. They're gonna find out in a minute. I'm not gonna read this balance. This is I talk about this, but I'm gonna get to my main point. I see. I probably still need some more rest. I'm not getting enough rest bounces, but I really haven't had a rest for 30 years anyway, so. But people waking up. I was at the gym this morning, this brother, he's okay, and he got to talk to me, and then he went off into Hajj Muhammad, how the Jews are fake and all that stuff. I was surprised, because, we never went there before, and he really went up. He talked for a while, because I don't like talking, because I want to do a couple hours to get the hell out of there. Started talking, and that's what happened. Because he talked about half an hour, so I missed half hour what I was doing. They talking to him, he was very knowledgeable. I was surprised, because every time I try to ease a little something in, he shut it down right away. But he went off on this one, and that was surprising. I really was surprised. So I just let him talk. Right? Because people waking up. I said they're waking up. But they're going to get shocked. They're really shocked. To keep this thing, has to make you happen. They say, well, those days will be shortened. How do days be shortened? What do you mean be shortened? Be less than 24 hours? Less days? Right? Or you experience those days. See, we assume too many things. Oh, the days be shortened. They say, well, some people think it's going to be like 11-hour days or something. Or 23-hour days and do something. Well, that's shortened, right? Right? You think, well, the time period, right? So in other words, it's supposed to end in December, but it end in July. Could mean that. Also could mean that, right? Those days not talking about, let's see what the calendar is talking about. Your experience you're going through would be shortened. You understand? That's days too. Those days, what days? Right? Like sometimes you have good days and bad days, right? What's that got to do with the calendar specifically? You understand what I'm saying? Said those days be shortened. What? See? Talking about calendar days, like it's going to be a year, could be 6 months. Or talking about time of unprecedented trouble, which you going through tribulation, right? What you're going through, that's going to be shortened. And that can be shortened in many ways. Be shortened that, well, it's been 5 months, be 4 months. It'll be shortened, right? That the trauma you're going through be limited. So say, for instance, if you're starving, right? You know, and there's no food, and say the food, you know, won't be available for a month. And then somebody come and give you some food in a week, well, your starvation days shorten. Be careful of these things, brothers and sisters. But I can't find any justification for what's going on now. And the gentleman didn't either, because he was totally pissed off. I have to say it. Right? Because he says, well, you know, what the hell? What you waiting for? Because he said to me, he didn't like it. He got really angry about it because he taught, basically what I said, he taught the angel. And that's from how overrode the angel because he's not bound by the angel. Right? So we see that there. He's very angry about that. And so is the Shia. They said, man, what you waiting for? What you waiting for? Why are you going to take vengeance? Even they was upset with him. So we can analyze, try to figure out what's going on here. I mean, you know, I had some conversation with someone. He says, well, I mean, they didn't go into this kind of detail, but I'm kind of like, yeah, living here about this because just to get a point across, but they didn't go this deep, okay? Maybe they don't want you to know because if you knew that, they would come after you, right? It's a possibility. For some reason, they want me to know. Anyone else know but Master Muhammad. He's the one who got to pull the trigger. Then what happens if he pull the trigger? And he's operating on another book altogether. And that's what really bugged John. Said, hey, well, man, look. He was there, well, you know, okay. I guess one day it made sense, right? But then we're mad at him with it. Be out of here. So let me move on. I don't be mean. I'm going to get to the point here. These demons, they were our biggest problem. That's when I first had Master State. Because here's Farrakhan daddy, Percival Clark. And Farrakhan tells he raped his mama. And mother tried to abort him 3 times. That sounds like a blessed story, like Mary, the Virgin, being married, God coming to her and protecting her and feeding her and everything. That sounds like one of those kind of marriages. That sounds like if you're going to say the story about Mary is a story about Jesus, right? And holy, perfect Jesus, right? Then I would think the story of Farrakhan told would just be the opposite. That'd be the story of Satan. Think about it. I mean, if you're going to say the story is about Jesus, then you would say, think the story, because he would right, his would be the opposite. See what I'm saying? I mean, you could go that way. You think but the opposites, right? Satan and, see what I'm saying? And Jesus are the opposites. Christ and Antichrist. So what happens to the Christ is the opposite. And the Antichrist. If you look that way, then instead of Jesus being born a virgin, he born a process of rape by a devil. Raped his mama. I mean, if you're going to take the opposite, say what would the opposite be? Well, let's see. Mary got impregnated by God. She has a blessed son. Right? She took care of the son. She was happy to have a son. Right? She nourished the son, took care of the son, blessed the son. On the other hand, what would be the opposite? Somebody raped this woman. She hated the son. She tried to kill it. Remember, she hated Farrakhan. me go by actions. She tried to kill him. You love someone, you try to kill them you love? She tried to kill him 3 times. She hated him. She didn't want him to exist. So that sounds like a Satan story to me as opposed to the so-called Jesus story. Right? But like father, like son. Right? So the father, the son supposed to reflect the father, right? See? So he's supposed to be bless the people and be giving, because he was always giving. He never took from anybody, right? You see me, I never take anybody anything from anybody. I was giving for me. I've been giving my whole life, sacrificing my family and everything else. But he was always giving, right? But we got this other opportunity here. What's this? Like father, like son. Yeah, Farrakhan, he's raping the nation, raping it. He's a multi-millionaire. He doesn't have any businesses. These Islam don't own anything, don't have anything. You see what I'm saying? So that sounds like a Satan story to me. Just the opposite of what Elijah Muhammad did. Just the opposite. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I explained this triangle here, brothers and sisters. Capitalism was motivation because they came out with nothing. Came out with nothing. And that story, chapter 20, is that's even once you know it, that's deeply hidden. They very deeply hide that story because you got Billy Graham's phone running around talking about, watch some advertisement, you probably see it. Could you believe in it? Hereafter, and then the millennials, God going to return, Jesus will return, it's going to be so beautiful and everything for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. And that's not biblical because in the Bible, Jesus said, not return, I'll be here forever, I'll be with you forever. But in 6,000 years. And then God, and then, it's about 1,000-year period there, where some person would be down in the pit and locked down by something that was resurrected during that time, right? And then those resurrected held others down in the pit for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, right? They broke out in the name of Gog and Magog. They broke out, and they would cover the whole world. Now, that's the story of the Dark Ages. See, that's why they're hiding it. That's the story of the Dark Ages, because what happened was Europeans was locked down for 1,000. They tried to say it was 800 years. 1,000 years, everything was commonly known. 1,000 years called millennia. They're locked down, and Europe, and simultaneously the Islamic Empire was resurrected. He didn't create it. He was resurrected with Abraham left behind. The Mecca, Kaaba, all that stuff was left behind by Abraham. So he comes, right? And he rises up and he told his people discipline was the devil's head. Plus dispatch where they fell. And they was in the pit for 1,000 years because of their lack of discipline. Catholic Church, oh, well, Father, I did the ordinance, just say, Father, I've sinned, three Hail Marys, throw something in the basket on the way out, and boom. And so you keep on doing what you was doing, because they were supposed to save you just doing that. You understand? So that was happening, and that's just, the Catholic Church still preach that stuff now. But Britain broke away, Magog broke away from the Catholic Church, and they started trying to become Puritans, they started trying to listen to the Bible, obey what they said, because they remember, we have to keep sending messages, probably to get them to show up their discipline. And so they was acting a disciplined way, because, right, especially, look at, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a disciplined way, but it's very hard on women. Like I said, to the moon, to the sun represents, in this case, Islamic Empire. The resurrected Islamic Empire. See? And so let's move on, brothers and sisters. So he had nothing. Tony Brook, run. Spain just had been ruled for, I think, 70 years. by Moors, which are black Africans out of Morocco, Moors. And so, right, they had nothing. And Britain was an island country, so they had the natural resources, so they started moving around. And they started to take control of the world when they found out that, right, they were somewhat surprised themselves how easy it was. Especially when they got the gun, which they got from China and so forth, so on, right? So they set up a system, because you said, what kind of system would go to Holocaust? And you think about it, that was Christianity, you need capitalism would drive it, that's how to get money. Resources. That's what it was after. Gold, whatever, right? Okay. And they employed capitalism because minimum overhead maximum profit. That's what slavery is by definition. Right? So they had to enslave somebody. And there had to be justification for doing it. So the sealed Bible gave them direction and justification. Because there's them people over there, black folks. Right? The justification is their hand, it was cursed black. See? They had consensus because everybody had to go along with it or it wouldn't work. I understand, brothers, this is applied. And it's applied even to this day. And if Christianity goes out, so reality collapses because it's based on the sealed Bible. One brother said, I was feeling myself, okay, get a little sleep again. Boy, I don't know. And whoo. So what I do here, brother, is this. Get myself out of the way here a little bit. That system is set up. But there's 5 aspects to our nature. See, that's the government set up, the triangle. But there's also 5 aspects to our nature. Right? And it's a matter of how much going after. Because, and it's how, right, they deal with us. The other was in general. Specifically. Okay. I already know mine, Christianity, still Bible. 5 points. Because it corresponds to the 5 pillars of Islam, right? But it's the opposite. Economics, capitalism. We have to eat and everything. That's the economics of our system. And mine, right, our bank system, is Christianity, right? And then we got emotions. And that's for media, entertainment media. Basketball, football, baseball, Jay-Z, Oprah, whatever. See? All that's emotional content, right? But it's designed to get you, right? We're mostly attached to the devils. See, because they are people. We all same people, right? They got a cute little dog, See, that's an emotional attack. Emotional. So they got an emotional grip on us, and I was falling for it. They got academics grip on us because we had to work for them and everything else to get food. Right? They got that's economics, right? Emotions. Okay, unity. See, they got to control that also. Specifically with the demons. See, because they all mix in with us, they keep us disunited. Like if you put wolves and mix in with sheep, and you disguise the wolves, sheep going to be nervous. They're not going to be united because they don't know who the hell everybody is. Because here comes a sheep, but it could be a wolf because you can't tell. And so we got all this confusion out of the neighborhood. It says half the blacks in America are demons. Farrakhan is the main one, right? So that keeps us from having unity. So it was an emotional challenge, mental challenge, economic challenge, and unity challenge. That's the demons. Then last, sovereignty challenge. Their own people, being free of them. Like a baby, I mean, he come out the womb, but sometimes in life he wants to say, hey, I'm doing my own thing. See, you're not under dad's, mama's rule anymore. See? So captivity. Captivity again. Excuse me. To my captivity again. I realized I had my microphone turned down. What? I turned the wrong way, okay. Whatever. So, he's looking at all those stories, he's dressing each one of these a different way. Okay? And so emotion, like it's entertainment, football, all that stuff. So I spoke earlier, right? Music, rap. They say grab me emotionally. In addition, right, to especially the entertainment media nowadays, especially like Hollywood, trying to make your endearment to the devil even more solid. I'd be like to be friends with them, and most of it, and they dress them up, and especially for the men, right? They take them and they pray in their room around naked. I hear some of these brothers, man, I'm a crap and all this. See? And so that's not the main reason, but over time we got a very strong emotional attachment to them. See? Mind under their control, unity, got demons, right? Economics, capitalism, jobs, and all that kind of stuff. And the bottom line is captivity here. So he got us in all those aspects. And that's where you have to break all of that. And so we got a means to break each one of them. All those points have to be addressed. Because there's 5 points to our nature. And we got filled with 5 pillars of Islam. And they got control of each one aspect, each aspect. From each aspect. They know it's a little better than you might think, brothers and sisters. See here? That's why Muhammad, right? He's got to deal with false Israel. Because that's the main inhibitor to try to get our mind back, because they gave us the mind. False Israel, right, is the key. Says, I tell you, it's still Bible. That's the whole reality is based on, and false Israel is the cornerstone. That's why I'm going to address that. We take down false Israel. Okay? That's going to shock. That's going to shock your mind. So, reboot your mind. Okay? Get rid of all the viruses and everything else. It's going to reboot your mind. It's going to reboot the devil's mind too. See? And that the same thing that inspires you to be a great, right, nation, right? What they say, a great, what's the word they use? Army, that whole term, right? A great, great army. The adjective they used there, right? Or a seemingly great army, that's what it was. A seemingly great army. What's going to inspire you to do that? Going to inspire great fear in the devils. It's just like Seal Bible inspired them to oppress us, and we to submit to them. See, because it's two verses. Seal Bible tells us we should submit, we should love them. That's part of the emotional thing. We should love to submit to them. Right? That's what Seal Bible tells us. On the other hand, telling them that they should oppress us and exploit us, and because see what I'm saying? But now it's going to be reversed, because it's going to turn you, that seemingly great army, full of wrath. And it's going to turn them into a disorganized, right, self-destructive force who's full of fear. It's going to break their unity. And because it's not only going to break the unity of them, all the Europeans together. Remember, they could be at Armageddon. Armageddon is a breakdown of unity. They're all fighting each other. Instead of Armageddon here in the West, and that breakdown is their Armageddon here. Remember, it's the Europeans. So this is the conflict they have between themselves. I don't think I explained that before, right? The Armageddon here is not a war between us and them. I always say it's a European war, right? Because you always see at the beginning of it already. Republicans fighting against the Democrats, and it's getting very, very vicious, right? I mean, assassination plots and everything else. So on top of everything else, they're going to be at war with each other here. Understand? Be at war with each other here. So Master Muhammad, he's going to, when you take out false Israel, right? It's going to be a shock to the mind. In their minds, they're going to be extreme fear, exceedingly great fear. And we're going to be an exceedingly great army, inspired, doing exploits. Because you're going to activate that angel. They'll get a new mind too. Because the old mind, they try to hold the old mind, but they ain't going to be able to. Because the old mind was based on false Israel being false and scorned. So they might look for information too, but the information they get, it's going to be terrifying for them. Terrifying. Most information you're going to get is going to be emotional, stressful in a minute, because you're going to get so much, you're going to flood of it. Right? But once you adjust to it, you're going to be well-rounded and powerful. Right? See what I'm saying? So that's the mind side. And then, right? When she take out the economics, well, the entertainment also goes with it. Right? See? But you have the entertainment goes with it, but you still have that emotional. Right? Because now you feel sorry for them, someone feels sorry for them, help them out, let them be like, like Farrakhan. No, but see, the point is that that's one of the reasons I go through relation, because you have to break that emotional. First, you have to break the mental thing. You break that when falsehood goes down, that breaks it. Now you got to upload. Now, Suleiman's did update it because your mind was, was through it and was food and was, substance. So there you got pure food. Before you was eating poison, junk food, devil food, and all of a sudden you got pure food. People in dark see the great light. So when he takes falsehood out, that means that mind is gone. They're trying to hold on to it, but it's gone. So they're going to look for a new mind. So now the new mind is going to be this total destruction to them, but be great. Exceedingly fear. It says great fear came upon them, but you come as a great army, inspired from the exploits. Same mind, but two different effects, right? Depending on who your mind says so. It's like, but we got the same mind as the devil had. Sure, the angel, but look at the effect it has us, has effect on them. They're rich and prosperous, and we poor and Popeyes and Walmart and jail and everything else. But both got the same minds. Different experiences, different. So that's the mind. So that's how much we take down. We take falsehoods out. That's when it, right? Reboot your mind. There's two, right? And then they're gonna take out economics. I think so, the oil and everything, right? So capitalism, well, that is gonna be dead. Well, let me put it this way. For you, you're going to have Master Muhammad. He's going to make sure you eat. For them, capitalism is going to go off the page. Why? Mineral profit, maximum overhead, right? Okay. Right? Capitalism, that's capitalism. Right? You're eating your fellow man. That's a profit. And overhead. You got to pay them or nothing, you're just eating them. See, because all the stuff they do will come back to them in spades. Like I said, they put the mind on us, but the mind come back to them in exceedingly great fear. Exceedingly great fear. Capitalism come back to them and apply capitalism on themselves. All this stuff will backfire on them. Capitalism will be back on themselves, but now they're turning to capitalism. They took capitalism, the way slaves and everything else, and they said, so they did some eating on us, but they call it capitalism because we're supposed to be animals, right? But the point is, they took capitalism to the max. Show capitalism, if you leave capitalism out, because they raped us, beat us, and everything. And they gave us nothing. They gave us shit, they cow chips to eat. So they took it to the max, right? But if you go take the max with no restraint, that's cannibalism. Because you're eating your fellow man, mankind, and you ain't giving anything back. Maximum profit. No overhead. See? Everything turned ahead. So now capitalism is turned to cannibalism. Christianity turned to great fear. Well, Christianity is supposed to give them strength. People be so fearing us, right? See? Capitalism is supposed to exploit us. But now they exploit themselves to the max. And the fear is in them to the max. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Right? Then the emotions, right? The tribulation. And Master Muhammad, he's got the mind and the economic side of it. We see it, right? But Suleiman, he's got to take the tribulation, go break that emotional. See? Because you got that emotional attachment to them, right? And their emotions for you, right? See, your emotions for them, sheer hatred. Sheer hatred. It has to be, going to be total separation, total cut off. Because you come out here, you're going to see how they really are. You don't have emotion. Any emotional attachment you have will be totally negative. Totally negative. No positive emotional contact at all. But since their emotions are going to be off the page, because you're doing revenge against them, their emotions are going to be off the page. Everything will backfire on them. And the unity, remember? Now we get rid of demons, right? And now they're supposed to be united. What the demons going to do? That's their demons, right? What demons going to do? Right? Demons will cause more disunity amongst them than ever. Because when that's towards Samson, he won't just, because that's their people, remember? And demons are fighting them. So that's part of Armageddon, right? Because remember, it's European war, and the demons are Europeans. There's black Europeans, they're Europeans, right? So now, the unity is totally be off they're totally disunited against each other, specifically, and the demons, because it'll be a demon war. It's going to last. See, that's Armageddon over here. So they're going to be total disunited, total war. That's irrespective of the point that we're going to be at war with them. Because the physical war, they're going to attack us. But it said, do them double as they did to you. Right? The captivity. We're coming out of captivity, and they're going into captivity. So everything is back, everything is reversing. Everything is reversing. We understand, brothers and sisters. And said, Joshua, he's the one that got to get you home. He's the one that got to get the demons out. He's the one that got to get you prepared for tribulation. You understand? And as a part of that tribulation is to break your emotional Get rid of demons to break your lack of unity. See what I'm saying? Get you home, break that captivity. Their captivity grip on you because they don't have it no more. You're gone. Right? They can't control you because the demons are fighting them now. We separate them from us. You understand? See? And you can't control emotional because all your entertainment, all that stuff is gone. See? Christianity is dead. Mine's back. Right? Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. But understand emotional. And that's really hurting us. All those things are hurting us. Those things you probably didn't recognize. That's all the things they have commensurate with. They're all hurting us. And it gets go into detail about like sort of emotional side. Or that's mostly directed towards the female. That's why you see Eve the guilty party in Genesis, right? Because Satan went to her, it appealed to her emotions, right? Because she's a little more emotional. Nothing wrong with that. And she's supposed to be. That's part of nature. But they use that to their advantage. They give them a little leverage over her. So now, right? And they put the children under her control. That means they make, because remember, emotions, it's counter to discipline. Always, let me make sure you understand, because, okay, put it this way. I shouldn't have said it that way. Okay. Discipline, you have to discipline emotions. You see, this language, boy, just gets you, right? Because when you're emotional, you lose discipline, right? So you look at it that way. You also look at like emotions. Discipline controls emotion. So he says, person, if he's emotional, he said, well, he's undisciplined. So you're looking at discipline and emotion 2 different ways. Hope I'm not confusing anybody, right? Because you have to be able to discipline you. We all have emotions. See, that's the way the language taught. Well, look, he's out of control because he's emotional. No, you don't have to be. You can be emotional out of control, right? Because Because if I'm kicking somebody's ass, right, that's an emotional act, but it's controlled, right? That's the emotional act. If you jump up and down, right, that's an emotional act. But it's discipline unless you're just going crazy. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful with that explanation. But the point is that emotional control to them is undisciplined. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. Emotional control to them is undisciplined, and they want that way because it doesn't make any sense. Why would we have attachment to them? But what they did to us, they sure there's emotional. That's not here. It's not the mind. That's emotional. Oh, I feel sorry for. They say they did these tests, right? And the children loved it, preferred the white doll over the black doll. Well, that's mind and emotion. They combine. It's hard to distinguish those two, right? Because they got us all messed up. Because most of us are emotional as opposed to intellectual, right? So that's why all this is turns into mud. So when you got mud, it's hard to sort it out, right? But anyway, the emotions, right? And like I said, they gave the woman because she tended to be more emotional, especially if they take a discipline from her. Because our women are disciplined naturally, but all our people are disciplined naturally. Because we wouldn't survive the Holocaust if we weren't disciplined. But the point is, they taught us this. Oh, no. See, when you was in the Holocaust, they taught you discipline. Yes, they did. Discipline to take it, boy. Don't you fight back. That took discipline. That wasn't emotional. You was very disciplined during the Holocaust. That's why you wouldn't have been able to submit. It took discipline to submit. And our people were the only one could have done it because we were more disciplined than anybody else. Some of these things sound contradictory, but that's a fact. No one else could do it. Right? And the point is, since we're a good-hearted people, see, there's emotion again, right? See, because we're forgiving people, that kicks us in. That's how emotion, mental, it's hard to separate the brain and the heart. Like I said, like I talk about it, that's why it's a lot. Works on both together. Because it's hard to separate those two from each other. It's hard to distinguish one from the other. We work slightly, you're working on both of them. You see? So, we had to be very disciplined. We had to control our emotions, because our emotions was a kill master, but we had to be disciplined not to do it. See? So we're more disciplined than anyone else. But the point is, since we're good-hearted, forgiving, right? That's emotional thing, right? You see what I'm saying? But the reason why we can be that way, good-hearted and forgiving, right? Because that's the discipline aspect of it. I'm leaving it there, brothers. It's very, when you start talking about emotion, because they get complicated, but I hope it gets a feel for it. It's complicated, those two. And those things have to be sorted out when you go to tribulation. That's where you have to go to there. That's why you have to be baptized with fire. Because a lot of them hung back to his water wasn't good enough. Because you still had emotional attachment to him. See? And both of them are connected. See? You have to have this. The makes a lot says discipline makes a lot, but the slide is from your heart. And the more you from your heart emotionally, you see what I'm saying? But all of them work together. But those are two, they bound together so close, but it's hard to, that's why they refer to in Daniel, the mind as the heart. So they're given a human heart. But really, we're talking about their mind. That's why they're connected. You find it often connected, in the Bible, because it's hard to sort those two out, especially in the English language. But see what I'm saying? So these things have to be, these are situations where have to be resolved. See? And tribulation will finish off the emotional thing. So you got to go there to deal with emotions, right? He's going to destroy it, economics. So they don't have that control over you anymore, right? But see, when you go to tribulation, they're going to see them in there really hard. They can put a skirt And that's going to kill any emotional attack you have to them. You'll see them cannibals, you see how wild and evil they are. Because right now they walk around like they're so holy, so pure and everything. You will see them as they are. And that's going to end. If that doesn't end the emotional attachment to them, then you're going to be left behind, brothers and sisters. If that doesn't do it. Right? So that has to be then. Right? And you have to get your mind back. Right? See? And Master Muhammad's going to do that because he's going to destroy the mind you have. So you have to reboot. Because you can't walk around without a mind. Right? So if that old mind goes, you have to reboot. It's like, Windows fail, you got to get it. When the computer's not good, you got to get new software, an operating system. They're going to destroy that. And it's miles right there. Right? To reboot. Right? To reinstall. Put that away. I'm going to work with computers this week. You see what I'm saying? That's what you have to do, brothers and sisters. So it has to be done. But that new mind is going to be terrifying for them. And powerful for you. Exceedingly great army. Right? And then the demons. We separate demons from us. And then we're unified. But that's more... remember, because it says mother against mother-in-law. I told you what that meant, right? That's them against the demons. Mother against daughter, mother against mother-in-law, and mother against mother. That's the demons. Don't tell me I haven't said that. If you go out and look, that's exactly what I said. So now they was caused out disunity, but now their source of their disunity because now they fight with each other. It says mother against mother-in-law. My boy is going out. My panel keeps going out, right? Screen. See? That's Armageddon West. Total disunity. Because they fight with each other. Individually and demons against the devils. Right? But that caused our unity. Because once you get the demons out, now we come together. See the great army. Right? And then finally, captivity, right? We get out of here. And we go out, we go into, become sovereign nation, free to our own land. And they go into captivity. Everything backfire on them. In dramatic terms, everything backfire. Right? Emotions, seriously, great fear. Great fear. Great confusion. Right? Great disunity, fighting with each other. Right? Cannibalism. Eternal slavery. And that's their future. That's our future. Mostly free them. And my mind's back. Right? I'm on land back on economics and unity. And they got just the opposite to the extreme. To the extreme. Everybody says, I'm not getting any butter, but I'm something crazy going on. You can't see it, but it just keep going in and out, going out. I don't know what. Just start doing that today. So I guess they're doing something and they're doing something. So we can watch this and just give an example, brothers and sisters, what it's telling you here. Like I said, I played a few days before I explained what it meant. And the bottom line is that I try to tell you, we make everything turn in our favor. So he made the Holocaust turn in our favor. Because he said, okay, we got time, we're unprecedented trouble, so let's prepare for it. How to prepare for it? Go to the Holocaust. So it's Adam. He's going to prepare you for the Holocaust that he cannot handle. Yeah, I mean, he's going to prepare you for the time of tribulation that's going to destroy him. He's preparing you for it. And it's hard, but now we through it. So now I can tell you, because talking about this what was in it would not have been happy. But now we pass it, And so now they're being destroyed. Pressure, that pressure is not boundless at all. It's going to destroy all of them. That's why it tells you to be destroyed. That's why I tell you about Esau. It's what was word I want to use, calibrated. It's calibrating the situation because they're telling you if Esau goes, he's the most powerful. Well, that means the rest of them going. So Esau would totally be destroyed, totally. He's the strongest of all of them, so that means the rest of them will be destroyed too, totally. I have to tell you that. If you say Esau can be destroyed, it means all of them will be destroyed. They're weaker. And we're not going to be phased because we went through the Holocaust. See? So we prepared. And then we didn't know what we needed to prepare, but scientists knew, and Dr. Shabazz started the process. Right? Let it finish, and I'm going to cover more things and close out, brothers and sisters. I didn't know if it's going to go what? Okay, I'm at the, I think it's repeating itself here. There we go. So to help brothers and sisters, we know what happens soon. So that's one thing, but that's a known, right? We just don't know the exact date. So nobody knows but Master Muhammad. And that proved to be true. I'm not exactly happy with that because I can only teach the angel. Right? And it just says there'll be time after Master Muhammad makes his move, time, there will no time. Angel does not give you a time after that. Actually, this Daniel gives you this time here. But the Revelation doesn't give you even this time. Revelations take you up to a time if the JCPOA is over, right? And just before the war starts, right? And it talks about rest up, for the fifth seal, but it doesn't give you any specific. I mean, Daniel gives specific time. I say that's an extension of the angel, right? But they both tell you. Nobody knows this, even Daniel. But he looked in what Daniel said, even Daniel, when he looked what they were saying about the time, even they said he didn't understand it. So there's a big mystery about the time, because if he go in here and says, well, they was saying how much time it was going to be, and he said, well, he didn't understand it. And I mean, this is Daniel, right? He said, well, just go your way, Daniel, right? So, anyway, in a few more days, that mystery behind us. Let's move on here. Okay, I talked about this, right? America see that we had the ram in Daniel. We had two horns. That's American Britain. That's Gog and Magog. And a larger horn can't blast. That's America. And that's what the God's going to take down, which is primarily China, backed by India and Africa, and run up the rear, right? But they remember, they covered the whole earth. It says that. And you got like Billy Graham, his son, hey man, millennials coming, think Jesus gonna come back, all that stuff. Either outright lying is stupid, because that's a past. That's already passed already. There's no millennia in the future. Not for him. So their power is fading all over the world. and they can't see it. And the more power they lose, the more power, the more aggressive they talk. Oh, we're gonna make America great. We're gonna do all these. But look, I mean, Korea, bam. Vietnam, bam. Right? Afghanistan, bam. Right? And they execute the whole place. And now they go in the Middle East. See? But what's happening in the Middle East, that's abomination, desolation. Also, that's the jinn, and they said the jinn would get their ass kicked. It tells you right there because they didn't follow Allah's will. It says you submit. They said no. Right? So they're in there battling it out. Right? And that's the whole story about if you injure or the bottom line, they're moving to heaven. The point is that because they moved in 1990, that's when everything started. They moved in. It says they would it says in those days they would try to take the kingdom of heaven by force. It says it. They would try to take the kingdom of heaven from the days of John. They said from the days of Elijah, they'd be trying to take and remember, they started, right? They started before 1990 because remember they were Iran. That story about Iran, right? They tried to take over that Iran. They put Shah in there. They started. And by Elijah's time, I said from that time they tried to take the kingdom of heaven by force. So how could they do that if kept someone behind the sun, moon, and stars? They're doing. So then that's when Master Muhammad and his angels could step up and throw him out. It's about to happen because they are the challenge. I mean, you see things you never saw before. False Israel under attack, getting hit with missiles by Houthis every day, right? They're armed. The people are deserting the false Israel army. They leave false Israel by droves. The economy's collapsing. When America's holding up, America's revealing itself because they're supporting that, so they know who they are. But they know they have to support them because that is the keystone of keeping our minds locked into sealed Bible, where they want it. Because false Israel goes down, all of a sudden, it's going to click because they can't feed that garbage in your mind anymore that they choosing Abraham. So it means your mind can look for other food. You got no more potatoes, man. Let me try some rice. You understand, brothers and sisters? So they have to support it. But now, false Israel under siege, everybody's in very much trouble. And they're losing all their powers all over the world. So you just look at that, you can see it. America's imploding. Imploding. How long before it's crushed? And now they come to the final, because like I said, when you it's like when you take, and if you're in an elevator, and it's crowded, you're pushing, the more you push, the more resistance you're going to get. Right? See? And that's the nature of Islam is coming together, right? But as we go more resistance, you're going to get until you get to the point where the maximum resistance, remember, when you overcome, the time you overcome is when the resistance is at the max. You understand that principle? That's why I said darkest part of the night is just before dawn. You overcome when the resistance is, and that's the visions I had when I was a child, right? And I don't like it. But it says when you, at the point that you finally break the will of your enemies, is at the time you have maximum resistance. And at that time, because that's the resistance, because you keep pushing the resistance getting greater and greater and greater. And you're pushing everybody in the elevator, they resist more and more and more until they can't anymore. And then, boom, you crush them. But at the point that happens, they have the maximum resistance. Not only that, but as they transforming, they try to, remember, the resistance means, right, that you're molding something. It takes force to mold something. Resistance is force. So if you put force up, you're molding it. So they're changing, keep changing as much as they can change to get stronger and stronger and stronger. You know, that's why you go to the gym, you lift and you get strong, you muscle up bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So they become more and more like you. More and more like you. You understand? Because it's you the one that's putting the force on them. They come more, I didn't say become like you, but they come more and more like you. You understand? Because they're trying to get the maximum resistance. Trying to get enough to overcome you, but they're not can't do it. See? But the point, it's 2 points. The major point here is that maximum, that's why I tell them unprecedented trouble, because it's just before you overcome, the resistance going to be maximum. Time of maximum, time of unprecedented trouble. See? That's what it's going to be. And that's at the point where you break their will and just crush them. But it's going to be maximum resistance at that point. See? We understand that. People think, oh, it's going to get better and better and better. No, it gets worse and worse and worse to overcome. That's what the Quran tells you too. It gets worse and worse. Because they're resisting. Things are lay down, they're resisting. Devils will come out with everything. He's going to do everything he can. Change form, everything. Right? Become more and more like you, because your form is the form that in which you expressing your pressure. That's the quality of pressure. So that quality of resistance become more like the quality of pressure. Put that away. Understand that. But they can't achieve it, the quality, because they crush before they get there. Right? Right? Because they did, then they would become diamonds too. Right? But they can't get there. So now they're losing all over the world, and so their false this was going to be on fire. And the clash between us and them, because that's defense, they want to attack us. All that trouble's going to be going here in America. All that trouble in a few more days. A few more days. I always thought it already happened. Oh, there's my camera here. I thought it already happened for more days. But you're going to see it, and you're going to be right in the middle of it in a minute. So whatever Master Brahma does, he's going to do it on time. Right? It is. And then leave America burning. And when gold comes in, it's going to destroy the ram. And be it to take, and the rest go in captivity. And again, see, we were still warriors. Right? We wouldn't necessarily live in the jungle. Some was living in the jungle. But we had seasoned things, right? Couldn't hold things together. We was losing control. Africa wasn't all these different countries you see now. It wasn't all these different countries. And check it out. So he was breaking down. Unity was breaking down. Right? And was forced, as we saw in Daniel, right? Daniel was forced into the land of Belshazzar. Belshazzar, that's Africa. So we was living in Africa because we taking captivity to Africa. That's the first key. See, you understand? We was in captivity in Africa. Which means we was in captivity because we was under the power of the Africans, our brothers, Esau. We was living on the northwest coast of Africa. Okay? So that's what I said. Daniel was living there because we was forced out of Arabia. That's another thing too, I was that brother been listening to my whatever. Yeah, man, Africa's really, Arabia's really Africa. I mean, how this brother, I said, what got into him? So I let him talk. But he was like, I said, well, he must have been watching my video or something because I ain't never heard a black person even say that. Even though Arabia is North Africa, he said he's playing. Yeah, it's right there, and this was totally off the page because also I've been knowing him for 8 years now. I met him when I was 69. I was about to turn 70. Right? I started going to that gym. And all he want to talk about was sports and NFL. And so with no conversation because he been talking to me about it and I've been looking at him crazy. Don't you know about that? Nope. Never in that conversation. Right? And like I said, about a couple weeks ago, I said, man, you ready for war, brother? I don't want to get into that stuff, man. Because he said his father was a preacher, right? I don't want to get in that stuff. Right? Man, I ain't worried about that. Jesus going to take care of everything, man. He went off like that. So, right? See? And the only thing I did, I talked to him a while because his father had passed. And I was trying to comfort the brother, right? So I was telling him about, how Allah brings life to dead, about the 4 birds and everything. Like I spent he read it, looked at it, he said, he got so like understand it, right? Right? And I told him, and he knew I was with Elijah Muhammad. I told him that a long time ago. We mentioned because he's my name, right? But then that was about it. And then this morning, that brother went off. Man, I was about half an hour. I was getting ready to do a certain thing, but he come up and how you feel? 36 years old. Well, I could tell you, man. He started talking about this, talking about that, and next thing you know, man, he got into family. And next thing I know, man, he was talking about Africa and false Jews and all. Man, I didn't say anything. That's what I'm talking. Sometimes we talk too much. See, if you see the story of Jesus, he didn't talk much. He just asked people questions, let them figure it out themselves. Right? So, but I don't, you'll be preaching people. So, no, man, sometimes it's asking questions. Right? Because nobody want to be preached at. I don't. Right? A lot of times you be preaching, don't know what they're talking about, like Farrakhan and his boys. Anyway, here we were, and then this what became. It was over here, and my emotionalism. The bombarded with both. And gave us a Christian mind. That false Israel. It says there was a primary reason, a primary tool to do that. Hollywood and all that stuff. They stole our identity, everything. The mass from Humbers can undo that. Okay. That's what the reverse. Wrath. These people. Oh, it says wrath upon those who was pregnant. It's about women. Right? When those pregnant with us. Oh, I'm okay. I thought I wasn't getting any more buffering, but reasons, I don't know. I thought I was beyond that, but I guess not. Let me see here. Oh, let's see why. This thing keeps switching back from one camera to another camera. Right? That's your boy Farrakhan follows the devil, makes him a devil. So me and my system unstable for some reason, just switching camera, doing stuff by itself. Guess someone's in it playing games. Okay, bro, since I'm about to finish here. So what I got here. Okay, I'm gonna close out in a minute. I'll close out here. Let's see. What am I saying, brothers and sisters? Let me see. One here. And why is not? Okay. And sisters, that's it. But since I'm hung up, I think it's okay now. Umar Rahim here, Commissioner of the Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals. Well, brothers and sisters, I got a little rest. So, on point. But again, all day long, technical issues, I think I've got most of them solved. Till they come with something else. But all these things to be expected, even though you expect them, you don't like them. It's like energy deprivation. Right? We knew it was coming. All the nations was informed. Nobody liked it. I want to go along with it. Right? But when Dr. Shabbat said, no, we're going to take it head on. Because he was looking at the other side. The nation said, oh man, what they didn't understand was that they were going to still suffer anyway. You can't avoid it. You can't avoid, right? I tell you the way the universe works, you just cannot change it. And so innovation will hit all of us, right? And then every time unprecedented trouble you're preparing from, it will be at the very essence of energy deprivation, because remember I told you it's like a curve. It's like a U. We're at the bottom of that U. Okay? And the U is 6,000 years long, from the top all the way back to the top again. So right now, we're right at the near the bottom, rising back up. And 6,000 is 12,000 year period. Those got 6,000 years. They wouldn't allow to have an old 12,000 because they said, man, we can't let them have no 6,000 years. They prepared, right, of people that will rule the next 6,000 years. That's Michael. Remember, Master Muhammad and this. They didn't go through it, and they didn't go through Holocaust. Right? They had another idea of dealing with it. Right? So, Master Muhammad, right? He's a made God. He's a made God. Right? And their rule will only last the next 6,000 years. And then Elijah Muhammad taught that also. And then Master Muhammad knew it because he told Elijah Muhammad, says, the rule will be given back to the tribe of Shabazz at 6,000 years from now. Okay? Because actually, when you look at it, Master Muhammad and his angels, here, they're part of Adam's rule. Because remember, they have Adam. Right? They're Adam on their mother's side. The original, but half Adam. And there's a little science in there, half Adam. When you start getting into the angel bone system and start really working with it, it's so much things, it's like poetry in a way. So they have ruled the next 6,000 years, and then it'll be transferred back to the tribe of Shabazz. So the thing is, we said, let's take it head on. So when time of unprecedented trouble comes, we've been prepared for it. And all the other nations weren't prepared for it. We're not prepared for it. Except for those special group. That's from Muhammad's angels, that group. Right? They're prepared to go to war, battle. Remember, their power would last. But they have that super discipline. We know the Shia are very disciplined. As soon as you're scared of them, very disciplined. They're very disciplined people. Master Muhammad, he's so disciplined, like he does. Right? So they follow that discipline rule. That gives them power to rule for the next 6,000 years. If Adam had applied that, think about it, if Adam had applied that maximum discipline, he would have continued his rule for the next 6,000 years. You see the poetry, you see the poetry there, right? Okay. So they didn't have discipline for it, so we have, right, half Adam that has the discipline. They rule for the next 1,000 years. But right now, the world's in trouble. It's time unprecedented trouble. Coming in fast. They're going to crush all the nations, crush them all. Okay? Remember, the Shia is called a rod of iron. It means iron discipline. Iron discipline. Muhammad's going to raise them to a high level of discipline. But even after 6,000 years, their discipline might be, I'm going to keep it short, brown scissors, but I'm trying to get you to understand certain things. You're not going to get to the here and lay around and drink pina coladas, right? And angels will come and take care. No, it's not work that way. You can work, I don't want to use the word harder, you can work more energetic than you ever worked in your life. Because you have more energy. You're going to go 24/7. You're not going to sleep because you don't want to sleep. You ain't going to have any idea of sleep. So you're going to run circles around. Like it says, my people, right, they would jump like deers. I forget how they say it, right? Because you have so much energy. But you're going to require a great deal of discipline to manage that energy. Energy is like wild animals. Right? You have to bring them under control. See? And they're going to be grafted back in. Because as they're in their form right now, they wouldn't be able to get past 6,000 years. All of this, even as for Muhammad, the discipline he has right now will not be sufficient for 6,000 years. The discipline he will be. It says in the end, no one could maintain that discipline except the one person, that one individual. Discipline was so. What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, eating one meal a year or something? No, I mean, I don't think anything like that. But it's very disciplined because you have to have all the energy. Otherwise, you bounce off the walls. Boom, 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 boom. And discipline it. You go 24/7, you'll be extremely healthy. I mean, you're going to be totally healthy. It's not going to be a sign of aging. Anytime when you expire, it won't be because of aging. Because you say, okay, I want to rejuvenate. Right? Upgrade. But people get more powerful, larger. Eventually be large as whales. Whales came out of us. So I want you to understand what paradise is really like. But you have so much energy, but you're going to feel so good if you got discipline. You're going to feel better than everything you can imagine here. Crack monster won't mean anything. I've never tried it. But I know it won't mean anything to you. It won't be anything compared to how we're going to feel when we get home. And the discipline, before we get to that kind of discipline, it'll be a long time from now. But the bottom line is you have to maintain the basic discipline just to get to the tribulation, because you don't have the energy. You just have to have the discipline to turn into power. It's just all about get your mind back. Apply discipline. See, our people, you're taught to be undisciplined. You know how these devils, these she devils, they love to show their little ass. It's like all around walking around naked. And I mean, everybody trying to be more naked than the next one. I was out at the mall today, right? I'll send a picture later. There's a Negro, but she with this big ass, was in one of those major stores, right? She with a big old bass dog. Said, man, is she a demon or what? But whether you're a demon or not, people have lost discipline. And you must get that discipline. The devils, they can't control this. Remember, they're undisciplined by nature. That's why he sent prophets to them. You have to send prophets to birds, tell them how to fly. If you have to keep telling them how to fly, it means they don't know how to fly, and you have to keep telling them, right? So the point is that if you have to keep telling them, it means they don't have discipline. That's why you keep telling, and then they keep falling. They fell 1,000 years ago. 500 years ago, but 100 years ago, they fell for 1,000 years. Because of lack of discipline. You study Catholic Church is all about, oh man, just do whatever, and just say, confess to the priest and do 3 Hail Marys and say, Father, I have sinned, and bam. That still goes on in Catholic Church today. And then Prophet Muhammad, he was overcoming them because he raised up a people that had taught him discipline. And that's how it was overcome. Because actually, Adam had applied more discipline. They applied it. The Adams couldn't even overcome them. Because once they turned back discipline again, they got control of the whole world. Yeah, I tell you that the Quran is just the moon to the sun, to the sealed Bible, reflects it. Because if you go back and look at the females, the devil females, 500 years ago, when they came over here, they was treated almost identically like the Muslim females over in the Middle East, almost identically. Maybe in some ways even harsher. You know what I'm saying? They were covered and they had no rights. They was told, right? And the man got mad, he just called them witches, they burned them up. You see what I'm saying? I tell you, and they keep pushing it, crying, and the so-called, Farrakhan's rule, whatever you got over there. Right? They don't understand it. It's like, he tried to go and try to explain about Adam. God told submit to the. He don't understand. So you talk, but you don't talk the whole thing, so you understand it. Well, we still sin, we're so evil and everything else. Hold on, wait a minute. See, because he try to explain it, he get tongue-tied. Why? Because how you explain that they're so evil, not evil, right? But we all evil. See, that's what he explained. How you explain that God told us to submit to evil? I explain that. So if we spin the evil, if we submit to evil, what does that mean? That means we're the righteous. Oh man, I ain't do it like that. Yeah, because you're doing God's will. You're the righteous. And the ones that wouldn't submit, they call themselves doing God's will, they weren't. They weren't Muslims. We were Muslims, and we still are Muslims. We're Muslim all time. That's what Master Muhammad said. He said, we're Muslims. We've always been Muslims. Right? Because if Muslim means submit to the will of Allah, then it doesn't matter what you call yourself, what you're doing. If his will is to submit to devils, then you're still Muslim. See, when you listen to me, all that stuff just makes no sense anymore. Because you've been walking around, oh yeah, and you're letting your brain, all that stuff come in your brain, then you wonder why you're so confused. It's like, why can't, see, the Sunnis, the Arab Sunnis, they say Adam is all mankind. When it says, I'll make a new rule on earth, no, whole mankind doesn't rule what mankind does. If you know what mankind means, they're kind of a man, it means the Europeans, right? It means if they're ruled, they must be Adam. I mean, we're not Adam. We ain't ruling anything. Right? Africans ain't ruling anything. China's not. It's the God can make our American Britain. It must be Adam. But the reason why they can't admit that, because they don't have to admit the jinn. The logic of it must be the jinn, because they ain't submitting to him. And we must be angels because we are submitting to him. You see, it's so clear once you open your eyes and look at it. That's why they can't admit that. That's why Adam, all people are. But that doesn't make no sense, because it's not make a rule in the earth, and that means, okay, who's ruling the earth? Arabs ain't ruling it. They can't admit it. Just like they can't admit that false Israel's false, even though it's coming out clear and clear every day. But first of all, that's clear enough. They know that the people that call themselves Jews anyway, they know they're Ashkenazi Jews. They're really Europeans that convert to Judaism. They weren't even the so-called, even if you go with the Bible, they're not even the original Jews that they claim is in the Bible, because these were Europeans that converted to Judaism. And that's a fact, and that's not, you can Google that easy. So they can't admit that false Israel is not real, because look at the problems that causes. Danger, who is? Oh. They can't admit they can't admit the truth of any of this stuff. And even if they know they can't, so they got to get distorted view like you got Sunday. I mean, that guy was all over the page. He was pulling all kind of shit out of his ass and just throwing it all, flinging all over the place. I wouldn't want to be in that auditorium, man, because I get smacked right in his face. Because that's all he did, is just slamming shit all over the damn place, but that's all it was. Remember that? The week before, he's going to tell us what's going to happen this week. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you next week. Did he tell you? Because he's a goddamn liar. Look at him. He ain't like Farrakhan. Farrakhan, he don't say things like that. He say statistical fortitude. And see, he's so handsome. I mean, you know, you ain't supposed to say that. Look how handsome. Huh? Is he sleeping well? He's sleeping well? Look how handsome Farrakhan is. What? Sleeping well? Yeah, he must be. I know he's emptied out of the shit bag. He probably is. Because the way they talk over there, man, it must be part of it. America must have a little harem going over there with their all the clowns. But they can't admit these things. The things are obvious, they can't. And the problem is, these things are becoming more and more obvious every day. That's the problem they got. Because the more obvious they come, it's like you bang on that dam. And the water dam goes crack. See? And so I remember going constantly beating every day, 30 years, bam, bam, bam. Damn, starting to crack. See? People started, you know, uh-oh. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. You know, damn's about to crack. But man, I'm going to give a little burp, a little push. Because they're going to destroy the economy. Even they're saying it. They understand that the economy is at risk right now. They're saying, I mean, I'm not just, I mean, you hear all over the internet. I mean, yeah, Iran's going to make us move. They're going to make it any day now. And when they do it, have ramifications all over the whole planet. I've been telling you that for 30 years. Going to impact the whole planet. The thing is, they got all their little foundation points all cracking. And that's why I'm going to give it a push. Okay? Like termites, right? He house up, and he come along and just throw a match and get the job done, get over it. That's about to happen. It happened, he wants to happen. It ain't happened, I want to happen because it told me. It ain't happened, I want to happen. John was upset about it. I mean, he got really bugged. Right? He was really bugged about it. And so was Mass from his angels. He was like angry about it too. He said, what you waiting for? When you going to get the vineyards? He said, you know, wait till your brothers get, you know, and it was just been taken down. The devils are running, walked into a trap. Okay? And I can't say more than that because then it would be a trap. They walked into a trap. Because all this again, it tells you. Remember, that's the idea. Okay, we say, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. What is it telling you that? It's telling you every has to have the opposite reaction. So if they make mischief and shed blood, that's what they live by, they'll be taken down by mischief and shedding of blood. So they've been planning mischief against all nations, so nations are planning mischief against them now. Okay? You'll see the biggest backfire you've ever seen. It's going to be like a harmony, right? Like a melody or something, the way you see it. And you're the only ones going to be able to appreciate those if you went to the Holocaust bonuses because the pressure is coming like a breeze to you. There's going to be a tornado, hurricanes, tsunami, all rolled in one. It's going to crush everyone. It says it's going to crush everyone. Except you. That's if. And if you're applying, you got your umbrella. I feel as you're applying them. The more you apply them, the better it's going to be. Smooth sailing. That's what both brothers and sisters. But you're going to be here. You're going to do exploits. Okay? And you're going to be satisfied with your revenge. Some of you are going to be happy to go to the Holocaust. Or not the Holocaust. Because now you're going to get a chance, especially some of the females, get a chance to do payback. And payback can be very stimulating. You're going to do double than it's done to you. Terrible time, brothers and sisters. The things they've been exposed to, they really are. These people tell, oh, I mean, they're okay now. Okay. Like I said, you leave a dog alone, you don't feed him for 2 or 3 days, you'll see a wolf. That's what he is. That's his nature. As long as he's eating, eating. War. You already suffered your casualties. You already suffered your casualties. Right? You already paid the price. Time and pressure and trouble. Pay the price, remember? You already paid the price. Everybody's got a right? Pressure. Everybody's affected. Same way. It affects you personally. I mean, everybody's exposed to the same pressure. But you went and trained. You went to the Holocaust, so now the pressure transforms you. But you had the ability to be transformed to a positive transformation. Other people, they try to avoid the transformation. But now, time and unprecedented trouble, Holocaust, they're not prepared. And so the pressure is going to crush them. It'll crush you. If you follow my guidance, right, then you won't feel anything. He said, well, not a hair on your head will be harmed. That means you won't feel anything. If they going to do exploits, that means somebody's going to be, if you do exploits, that means you enjoy what you're doing. No, I have no, what do I say? What I want to use, no reservations. Taking out these devils, or it tells you that. It tells you that in the lessons. It says you actually get a reward for every devil's head you take out. Reward if you could, you get a free trip to Mecca and you get so much money for every devil. That's Master from I'm talking. But just the Farrakhan, those clowns, right? Oh no, man, we can't. See, he's still talking about saving the devils. Well, if America, you got to repent. How are you going to repent? Repentance doesn't mean that you escape consequence. How can you repent? Okay, let me give you an example. You're taking $1,000 from everybody, right? And you create $1,000 worth of energy. You keep doing it. The consequence has been built. Say you damming up. Say somehow it's being dammed up, right? So now the dam's about to break. Oh man. Well, you can avoid that. You got to repent. What do you mean? You better give all that money back real fast. Real fast. There's no consequence. That's what repentance means. It doesn't mean that, you avoid consequence. No, it means that you get repentance. It allows you, gives you time enough to cut the scale. So for America, repent. They have to leave here and go back to Europe. They have to kiss all this Native Americans' asses. Right? They have to, reparations, man. How you need a goddamn reparation? They got to restore us back. How you going to do that? Yeah, that's Farrakhan bullshit. America repent. Well, if that's the case, man, then hell. Go out and kill people and do all kinds of stuff, and they say, okay, God, I'm going to do it no more, and that's it. Consequences just wiped away. You think that? That's what Farrakhan trying to sell you. It says in the lesson, they try to pin the science will say, no. Because they can't. And they can fool you to already give you reparations, but that's not even their money. They cannot repent. It's impossible. They can't give back everything they've been found years. They can't do it. So now the dam is breaking, and now it's coming back, and that's a whirlwind. That's why it says the thing of North will come as a whirlwind. Because all this was dammed up. Because it said, we don't respond. Because the consequences, let it dam up, let pressure build. Because that same pressure build is going to transform us transform us into gods, and also make us so hard that when time Vice President trouble comes, it will be anything to us. Because we convert to a dime, so pressure don't mean anything to us. Everybody try to avoid it. Now all of a sudden it's too late. Too late. We keep it short, brothers and sisters, but I hope you understand that. I'm trying to get back on. I think I got new systems and everything else. I've been working hard. I'm just going to review this, see everything worked out okay, then maybe I'll get more involved. Get more involved in tomorrow or the next day. Because right now, I'm spending so much time correcting things and dealing with people issues, and like I said, I was at I think I said that right. I was at this woman that she with a big old dog. I took a picture of that. I probably sent it out. Man, and then the other day we had to go out to where you buy a laptop set, right? One of those technical stores. They call it Best Buy or something like that, right? And I had to take it back. I'm telling you, I got my laptop from Amazon and sent that back because it's worse than what I got now. And I went to Best Buy and take that back, and I go back and they take it back, and they got this dude and this devil there with a big old ass dog. And I'm standing in line trying. He walk out. I say, "Hold it, man! I'm allergic to dogs. You better back up." I told him. He just stood there. He didn't come any closer. I said, "I'm allergic to dogs, man." See, the thing is, you got two conflicting natures. That's what Klein was trying to say. Right? He want to talk about. See how he twist. See, we don't have to twist scriptures here. We talk with the whole thing. We'll say, "Oh, just part, not that part." You hear me saying scripture's wrong. I said bad translations, but you hear me say it's wrong. They say, it's God's word. God. Well, isn't that God's word? See, they don't even know what they're saying over there. They're confused. They'll be more confused. They'll be delirious in a minute. Oh, the hell is coming, brothers and sisters? Unprecedented trouble. That means what's getting ready to come on them is even worse than what happened back 66 trillion years ago when the moon was blown away. It means the evil that's coming upon these people, and you the one are going to expose them to that evil. You're going to subject them to it. Not that you're evil, but the chastisement you put on them is monstrous. Fuel for the fire. Because if you're told to do to them double as done to you, then there's no limit. That's not a suggestion. It's not an idea. It's a command. And if you take it and you hesitate, hiccup on that one, then maybe we'll throw you in the one too. It's part of what Revelation is about. Part of why this thing is shucks. Get that, because you still get that red. See, we're good-hearted people. And that's the leverage they had on us. It gets over here and controls and everything else. Good-hearted people. Because we're good-hearted people. But you can't apply being good-hearted to crocodiles and pigs and things. You got to understand, you can't. Because all of them, they say, how you get your house full of pigs, being by alligators. You can't. And so, therefore, that's why you have to identify. Because you say if they're human, then yeah, well, we got to treat humans as humans, right? Humanity. I mean, that's fair, right? But the Bible says they're not. It said beast. And they're wicked, evil beasts. And then when they trick you, it's because they look like you. It says they had a form of godliness, but they're not a power of it. They're not a form. So therefore, you can't apply And that's why I said you're commanded to do an double, because you have to understand, you have to cut your mind clearly. Because they got you thinking that, oh man, they're so holy, they're so cute, so pure. And we are humanity with fire, God, we are humanity. So therefore, you feel sorry for them. Yes, they feel sorry for them. And you don't realize it's like feel sorry for a wolf. Then you go to sleep and next day you know you're wolf shit. Because you don't realize it was a wolf. Oh, I was a little doggy. No, it's a wolf. See? And you're going to have to, and that's part of getting your angel mind back. You have to, that's why even, that's what I tell you, you have to recognize that they're wolves. Not just doggies, they're wolves. That's part of getting your mind, and that's going to have to be tested. That's why you have to see them as they are. Cannibals. Because that's a big part of their power over us. Because that's not here. Emotional. It's emotional. You understand? It's emotional. It's the emotional control they got over you. Okay? Especially over our sisters. And that's going to have to be broken 100%. Because they're already gone. But remember, the seed belongs to us. Right? You have to understand that. Because once we get out here in our home and now our service forever, you have to understand, right, the difference between, even the angel says, it says, God made it, shows the distinction between us and the Egyptians. You understand where they are. Because you can't let them, like these people, their dog is, he's a nice dog, so their dog sleep with him. Their dog eat with him. No. He's a dog. He ain't supposed to be doing that. You understand who they are. Because they can't come in all of a sudden, we're going to accept them in. No. You have to understand clearly in your mind. Just because they look like us. I mean, apes look like us too, don't they? Somewhat, to a certain extent. Just because they look like us. They're not. Mankind. Come beasts. If you don't recognize that, you don't get through tribulation. And if you get through it, you're going to be in trouble. That's the emotional side that you have to overcome. You get your mind back, and you have to get your emotions under control, discipline. But it comes from the mind, but you have to discipline it. And that's part of it. That's a big part of your discipline. Because remember, they're going to be healthy and everything, and they'll be smarter then. When we get home, because they've been out of service forever. And remember the story, that's why the story about Jacob says, once Jacob, they was born into existence, it was back to Arabia. It says the reason why the Arabs are all white now because they felt sorry for the babies. They hid them. But see, that was you too. Because remember, there was black folks back then. That was some of your sisters out there. They're so cute. And now look what happened. No. I've never talked about this too much before, but you got to get in your mind, and you got to overcome. That's why somebody referred to as a heart. You got to overcome emotional, mental, and emotional. You got to come over both of them. And that's part of the reason why you got to go tribulation. Because some of you say, oh man, they see a fire cut. We so sorry. They look so cute. Little lions look cute too. Little pigs look cute too, and they little piggies, little doggies, and little catties, kittens. They grow up. And that's part of what you can have to overcome. It's a major part for some of you. A lot of you. A lot of people lost for lack of knowledge, and that's part of the emotional side. I see right now, even in my own family, people they can't break that emotional. That's where discipline comes in. So leave it there, brothers and sisters. Because you still have that emotional attachment to them. And that's how they deceive you, because they look like you. They ain't you. They were trying to say, oh, well, yeah, well, we all came from us, and trying to, like, other words, we all, yeah. So did the rats and dogs came out of us too. That's a distinction. That's one of the hard. Look, this is the hardest time in our history, the transformation. Because first of all, we had to get them. We lost our minds, lost true our emotions, lost discipline, lost it all. Now we got to recover it. Look at the trial, look at the test, look at the mental flood you're getting, and look at the emotional flood you're getting. And emotional flood is mostly coming from them. Oh, we so nice, so cute, all over TV. Oh, we friends now, we buddies. See, I'm gonna talk about that part maybe tomorrow. I don't talk about that part too much. But they come at you here and emotional. Emotional, far very emotional. You gotta overcome both of them. Both of them. And that's part of the reason why it's hard, because you're gonna see them. You're gonna see. You don't see dogs, you're gonna see them for what they really are. After they can they cover it up, pull their skirts, so you're gonna see them exactly how they are. But that emotional control has to be broken. 99%, 100%. 100%. Have no emotional attachments in whatsoever, none. Oh, and little babies are cute. Little babies born, they're gonna have children. They're gonna be on search forever. Oh, look at that cute baby. Oh, really? If you think that way, but you can't think that way because everybody gonna know your thoughts. You can't. I'll talk about that maybe tomorrow, brother. I just thought about it. I haven't really talked about that much. I keep focused here. I talk about discipline, but not in that sense. That is your major trial. Their major trial is the discipline, them, the emotional, right? Attraction that they have on us. Let me close out. But I was at the gym, I left my car running. I was rushed, right? And so I'm in the gym on a trip and got him. Hey man, he's really nice about everything else, right? So man, he got the hard and everything. So he said, man, see, the person was, oh man, that guy was nice. Yeah. You see, and now every time I see him, he waving and carrying on, I mean, the guy did something nice. That's the emotional thing. He said, well, damn, he did something nice, should be nice, something back, right? But say, when a dog comes you with a bone, he doing something nice, ain't he? He giving you his best bone. You gonna eat that bone? You gonna put that bone in your mouth? Because he got in his mouth, he's trying to do something nice to you. So you're gonna say, oh, get out of that bone, he's trying to be nice. You don't understand, but that's why it was so. The magnetic effect they have on you is so great, especially my sisters. Got sisters doing that, and they kill our sons with that bullshit. I'm not blaming the sisters. I'm just saying that they totally messed up because the emotional effect just have, and they feel sorry for it, and it's coming from bombarded by these devils. They say, oh, you gotta listen to them. And you got to come to the point that you don't listen to anything they say because they more than you, and they expect you. And after a while, you totally messed up emotionally. Yeah, I need to talk about that a little more because I just realized I haven't really focused on that much. I talk about discipline, but not in that sense, because that's the trial for you. They're the emotional trial for you. They are the emotional trial for you. That's one of the reasons over here. We're right in the middle of them. To see if you overcome not just the mind, but the emotional. That's two aspects you got to overcome here. I come about the gravitational vortex. It's just not the mental. Life is just emotional. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. We understand. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, to my right hand here, Messenger Covenant, here got 7 seals. This thing is moving. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Well, there you go. I'm going to try to follow up on what I talked about yesterday, brothers and sisters. Also want to do a critique on their forecast for today. Boy, was it a shit show. I don't know where to begin, brothers and sisters. Because it's an obvious fact. Ishmael is a total idiot. He starts out by telling you that every nation has a term and they cannot exceed their term. That America has a term, we have a term, and they both coincide with each other. That's what he said. Both nations have a term, and you can't exceed your term. Nor can you go ahead before your term or after your term. Then spends the rest of this press, they tell you all these extensions. Well, we got a 60-year extension, and then we got another 20-year extension. That's what you said. Every nation has a term, and they can exceed a term. And now you say, we got these extensions. The boy's a total goddamn idiot. And it's not so much that they're straining and trying to prove, because I think he's just an idiot. I don't think he's trying to prove anything. I think he's just an idiot. Farrakhan says, pull Shah's ass, and he says, honey, must be honey. I think he's just that stupid. Because, even in the most desperate conditions, how could you be that damn stupid? Like that stupid. And go on and on. What the crap that he was saying. Right? First of all, God hates us, mad at us because we're so wicked. And later on, he loves us. You see? And then how he jump all around scriptures. And that's how Christ says obvious. Right? Sin, error. If further goes and says, what about that? We're all sinful. All of us are sinful. We're all corrupt or whatever he says, something to that effect, right? And then he says, but we got to listen to them. Well, if you are corrupt and you sinful, what the hell is you for? You shouldn't be talking either. Okay? And then Farrakhan's the watchman. Okay, we're going to put you up there, you watch out for the wolves now, okay? And then the wolves come, you be silent. How that made sense? As soon as hell about to break loose, he told to be silent. Because he don't know a goddamn thing. Plus, he's diagnosed as being borderline senile, and by now, maybe total. You see? That was the most important thing he told them back in the slavery, to be silent. Why? This is a time of trouble. Okay, here's a flashlight, right? But when it get dark, don't turn it on. Tell them to have flashlight then. When it get dark, don't turn it on. I can comment off for 2 or 3 hours because everything he said was total bullshit. Everything, all of it, from start to finish, never made any sense. I'm a son of man, an ancient day son of man. And excuse me, but it gives you a description. It says his hair like lamb's wool, his feet like dark barge brass, which is dark brass, dark brown. It's not black. In fact, barge brass could actually be black. That's not a description of for Muhammad. It's not a description of Farrakhan either. But that don't matter. That's what they say. Okay? They say all these things, none of it adds up, none of it makes any sense. None of it. None of it. And remember last week? He's going to tell us what's happening in the world this week. You say anything? I'm going to explain to you next week. There's going to be a hurricane coming. I'll tell you about it next week. Next week come, you won't mention it all. See? And on that note, he says Farrakhan told to be silent, but he's Farrakhan's spokesman, right? So that means he had to be silent too, wouldn't he? See, anybody over there that's listening to that crap, they got to be a demon. They going along with it because they know it's bullshit. But I mean, if you're the enemy, you know what? Maybe what your government says is bullshit. But you got to fight, otherwise you're gonna be killed because you're in a war. You can't be questioning what the commanders say unless it's something that's going to compromise the battle. But you don't care because you got to win the war. See? And on the other hand, the other people there, I mean, if they sit there and they just eat that stuff up, they're total fools. But we're told that most of them ain't with him anyway. They're just there. Because if you got any kind of brains on, I don't care how can you accept that, it doesn't calculate. None of it. Everything he says doesn't make any sense. Nothing. Nothing he said made any sense. Nothing. So, that's wrong. And then you get back to, he wants to save America again. America repents. And we love America. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no country to go to. Ain't talking about somebody make a mockery. He's making a mockery of everything God says. Because God said we're going home. No, we ain't going nowhere. Devils ain't devils no more. Okay? We're going to make peace and everything with them. All humanity. And we know, those that study the angel know, there's not going to be left much of humanity after the apocalypse is over. Okay? It's going to get rid of everybody except us and those we take captive to be our eternal slaves. I mean, I go on and on, brothers and sisters, because everything he said was so bullshit. That's it. I don't think he's doing it out of trying to just fight back. I think he's actually just an idiot. Because he come a little bit of what he said, because he contradicts stuff every turn. Like this is how you need to live. Now he says each person has a term that they can't go beyond. What the point? How you live? And then they tell you how to live. That if you eat this way, you live longer. We just told you you have a term you already just fixed. So what's the point of it? You can't say both things. Oh, your term's fixed. You can't live no longer in this. And so, well, how you live, you can live longer. Well, it can't be both. So it's a total shit show up there. Total. I go on and on about everything he says is total bullshit. Total. And not to mention they use a lot of things I was talking about. Two nations with like two different natures. He was saying like was two different like weather or something like that, right? And on that note, right, watch the weather. Yeah. Then he says, yeah, we should be doing that. And that's what we've been saying for years. Watch the weather. So you can watch the weather, you know the times. Okay? And then who's saying I said the two nations going to connect. It's like high pressure and low pressure. Right? Yeah, but he wants to save everybody except all the nation in America repent. It's total confusion over there. Nothing makes any sense. And if you have a brain, right, that's tired of eating chitlins, or Mars, pig feet. You're not gonna eat that. You're not gonna eat that stuff. Your brain is not gonna eat that stuff because it doesn't make any sense. None of it. You can't calculate and code anything. And plus, Farrakhan was more. No, he wasn't. Farrakhan, I was on the mouth, said a lot. Said Muhammad said he was worse hypocrite. On top of that, he was sitting in the seat. Yeah. The Osama bin Laden would be the one sitting in Elijah's seat. He said he would make war with the saints 42 months, which is actually 42 years, and overcome them. Again, another bullshit. Because he said the saints will inherit the kingdom, right? So that means that if anyone must be the saints. So somebody's going to make war with them for 42 years. If you take 42 months and to overcome them. So that it's not happening, or hasn't happened, and it's going to happen. So you got 42 years of hell in your future, but somebody's going to attack and overcome you. But he's going to attack you, overcome you, with not guns and missiles, with words. He said he was a mouth. That's Farrakhan. It overcame you. And they, you know what I'm saying? I go on and on with this. I'm going to let it go, brothers and sisters, but what a shit show. I don't think, I'd be very surprised they have more than one more. If they get through January, I'd be surprised. Oh, I would be totally surprised. I don't think they will. Like I said, I'm going to teach you the angel. That's what I got. I don't know what Master Farmer has. The lesson may be part of what he has. He's the one that got to make the timing. I just got to put the cake together. Put all the ingredients together and make the cake. He's the one that got to put another and make the timing. He's like, what's going to happen to people that's against that message? Well, yeah. Look in the mirror, you'll see in a minute. But that's what happened to you. It was a swipe at me. I don't know it's swipe at me. It was a swipe at me. Okay. It's sad, brothers and sisters. It's sad. And I know this is going to turn around in a minute. I know. I'm absolutely sure of that. Right? Because every the point around it, everything is in place. It should be in place. The worst about the ball. There's only two things can happen. Maybe three. Right? The war starts balling, everything cool off. We ain't seen evidence of that. But since 1990, things get hotter and hotter and hotter. So at some point, it's got to boil. But things have to cool down. But things blow up. But if they're the same, that's not going to happen. It's going to either boil or cool down. We just set down stove in between both, and that's not going to happen. And we see right now how much hotter can it be. I mean, they're actually talking nuclear war now. It's not going to happen. But America will be nuked, though. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I got some more time I want to talk about, but it's a shit show. One time it's us, sometimes the devil did this to us. He has no idea. I said, I think the boy is totally retarded. I believe he is. Let me move on, bro. So I'm going to keep kind of brief. I've been working 2 days trying to put my whole new system together. So, I don't see any buffer or anything yet. And hopefully it sounds okay because I can't. I can't check the sound till I finish. I'm going to talk for a hell hour without any sound, boy. Oof. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let's move on and see. You know, our people, you talk about the little things happening, but I try to walk some math. Maybe I'll control that today, but I'm just try to expand it up on that. I say the math is situation. The math is our situation. It's all mathematics. Like language, for instance, right? Now, there's only one language. Only one true language. One language. The rest of these other things they call language, just grammar. Just grammar. They call language. Because language, right? Be and it is. Only language, true language is mathematics because it brings things to existence. Okay? It doesn't matter what the grammar is. The language is mathematics. Now the devils, they have English as a grammar. We have Arabic as a grammar. But they have language. They didn't say be and it is. Because they're the gods of this age. Satan was the gods of this age. So he said be and it is. That is, brothers and sisters. Only one true language. Only one language at all. It's a mathematical language. I'll try to show you how all this stuff is mathematics. And so you should be, as Master Muhammad said, if you wish to be successful, learn the mathematical language. You should be learning the mathematical language. As for angels, it's like a gym to get you up to that level. But you got to start thinking mathematically. I keep trying to give you examples over and over again. You got to start thinking mathematically. Because otherwise you won't understand what's going on. I started thinking mathematically. I'm going to tell you about vectors. Look up vectors. Study vectors. Study derivatives. Trigonometric functions. We're going to be more advanced. But they have much more advanced. I understand, brothers and sisters, about people waking up. All these movies and everything like this aim to keep you silent, keep you pacified. Everything's all right. What do you want? Okay. A lot of people are buying that. Oh, that puppy's so cute. I was in the store. Yesterday. Because I had to take the computer back. I told you, I had a lot of trouble with these computers. I had got 2 new ones, and both of them I ended up taking back. And so I'm in there, and I said, no, man, just dive behind me with a dog. I said, hey, who is it? I'm allergic to dogs. Devil, man. He looked at me, shocked. Look how you look at me. I'm allergic to dogs, man. Why you install a damn dog if you were sick? But see, the reason why I love dogs so much is because they're close to dogs. Right? Look at their skin. You ever seen pig skin? They look like pig skin? That's why I call them beasts. You're going to talk about how the yellow man came by the brown. He got it all wrong. It's all wrong. There's really no such thing as a yellow man. You can use it for definition, but that's not what I explain to you. It does. They actually come after the devils. So you don't talk about that kind of stuff. You know, a lot of stuff here, I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea whatsoever, just throwing stuff out there. See? And that impressed dumb people. And demons look say, well, maybe we can use that. Understand, brother and sister? I've been waking up. See? Farrakhan can wake them up and all this stuff, right? Gonna take America and whew. Now God's will. And close. See here. That's the other thing, you know, it says Aaron was saying, Elijah seen they couldn't use Aaron. And when Elijah was absent, that he don't want to talk about that part. He went off. He did all kinds of evil stuff. So much stuff that even in the Quran, Moses would tell him wanted to kill him. Even in the Quran, so I had no cover there. But they can't come to grips to that. He says, follows the devil. And he's the devil. Pure self, they can't come to grips with that. But he's not going to hit with it. It says, father raped his mama. Like father, like son. Like son, brothers and sisters. And he's raping the nation of Islam, just like it says in Malachi. Then do something with that part. All the parts that expose Farrakhan who he is. Okay, nope. No. Yep. I'm not ripping the nation. Rebuild the nation. You tore it down. That's the situation, brothers. That's Farrakhan. Ripping the nation of Islam. Curse with a curse. Environment. All these things are very simple, brothers and sisters. I'm just trying to get the mathematics, but I told you, we reduce it all to mathematics. The Holocaust. 400 years, Holocaust, nation. It's all mathematical. Because I got real says, because I cut it short, like I've been up almost all night. And the kitty stays together. You got to learn that connect the dots, brothers and sisters. It's a system they use to control us. Capitalism, Christianity, and democracy. The whole trill. The point is that we're not going to have anything like that in the hereafter. Make all things new. It says something, all things new. We have wise people. And Christianity will cease existence in 3 more days. Very Connected dots, brother says I have much more to say, but I'm going to close out because late. I've been at it all day. Let's see what else I got, brothers and sisters. He talked all that stuff, but he didn't tell you what to do about it. What are you going to do? Mention that. Say united around him. That's it. Not everything else. There's a horrific time coming to him pretty soon, brothers and sisters. Horrific. Okay, I think I'm going to just throw a couple more slides. I have those things, brothers and sisters, but it's late. I've been at this quite a bit for the last 2 days. Finally got set up. I think it's working. Just got to make sure the sound working. It'll be good to go until it's kind of get me. You know, I keep talking about the millennium. The little TV got the grandson ordered. It's a lie. It's a lie. Millennium is past, brothers sisters. If we reach out 20, you open your mind, you see it's past. We'll be thrown into, we'll be captured, enslaved. Nothing to us. These devils in a foreign land, persecuted mercilessly, and then he mentioned some of these things. The thing is, they can't come to grips with reality because it's his people, Farrakhan's people, that did this to us. Because Paul was the devil. It's his people that did it to us. I'm sure he's aware he's still in contact with the people. He don't want to offend them. You know, I ain't gonna call them devils. Brothers and sisters. I heard you could nap before I did this podcast, but I was just gonna nap or something because I've been up. That's what's happening here. I mean, the times run out fast. They say, "Oh, I said every time run out fast," but maybe they repent. You wait for that one. Repent is something that's not in the vocabulary that you have. But yeah, something for you. You try to repent. I'm gonna have to close out bills since Luck's have been up all night. And get things set, we change things and return these computers, 2 of them. And 25-mile journey to get to the place is not ridiculous. I do quite a few things. So I'm gonna leave it. I'm going to see what else I got. Bill says I'm going to move quite quickly. So give me some rest, but I think I got unless they get into it again, I think I got things set up. Right? Because I think the sound's working okay. And, America's all over the world. When it ran and down, that's American Britain. The world. Watch it. Any nation puts straps together. Any nation comes together. No, because they can get it, squash it. They have this little thing where they're going to take out these Asian nations. Which ones they going first? And ones that they profit off of. So it's going to come back at them. Let me talk about that to man them codes, bro. There's so much wisdom in what I mentioned yesterday, so I want to reiterate a little bit. They did aggression against us. We had no defense. It's an energy deprivation, so they had more power than us, so they had no defense. So, bringing us here is one thing, right? Okay, so the consequence of that said we ended up going home. Remember, that's the consequence of that. So, but when, that's another question, but we eventually go back home because we was brought here. Action is absolute equal action. But, any buses? But they afflicted us and terrorized us for 40 years. Back in the 30s when they had a power solution to get rid of the fake Jews. They was oppressing us then. They're still oppressing us now. They're still a little more subtle with it. But openly. And so they never started in this so-called civil rights war. Civil war. End up there. I mean, that was foregone conclusion, actually. But you got 2 nations, one inside the other. And that's why I said those are pregnant. They're the ones that's pregnant. We the ones that infants, embryos inside their womb. There was no extension. You got 2 different nations. They're going to clash. I not going to lose my train of thought, brothers and sisters, because I am. Boy, I am so beat. Oof. I realized I was just beat. I was probably going to nap and maybe talk later on. Sometimes you go on, you don't think about it. I need to get this thing set. And I think I accomplished what I'm mostly about to say in a minute. But there's a consequence. They got to pay for everything they've done. Because what they've done, okay, this is another thing they said. Oh, well, you're talking about, God telling switching the angel. He don't explain it because he don't know it. Because if that's the case, then how he calls wicked and everything because we submit to somebody and they shed blood. What's he going to teach you? If they're wicked, you submit to wicked people, he's going to have you doing wicked things. He didn't address that part. Because if you ask a question right now, they said everything just falls apart. None of it makes any sense. He feels sad about all the devils that got killed. Really? The last time I heard, Jesus, when he was here, he killed a lot of people. But when he come back, he's come back with a sword to kill a lot more people, women and children. And instruct anybody to read him to kill women and children. What is that? What is that? What did I do everything? Running up everything. So now, you're close the door on them. Because remember, they did all this evil to everyone all over the world. They got a demon plague all over the world. And history's blocking their face. No matter where Farrakhan hides. Oh, I'm Aaron. Okay, boom, got him. Inside got him. Every time he come, it's still slap him down because he's a liar. If anybody's sitting there got a brain, they should know too. Maybe they do. They said those with the lamb. Wicked, evil people. No redemption. That's why you don't see me even doing the marriage and stuff anymore. Confessions anymore. That too much anymore because these. Anyway, brothers, sisters, I'm gonna close out in a minute. Better keep my eyes over here. The whole empire. There was this whole empire about to collapse. Think all these kind of ways. Oh, we're gonna get to Germany. No. The entire earth was European countries, right? And what can I say, brothers and sisters? They're trying to get rid of you. How in Jacob's trouble? They know. The separate nation don't want to know that. That's why I told Farrakhan, you can't be teaching that stuff. You can't be teaching going back home, all that kind of stuff, right? That was their fear. That we reunite. A war break out, we'll turn against them and free the country. That would be Farrakhan's doing. The thing is, boss says that's what's coming. But you should be prepared for it. You want to prepare for it if you study it and 5 pills. And a lot of people will lack knowledge when you get the chance, when you know what's going on. And they allow them to do come on to you. Allow them going to be demons or whatever trying to get the hell out of their ass out of here. Not because they want to leave, they want to die. Oh, it's some dreadful time coming, brothers and sisters. Not for you. You follow the advice I gave you. And the rest of the people that follow that advice. Brother, 5 pills this one. I had to close the door. I said, brother, keep my eyes over here. I had a lot of things I want to talk about, but the thing is, you have to read between lines here, brothers, so they tell mathematics. It's talking about like the prose way. Prose is like non-mathematical language. Like all languages, right? They're tools. They're not languages. Only few languages there is China and maybe Europeans. It's terrible, brothers and sisters. Explaining where, where my Mongols came from. But they done all this damage. And Bliss said, oh, that was retaliate. That's the Christians, Arab Muslims, or whatever you want to call them. So when they stand up to fight, they're going to be wiped out. Okay? They don't know everything, and they I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. He said, our time is here. 225, and they talking about, you see this, if I can't see most of that stuff, you see COVID said 7 months later, I guess God told me to be quiet on that one too. And then was even then, they still back and everything you have to was trying to get back in UPS. Terrible, brothers and sisters. If you pay close attention and you apply what you've been told, it will not harm you. I'm going to have to go by outside, but I keep my eyes open again. This is where you are, brothers and sisters. They got a very close call. I'm going to drop the bomb right now. Drop it on you. Get rid of you. And all wants to get rid of you. No, we got to do it at the right time. But it says they have their wrath. Because Bulldogs were pregnant. We know who they are. So Bulldogs, that means that wrath coming upon them. All these countries, and that was this something too. Stuff in Africa, now it's rolling back. You can't beat consequence, brothers and sisters. And then you run somebody representing America. I won't say representing, but you know, it's destruction. So they hit you up hard. The Americans hit you up hard. They hit you. It was destroyed. Then they get in a war. The other triangle, Africa, India, Europeans, destruction. And I'm getting ready to close down system to oof. Understand, brothers and sisters, hope you understand. I'm just screeching hold in a minute. Screeching hold in a minute. You feel so evil. And now they don't want you to speak how evil they are because, oh man, you just think racist. They really push that agenda lately because, oh, gotta stop talking about hate racism. Gotta start having a book say, they had anything in a book? The name of it. They want to talk about slavery. And they get nervous as men's hearts fear those things come, but they see it coming. It means they know for sure it's coming here. It's the language. Destruction is dead. Let me put it this way, brothers and sisters. I explain to you this. Do double damage done to you, it means a ratio 2-1. Not only that. Not only that. The instruction will be off the page. The gap will get wider and wider and wider. Once they give birth to us, once it's birth of a mother, they're no longer getting that tube or whatever she's giving to them. They start becoming disenchanted. At first, he was down with mom 100% because mom was getting more like good milk. I'm good. There's another but evil. Now it's gonna come back. Come on. Everyone. In other words, like rolling back a movie. Playing backwards. But you're gonna see boss business. They're gonna take out the middle. Why do you move these right now? This. You've been there what? 48, 76 years? Cause number chaos, confusion everywhere you went. We got brothers and sisters. Pay the price for it. Getting after everybody's country, everybody. Exception. And now, they didn't see consequence. Like I said, they didn't see consequence. Now, people be energized. They start to gain strength. America's walking into a trap. It's like Paul says, we're in a trap because the 6th War, 6-Day War, and another war, and they like went to like butter. Like butter. They still have on here. Okay, on bounce. And I have an issue here. Oh, get rid of that. Yeah, hold on, bro. So I gotta check something. Then we'll close. Oh, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I can't continue, but since like I said, I didn't get enough rest. I should have. I got things working, so I was waiting for it. And I'm not coming every time I want to call. I'm not doing it coherently because I'm beaten. But I did, I did see the shit show today. I spoke to that. And I'm going to speak a lot more, but I don't think it's necessary, but it was just total garbage. Garbage. And he said last week, said he's going to tell you what's happening in the world this week. I thought, nobody knows that they was all they do was watching the weather. Well, hold it. Is that what you've been telling us for years? And I can keep bringing stuff. Watch the weather, watch the weather. Now all of a sudden, that's a bad thing because you know the times. I've been telling you about the times. You trying to watch the weather. And they say, well, we should be talking about the times. Right? Well, yeah, but you've been talking about watch the weather for years. Watch the weather, watch the weather. People are angry. You got to make that context between high pressure, low pressure. They can't get along. No, they're not getting along, but it's going to be a total. Oh, it's going to be a battle roar like you've never seen before here. And people survive it. That could be taken out altogether. Just to go into lay the groundwork for another war. Like a land back and everything. Terrible time, brothers and sisters. But you've been prepared for it. So it's not going to feel that bad to you because you're going to see people crushed before your eyes and not going to seem to bother you because you don't feel pressure. That's what the Holocaust did for you. Now, you're going to appreciate it, brothers and sisters. And that's some good news. I've been trying to get some good news the last couple of days. Get a lot of bad news and I get some good news. There's no brother in prison on their head. If they ask out, they will get out in a minute. Because it says that's one of the other things so much is to free the captives. Oh, it's something else, brothers and sisters. But they tell you, America's attacked every nation on the planet. And now they're about to slip. And everybody's back. They're going to run to the nation. They help us. Right? Give us oil. Give us food, whatever. And because they got total economic collapse. And the country said, no. Please. You're on your knees. You've never seen anything like this, bro. It's not unprecedented. From my perspective, I need to know exactly what it would be like. And the way I understand it, people tell me that they're here right now. I'm a scientist. What was he saying? And he says to my Farrakhan, I said, they come visit my son, I forget. Right? You know, the scientists are walking around. I mean, you know, they manifest themselves. Some scientists call them high priests. And they said that when Elijah was on in a hospital in I think it was in Arizona. They said that while they was doing something, he said two people came up and tried to beat the others, and that's his angels. And he showed me, she don't know what happened to him. That's a promise he got, and nothing would happen to him. It's not a promise to me. Nothing would happen to you, don't worry about it. And Joshua, don't worry about anything. I'm not worried about anything. I need to get you home, and brother and sister, you already qualified. Like you got the money, or you got to just buy this ticket. You got the money. That ticket is free. I can't beat that one. You just got to show that you got the money. That you know how to use it. You don't want your money. You just got to show that you got it. And use it. And I give you tickets. Get the hell out of here. They're going to stay. He's telling the truth about one stay because he's a demon. Remember, it was Farrakhan's fathers that did all that evil stuff. Remember, it's Farrakhan's people. His father's devil. Then those are his people, isn't it? They're his father's people. They're his people. That's he was so familiar with him in that DiCaprio movie. His problem is his half brother. Because he showed one of those big beats they have, top dogs, whatever. Right? And all the devils up there, well, they got an issue with him because he do have some skin a little dark. Right? But hey, I'm with y'all. I'm with y'all because, you know, that's what he thinks. He'll care about you. Been ripping the nation off for 42 years and he don't intend to stop. He's been ripping off 42 years. So the petition, the mouth. People don't buy them if you understand it. And that's supposed to happen soon. Yeah, I'm through my predicting days because the angel goes up to a point, and then that's all predictions only go up to a point. They only go up to a point. Before it was born, that's what said the time it ends. The angel said, time no more. So after that, Mr. Muhammad, he's the master of time. That's 7 seal, right? That's my mission to prophesize, seal Bible, seal Bible. You know, to go back to about the Million-Man March. I mean, all these stupid stuff. 2024 as up come out to 9. Really? World War II, World War I. And then they jumped to Korean War. Well, excuse me. The Korean War was not a major war. Vietnam was a bigger war than the Korean War. They include that because you can't get number 9 out of that. So this is bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's total bullshit thing. I mean, I was seeing my wife, she watched me closely because she thinking I'm taking breaking TV because I mean it's hard to listen to these people. Anyway, I'm gonna have to close out, bro. It's just like I said, I'm trying to hang in there, but I'm saying it'll work. I really wanted to get some more math about how our situation, brothers and sisters. Right? I talked about it yesterday. I wanted to go into more detail, but I'm gonna have to wait till probably tomorrow. It's all mathematics. I said only language there is mathematics. Because that mathematics can bring things to existence. All the other ones, they're not language, they're grammar. and grammar. So in Arabic, you should learn mathematics. Apply it. That's what we learn in mathematics. If you're not studying mathematics, you waste your time. You study Angel to show you how to study mathematics. Because Angel like a test to see if you understand you really got mathematics. Because all about mathematics, I'm trying to explain to you yesterday, telling you, see, this is mathematics, this mathematics, this leads to this leads to this. All mathematics. If you want to be a god and say Beninese, you have to know mathematics, because mathematics, you can't say Beninese in Arabic. You have to have the mathematics of it. But Beninese, because the people that got to come around over there, oh, they got this, they got that. Like I said before, I said, yeah, man, they can understand what's going on. We got Allah. We got the Quran. Man, I said, see, he steal my stuff all the time. Yeah. But we got all that, how come you're not successful with it? How come you're successful with it? You're supposed to be, because you're the jinn. He said, we're going to take down all the nation, one of them. We're not going to leave any of them left except those we taken into captivity of eternal. Right? Slaves, if you will. Terrible, terrible brothers and sisters. Time under precedented trouble. And like we're in the beginning, you know what we call that? It's the one God by itself was under intense pressure. And now, in return, you have the one God, you have millions and billions. That's the way it works, brothers and sisters. He has to overcome all of that. Look, make war with the beast. Who's back to beast, make war with the beast. You understand that? That's why I don't have time for bullshit. I don't have time for bullshit. No conversations about, I don't need that. Just slow me down. If you got the mathematical range, you got the angel, you think you want to do something, then I shouldn't have to be slowed down and checking behind everything else. Anyway, I'm going to go out about it like I'm kind of like talking around because I want to stay on point, on target with mathematics and situation and show you how, get a good example how it works with little mathematics. The demons, the jinn, everything he said makes sense. He'll tell you, yeah, I'm so wicked and everything else. God said, he don't explain to you why you got to be submit to that. I mean, he was submitted to it also, because he said, everybody. You understand what I'm going to let it go. I got to let it go. I'm been trying to fight through it, but it's not working. It's not working. So it's like out here. What happens to it? Oh. Yeah. And two nations clashing, brothers and sisters. Yeah, two nations. If the dogs are cast together when they first born, they play with each other until they start feeling it get older. That'd be each other's throats. So we got two different natures here, brothers and sisters. He tried to speak to that, but he couldn't, like I said, the idiots over there. We have a clash here, it tells you, do the math. Do it in double, done it. We should have to do it here. Number one. They wash the roads with blood of the lamb. It means they wash shit off of them. It means they're still here to do that. That came out of tribulation. It means you will be here for this war. A terrible war. Man, war, the worst war you've ever seen. They've been eating each other. If I already ate dogs by then, understand, brothers and sisters? The two nations, two natures, one will oppress the other. That's why I say, but they feared it. They feared it. When war broke out, we join with the enemies, fight them, and then defend the country. You don't understand the whole time math what's going on, bro. It's this way. I take advantage of you, how to control your energy, advantage of you, feed your shitlings, and all these other things you have no idea. You walk around, right? Hands hanging down everything else. You have no idea what they do to you. And they're not doing it. And Democratic Party is worst of all. Both of them are bad. I'll let it go, brothers and sisters. See, I'm trying to keep my eyes open. It's not working. That one fall asleep right here. Let's see. Okay, so go with this, brothers and sisters. Yeah, this is how we came here, so to speak, right? And then you got who's with. It's not bombarded with all this information. Remember, the brain just operates, can only operate on the information is given it. It's like feeding it all the information. It's actually flooding it with all the information. It's flooding with information. Can't keep up with it. They're blocking out truth, misinformation. They said they're doing. I said, preachers, the mega preachers, they really agents. They're not preachers. They're preacher agent. Happening here. And got to give that angel, give that seal by the line, the cross. But now he's got the angel. And they see a new vision. Peace about vision perish. Bam, now. That's in a nutshell, brothers and sisters. In a nutshell. Well, wow, put that together. You understand, brothers and sisters? Okay. I have to go. Oh, whew. I know I should have. Competition. Oh boy, but they got to wait for them. Terrible thing to fall in the hands of the Son of Man, boy. Ooh, they got to wait for them. The spirits of spooks here. We're going to stand, brothers. I'm going to let it go. Hopefully I get some rest and I can go and do justice to this presentation I've been trying to do for the last couple of days. Mm-mm. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of Covenant, break our 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, I have a special presentation. I've been working on it for 2 days now. I had so much technical difficulties. Couldn't do anything yesterday. And today, 2 new laptops, I had to take them back. Didn't work. And all kinds of, right now I'm testing something now. So maybe perhaps it'll work. It's, you want me to get this information out, brothers and sisters? Ooh, it's been a battle. But the time is running out and I expected it. Maximum resistance. Maximum resistance. That's what I'm getting. So hopefully this is transmitting okay. Hope I have some impact on the buffering. We'll see, brothers. I'm going to talk about is we'll do a little math. The math here. So it's not going to be as comprehensive as I anticipated, because I anticipated to do it earlier. It'll take some time doing it. But it's late, so I'm going to do the brief version, and perhaps tomorrow I can go into more detail, especially after the broadcast. We're going to talk about, let's like do a little math. Now, we talk about the tribulation and the things that are going to happen. Now, let's look at this in a mathematical way. It says, wrath will be upon these people. It tells you the time, right? It says, flee, right? Those are pregnant. We know, those standing injured knows that's talking about the time of tribulation. Okay? So you know the timing. It says, wrath upon these people. Stop. We'll stop. Wrath upon whose people? The devil. The one that's right, pregnant with us. wrath upon them, not upon us. Put these things in perspective here. So the tribulation is wrath upon them. It says, do unto them as they have done to you. That's another fact, because we know this, we're doing the same period of time, right? There's another chapter, but it's talking about this during the same period of time. Doing them as they, so it's consequence. So the wrath is the consequence of what they've done. See? And it says, doing them as done to you. And sure, it's a consequence, because consequences, every action has an opposite, but equal reactions. It says it's going to do double. So you know there's a time when the fulcrum is in your favor. In other words, you'll come out of it. You're not in that level of heart anymore. It says do to double. Right? It's going to happen in one time. So what you're doing to them, think about it. Remember, this is time of tribulation, time of unprecedented trouble. But what's the trouble? Trouble is the judgment. And the judgment is upon them, not upon you. It tells you what the unprecedented trouble is like, because it's they do it to them as they done. It's going to be just like they did to you. That's what it's going to look like. Only it's going to be double. Why it's unprecedented? Because it's worse than it's unprecedented, because it's going to be consequence, but it's going to be all pushed into 1 year. 1 year, that's unprecedented. So you've already suffered, but yours was stretched out 100 years. All this stuff is going to come in one day. It's then very intense. Like somebody hits you, punch you one time each day. Here. A pound punch, right? But somebody punch you in one day, 5 times 265 pounds. That's devastating. The same amount. It's just concentrated. See, these things, if you start thinking mathematically, bro, it says you can figure these things out. That's why it's saying those things like that. And it says who's going to be executing the math? Because it says the day of their wrath has come. Who's going to be doing it to you? That means you're the God you're talking about. You're the family of the God he's talking about. It says, doing them as they're done to you. So every action opposite. So if you're the one doing it, it says, day of the wrath has come. You're the one exercising your wrath upon them. That's right, because they're the ones that attack you. So now it's eye for eye, tooth for tooth. You understand, bro and sister? Am I making this clear to you? I wanted to go slow and much more detail, but I'm going to keep it short. That's much so I think these things mathematically. So you understand, read between the lines, understand what they're saying. You understand what I'm saying, bro and sister? So he said, I just went through it mathematically, so it tells you exactly. And so it's going to happen right here. So the judgment upon them says, God said, I would judge them. Who is the God? You the God, because you're the one that's going to be doing it. Doing them as it's done to you. You see how this falls into place, bro and sisters? When you start thinking mathematically, then you understand who the God is. Devils are. It says, wrath upon them. And you're the one that's God, I'm going to judge, but you're the one that's going to judge the nations. So you're the God. Let's make man our likeness, our image. You can be the God that judges them, because you're going to do it to them as it's done to you. You're the one that's going to do it. It's unprecedented, because you're going to compress 500 years Holocaust in one day. 1 year upon them. You understand, brothers and sisters? That also explains about the demons, because that shows you the demon war, the locust war. But remember, they went through the Holocaust too. That's the levels we did. But now, because they are devils themselves, they're going to be destroyed along with that devils. They're going to fight with each other. They're going to be destroyed along with the rest of them. Understand? So when you go to the Holocaust, right? See, what you're doing is what you're doing is cleaning up. You're taking a shower, basically, because you burn up the shit that they put on you. They the shit that was on you, and you're getting rid of it. You wash it off. You wash it away. Burn it up. Fire. You can get rid of shit with water or fire. You can get rid of it with fire. That's why it says it's going to be judged with fire. You'll be baptized with fire. So you don't want to clean. You clean. That's why they wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. So it's a cleaning effect. Because I told you, all you need is just to get cleaned up. The shit in you, shit is on you. That is shit. And you're going to burn the shit up. And you're way out of here. Am I making sense, boss? See? So all the nations thought they was getting past the. They saw the time. I'm pressing. They saw the time of intervention coming. Tried to avoid it, but you really couldn't avoid it, could you? They took all the kind of ways, turning white and everything else to avoid it, but it still didn't avoid it. So the time I'm pressing trouble, right? It's going to be destruction for them also. Destruction for them. Because they didn't go to the Holocaust to strengthen themselves. Right? Handle it. Because the scientists knew exactly how much, I guess you could say, how much pressure you had to be put under to transform you into a state where time I press your trouble, I crush you. Because it says, this time in Jacob's trouble, he'd be delivered out of it. And you come out of it. So that means it was a purification process for you. That's why it says, what is it? It said, it's a kind of purify. He's telling you, with fire. That means he purify you with the tribulation. What's the time that you clean yourself up? You clean yourself up. I said you wash your robes in the blood of the Lamb. And who you clean up? You clean up the shit that's them. The abomination. You're in a shitstorm, now you clean up the shit. That's them. So now you know who they are. Because they're the abomination. They had to clean up this. When it's the filth that has to be that you're covered with. In America, you're covered with filth. You want to clean it up? Come on. Great nation. Perfect and beautiful. Now you burned up all the shit that was covering you. You understand, brothers and sisters? I think we're just going to keep it there. I should maybe show a couple of videos up. I want you to understand. Look at this mathematically. And connect the dots. That's why I keep trying to tell you. Connect the dots. Look at it mathematically. And the picture's clear. Hope I cleared it up for you. And the other thing is that, there was a story, a few years back, maybe 15, 20 years ago. And this woman, she had a whole bunch of cats. And she was overweight, right? A bunch of cats. She lived by herself with these cats. So something happened to her. She got sick and she couldn't get out of bed. She couldn't feed those cats. About 2 or 3 days, the cats went out. You know what happened? When they found her, those cats were eating her. Because dogs are wolves. And what they eat, the cats are animals. Dogs, if you feed them every day, you roll over, hey Rover, they roll over, wag the tail, that stuff, right? Feed those dogs for 2 or 3 days. See what happened? Then the wolf comes out. See, that's these devils. They came out of Europe hungry. They devoured everything. Look what they did to us. They oppressed us, terrorized us. They came out who they really are. And now they got everything. They hungry. They fed. Right? They fed everything. So now they roll over. Hey, they pat you on the head. Hey, we love you. All this kind of stuff, right? What happens when they get hungry again? Okay? You've been fooled. That's why it says you got to pull their skirt above their head to show who they really are. Because you going around here, you fist bumping every arm, man. It was our fathers do that stuff with us. Okay? Don't watch them. They've been doing it. They still doing it now. Okay? They get hungry. They come out. They're going to be hungry in a minute. Because Master Muhammad is going to break their, it says, going to break the staff of their food. It says right there, they're going to be cannibals. We think they're going to be eating. They're going to be nice to you. They got a history. And that has to be, right? For some of you to finally get past that deception of, oh, look at Rover. He's so cute. He's so nice. Look, he roll over. He ain't going to bite you. He's a dog. Okay? So it's going to take some dramatic things with some of you to wake up. Some of you are not going to wake up. A lot of people lost for lack of knowledge. Some of it's going to be too late. Why are you telling you to flee? Tell you to flee because you're in danger. Some of you are not going to make it. You understand, brothers and sisters? War time. You see what's going on right now? It's hours away, days away, maybe even minutes away. Because they're already at war right now. The price is already hot. You see little bubbles coming up? It means it's getting to boil. You understand, brothers and sisters? I need to, I'm hoping. Just, like I said, keep this short and see how this works out. If I get, I got, like I said, what I did is I just went in and did some work on my old system and see if I can get them, because I got some new laptops, or some are worse than the old ones. The day of the Lord is near for all the nations. Just if you had done it, it would be done to you. That means it's all the nations. So that means if someone's, all the nations, that means all the nations. That means there must be one nation that all the nations do something too, because it says, yes, if you have done it, we've done you. So all the nations have been doing something to this one nation. We're a nation that's not a nation. We in the house of another nation. Your doers will turn your head. Yes, you will drink on my holy mountain. One nation will drink continually. They will drink to the last drop. And it becomes as if they had never existed. Okay? The vengeance is going to be complete. Because we ain't effing around. Like I keep saying, I know you don't understand, brothers and sisters, but the fury of our people, especially the real brothers, the fury will be unimaginable. Because what you did to our women, you don't mess with nations' women. What you did to our women is unspeakable. So the fury will be unimaginable. Unimaginable. We will avenge our women. That was promised to them. We will avenge them totally. Anyone speak against them or speak about them in any kind of way after that? You don't even want to think about it. The house of Jacob will possess their property. The house of Jacob will be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. The house of Esau will be like stubble. They will set them on fire and consume them, so there will be no survivor of the house of Esau, for none. That's what's telling you, brothers and sisters. The Levites going to survive as those that went through the Holocaust with us, that joined on to us. We adopted them. Oops. Youth here. So you reach at your own leisure, brothers and sisters, right? But somehow they're going to be confused, explaining how that in terms of pressure and everything. That's what's going on right now. They walk into a trap. You can see it. See this? It's a slight picture of which you can expect. Okay, but oof. Okay, hold on, brothers and sisters. Oops. Yeah, I said I got losses in here. And blue unstable. Looking like showing up, but it's doing some strange things. You know, what's this doing here? Happening here. It's not. Oh. Okay, bounce this. Let me go just in here. A little stable. I gotta get used to this. I'm not gonna make a major adjustment. So far, seems so good. Yeah, but this, you're gonna wake up. Wake up in a minute. Vengeance. It says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I just told you, you're the one going to take the vengeance. He says, mine. But you're going to do it. So who's the Lord? Who's the Lord? That tells you who God is. You can understand. So, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will repay. Who is going to do the vengeance? Who's going to repay it? You. That means you're the Lord. There's some math here, brothers and sisters. You're the God. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord, I will repay. Doing them is double to you. So you're doing the repaying. Lord, that's what I tell you. A lot of God's consequence. Personally, right? It's the supreme being amongst us. So we got brain cells, lung cells. These are center, right? That's from is a made God. The next 6,000 years. The seed that lasts forever. Into the beginning, until the end, back and forth. The seed, it's brain cell. It's a center brain cell. Understand? And it's the body. It's you. Then we're a body. So you're the Lord. Make on the criminal planet with God. You should show that. So this is mine. This is something you take from somebody. This is something you say to the Lord. I will repay. It says you're the one that's going to do it. It says, doing them has done to you. Trying to get it math. This is some math here, bro. This is you understand things. You're going to become clear in a minute. But you, that's why I'm going to break that thing that you're clinging to is holding you back. You say you're not, you're clean. When you start using that visual key, the new mind, you have to get to the hereafter. You start using that key, and you know you broke. That's when you know. Right now, you ain't doing that. You're still holding. Lift up your hold. That's why I'm going to break your grip. I will lift you up, but you cling to the earth. You'll be looking at the minute, boss. Man. Those demons, oh man, those demons. And since we might have to take them demons down. Right? They want our main, they hit the enemy, they want our main distractions. Because they look like you, so I was following the example. The example is straight to hell because that's just the devil in black face. When you follow the example, you follow the devils, don't know it. I know because I was married to one of them. Demon. Understand, brothers? This is Farrakhan's father. How do you get past the fact that the man carries a seed that Farrakhan's father, he's the devil. Can the devil produce anything other than the devil? You have to answer questions. That's and if we bother to even ask questions. We may not bother to even ask questions. He says his father raped his mama. Raped his father, Christopher Clark, raped his mama. So now he's raping the nation. Like father, like son. Yeah. Curse with a curse. So I was going to do a lot more math on this, bro. But I told the basic math. You should understand that. Just work with it. This is math right here. Look, I said, just logic. What kind of system would take they operate during this energy deprivation? If you're going to rule, what kind of system would the ruler have? There it is right there. Capitalism. Christianity to justify it. Because everybody got to go along with it. Capitalism, man, right? You get more, you give more energy than you get back. That's slavery. You work your ass off, produce gold for the master, and he feeds you shit. Capitalism by definition. Magog and Antichrist. It's Satan looking at masquerading as angel of light. I'm going to go through this very quickly, but since I'm a new system, I got to revamp my old system because I tried new, it was working. I had to take them back. Almost 20-mile ride to where I bought them from. I went from Amazon. It was worth something like that now. Base. It shows, brothers and sisters, result, pressure. No one will survive it. You, brothers and sisters, because you already paid for it, hard cost. Right? You already did it. But you spread out 5 days. Okay? You don't get off. Okay? You prepare for it. All you got to do is get your umbrella, brothers and sisters, 5 pillows, get your mind. You're good to go. There's going to be a war here like you never can imagine. You're going to think about it. It's going to be, you're going to be here. A exceedingly great army. Do the math. Right in your army. And you're going to be against them. And you're going to do them as they done to you. But you have a great war here, a great battle. You're going to be the victor, overwhelming victor. The destruction will be off the page. Destruction will be off the page. That's at least 5 months. It'll be a battle like you can't miss a wrath. And people, the bitch I showed you a minute ago, people, once they come together like that, they said they're volunteering. In other words, they wake up and their hatred will be kindled. When you see it, you ain't going to want to see it. Hey, Johnny, I thought you liked it. Yeah. It's going to be a whole different ball game, brothers and sisters. Come on. On top of that, you got the demons. Then you got the goats on the way. Economic collapse. No starvation. Well, you can imagine all that. But the thing is that it was holding it back. It was a flood. And years, that's holding it back. Holding all that back. All of a sudden, bam, let it loose. Bam. Oh. That's what I told you just now. You can't imagine that. You'll be here to witness it. And you're going to be afflicting, you're going to be not no mystery God. You're the God that's going to be inflicting the pain. But I'm judging this mind, said the Lord. Who would judge that nation? And you're the one, so it's telling you, you're the God. It's telling you the God right there. But you're the one going to do it. It's done to you, double. You understand, brother and sister? America stretched all over the world. God, they said, God, no one's ever been like God. Who's like the beast who make war with the beast? I said, the Lamb alone. See, you think the Lamb is nothing. He's went in there, just run his mouth. He says, he alone can make war with this beast. Who's like that? And they got nuclear weapons and everything. But I told you, no matter what you got, it's your mind has to operate it. And I'm going after the mind. And their minds cannot deal with this mind. They're resisting it. Because once this mind comes in, it overwhelms them. Because it turns the table all the way around. Otherwise, right now, we're the enslaved ones. We're Ham. Right? God cursed us. And all that, right? Then all of a sudden, new mind comes in, the unsealed Bible, and it's reversed. And they know it. There's going to be so much fear. But all is going to happen. And while it's happening, they're going to be in total fear, abject fear. When you're whooping their ass, they're going to be in intense fear. But they're going to be in intense fear before you even start doing that. Men's hearts be failing for fear. And they're going to hit. It says, great men, the strong men be hiding in the alleyway, holding their groins like a woman in labor. That's before you start tearing their ass up. What you going to do once you start doing it? You can't imagine. Okay, that's why scientists never try to explain to you. They knew because they wrote history. But you have to see it. But it says, you would not believe it if we told you. It says in the scripture, you would not believe it even if we told you. Because it says a strange thing beyond imagination. What's going to happen to these people? Because what he did to us was beyond imagination. Do double? Ooh. I'm going to close out here, brothers and sisters. See? An example here. Who's warriors? They came and got us. See? Yeah. We know we was told to submit to them, and we was told that we go into deprivation. We'll be service to them. That's why Dr. Shabbat started prepare us. They weren't supposed to afflict us. We was taken down from warriors by them. And they did this to us. And now, there's no time in history, information like, look at the information we're bombarded with. It's TV, videos, games, news, churches. I told you that these big mega preachers, they're not preachers, they're agents. Because it's a mind war, as the mind war from the still Bible. Master Muhammad's theory is destroy the economy. Read chapter 18. And there, see? And he can come back with a vengeance. Look at the devils. Look at them brothers in the background. They want to go to the NFL game. They want to play some football. They want to look at King, whatever they call him, and Magic. Are they about that? That's what it look like. Okay. He says, don't you worry about a thing. Don't you worry about a thing. I got you. Nobody been to mess with you. I don't hear nothing. Right? See? That's it. We're not doing it for them. What are we doing it for? Okay, bro. So I think I'm gonna leave it there. I see. I don't know. Maybe I did something wrong. I see too much buffering. I don't see any buffering at all. Actually, is it? That picture I just showed just now. See, I tell you, your brain, you get information from your mind. And they're trying to prevent you getting, trying to flood you with all kinds of bad information. It's still Bible information that keeps you a slave, keep you under their control. Right? Some information gets through. Get past that. Right? See? But they got a door. The door is to keep you from getting information in your message and just it's to block that and just let still Bible information come through. Understand? But sometimes your message get through, or the righteous message. That's what Master Muhammad, boy, he didn't bring the angel message. Elijah pushed that message. Some got through, and so Farrakhan's there to deal with that. That gets through because who he's dealing with? He's dealing with the people that the message got through to. That's what he's dealing to. He ain't dealing with the people that the message ain't got to. That's the devil's dealing with them. NFL, NBA, all that stuff. He's dealing with the people that the message got passed into the brain. He's got to take it to start that message. You understand the process, bro? Says I'm trying to get you to understand this thing. Anyway, understand it. You understand? So, move on, bro. So I don't know, maybe I did something right. I made some changes. So far, I don't know. Yes, the sound is okay. I don't know. I have to check that out later. But I don't see any buffering, so we'll see. Maybe I ain't got to that part yet. Okay, I'm going to close out here, brothers and sisters. A lot more to say, but I got the gist of it. Right? The math of it. You add it up together. You're the God that's going to do it. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. But you're the one's going to do the vengeance. So you're the Lord. So, I would judge this nation. Who's doing it? You're judging it because you're the one that's executing the judgment. You're the one that's doing it. You're the God. You go on a creator, planet Earth, on the universe. You didn't just say that. It's a fact. But now I'm trying to bring it home to you clearly. And so when you read the scriptures, you see it all. It's all in the scriptures. It's there. I said it's no other way you could break that down because God said He's doing it, but then He's telling you to do it. And He's the God, and you're the God that's doing it. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow, if things okay, I can go into more detail after the broadcast. If they have a broadcast, because they won't have them anymore. I'm really surprised they got this far. But like I said, it's up to Master Muhammad. He's the God. He has to make the call. I make the cake. I put the ingredients. That's this. Angel Days. He mixed the cake up. He made the cake. Right? They get the Master Muhammad. He put it in the oven. He's the one that got to put it. Good time as soon as it's ready. Take that analogy. Okay, bro. So I'm gonna let it go. brothers and sisters. Imam Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, break our 7 seals. Pressure. Well, brothers and sisters, I'm going to see if I can make this happen. I've attempted to get on online several times today. Not successful because all kinds of technical issues. They make it very difficult for me to get online, brothers and sisters. I went and purchased a new laptop. It's worse than the one that I have now. So it's going back. Buffering continues even though I'm at the maximum bandwidth and everything. But they're trying to frustrate me. They figure, oh, he's 76 years old. Man, I'm frustrated when I give him a stroke. Well, let him keep trying. I'm not going to stop until I can't move anymore, until I'm dead. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to keep this short. I was going to talk a little while today because I had some few things, but as you can see, it's late, and I'm still wondering if this is going to hold up. Working on all days, I think I got it, but we'll see. And I still have issue with my sound, so I'm not sure if you're getting good sound or not. So we'll see. Okay, brothers and sisters. Now, you know, the things that happen in the world today is, even out the angels, some of the stuff is just basic. Right? But that's because, you know, I was a thoughtful person, a person that looked for truth in things even before I met Elijah. That's what led me to Elijah. And most of you, that's been taken away from you. You just listen to what they say, like these crazy movies they put. They got movies out where they got about 4 or 5 women and they weigh about 100 pounds apiece. And they're all in their early 20s. And they go over there and they wipe out a whole battalion of Taliban. And America was there for, over 20 years? And they got their ass whooped by sheep herders. And see, people take that in. And you got a lot of, especially sisters, right? Like they put this movie out, Tyler Perry, but she wanted to go and fight Hitler because of her Jewish boyfriend. And see, that goes in, and I can tell you, your brain just calculates. If that's information that's going in, then what kind of person do you think you're going to be? You act on information. You are the information, you personally are the information that you've been absorbing all your life. You're the information you've been absorbing. Okay? And the thing is, there's such thing as compiler. I try to explain these things to you. The computers have a thing called compiler. What a compiler does is that when you take and get your code, everything together, right, and you put it in the computer, the compiler checks it. It's like a door that you have to get through before you can get into the computer. That checks and makes sure everything is cool, what's going in there, before it gets in the computer. Because another computer's just going to calculate it. It don't care what it gets, it's going to calculate it. So you put that compiler in there to make sure, hey, check everything first. Right? So no garbage getting there. And that's the same thing in life. Because they say, oh, stay away from the Christians. No, stay away from the Muslims. See, and it gives you ideas, and you think they're nothing. Like that proud talent for everything. That's nothing. See, and she gonna go fight Hitler. And remember, this is in the 30s and the 40s. When they was lynching black folks here, raping them, beating them, putting them in prison, everything else. But she gonna go and fight Hitler. She gonna go to war and fight Hitler. And these people right here, hating them, lynching them, calling them niggas and everything else to their face. But she gonna go and fight Hitler.
See? Soak that in for a minute. And then get to about the Holocaust. When the Holocaust happened, wasn't it in the 30s and the early 40s? When did the Civil Rights Movement take place? When in the 60s? About 20 years later? So why do you think they had to have a Civil Rights movement? Why do you think they had to have a Civil Rights movement where they were sicking dogs on you and killing you and beating you? Why do you think they have to have that? If you wasn't going through some kind of Holocaust for his damn self. Oh no, God. What the hell was you do? Happened to you here? Discrimination on you. See, that's what happens when you don't see. They took adverse and compiler because they tell you all the things that's good for you. Don't accept those things. Don't let stuff get into your brain. You let stuff get in your brain, and they feed you all this garbage. And you won't listen to me. Oh man, because you ain't gonna listen to. He's a nigga. He don't know nothing. That's what they done to you. Because you ain't gonna hear. Because the power they gave you. Don't let this stuff get into your brain. Stay with that stuff. Yeah. And so, you know, that stuff that good information get in there. In other words, you know, don't eat no beef. Don't nobody tell you to eat pork. So anything you eat pork and you say, I'm not eating no beef. I'm gonna eat pork. And pork is bad for you. That's why they mark you beating yourself up. That's what this is talking about. Because good information you're blocking, and the bad information you let fly around through, and you are the information that you're eating. That's what the lesson says. You are what you eat. That's what it means. You are the information you're eating. You think it's talking about food? You are the information that you're eating. And so look at you, look how you're acting. That's because that's the information that you're taking in. That's the information you're eating. And you eat it 3 times a day. More than that. That's what you are. The information you eat. And you got that, and they get your parents to put their compiler, give you that compiler. Oh man, it's stirring the Muslims. You got to believe in Jesus. And Jesus cursed your ass. He's the one that said, you're going to be a slave forever. Because you curse you black, according to them. And you're going to be a slave forever. But you only got to believe in Jesus. And people that's oppressing you, they're the ones, the Christians, with a cross around their neck. I was raping you. You see? And I don't speak to anybody. I go to the gym. I don't waste my time. But every time they come to me, the devil's out. Definitely, hey, man, you know. And sometimes when one of the Negroes' butts comes over in, they want to say something. But they want to talk about some bullshit I ain't interested in. And then they can't understand it. See? But then they go and talk to the devil. They be talking to the devil. I mean, I don't say he come to the gym anyway because it's more like what you call it, a social club. Because all I do is talking all the time. I'm there to get in and get the hell out. And that's another reason I don't want to talk. And they already talking this bullshit. But as soon as I say something to the brother, I say, hey man, I say, are you ready for the war? I don't talk about this kind of stuff, man. I don't worry about, I don't trust out. He went off. I said that. I didn't get no religion. I said, hey, you ready for war? Oh, yeah. I'm good. See what I'm saying? Right away. Snap. Because that's what it is. Don't, anything you say, because you got to say, you got to speak the narrative. Anything other than narrative, we don't hear. You better be speaking NFL. Right. Beyonce. Right. You gotta be speaking bullshit. Right away. Because as soon as they take you off that page, they shut you off. Like one of the one told me, says, you know, I said, do you know anything about your history here? Oh, man, hey, man, can we talk about this later? And see, I was stupid on that one because I thought, you said we're at the club, he's a gym rat. I says, maybe, so I said, hey, well, why don't you come by, come out, we can talk, I invite you, come by, we can talk about you like about it. But what he was doing, he was throwing me off. What he was saying was, man, I don't hear that shit. I guess I'm getting old, right? I guess I didn't catch it at first. I thought about it later. That's what it was. He didn't want to delay it. He didn't want to hear it. See? That's the attitude. That's the attitude that it's going to be broken. Master Muhammad's going to break it. When he breaks it, right? Like I said, if you eat pork, that's you eat 24/7. Somebody kill the pigs, you gotta look for another source to eat. So you got to go. Somebody had to have some food for you to eat, or you're gonna die. And so when he breaks this false Israel mind, right? This Christian mind, this sealed Bible mind, when he breaks that mind, then your mind, your brain, that's your mind's feeding your brain. And your brain I gotta eat. Your brain needs information just like you need food. You may not realize, but your brain needs information. It needs it. That's why you look around, find food, what's happening all the time, what's going on. Your brain needs, you probably never even thought about it like that. Your brain needs information, just like your eyes need, if no light, if you start looking, your eyes need light. You want light. See what I'm saying? So, your brain needs information. And as soon as it's cut off, then you can look for information. And the engine will be right there. That's going to be your new mind. That's what it's going to work, brothers and sisters. And when you get your new mind, what's going to happen then? See? Because now you eat new food now. Good food. And now, and the idea of it is going to be totally reverse. Because what you do with your friends are going to be enemies. What you do with your enemies be your friends. Those you love, you're going to hate. Those you hate, you're going to love. I mean, it's like a split second. Right? See? And that's going to make you very aggressive at first, because they absorb all that suddenly. See, because now your brain's calculating. Get all the information, your brain's like, get it, it's like you're overloading your brain. So, with all the information, all the information all of a sudden that you was resisted before, coming like a flood. Could overwhelm some of you. It's gonna overwhelm some of you. Will coming like a flood though. That's what tribulation is all about. Because it gives you time to adjust, to absorb it. Right? That's why they wash their robes as blood of the lamb. Why you gotta wash your robes? See? Because you had to F up the mind, and now you're getting it cleaned up. And now you gotta absorb all that. See? Absorb it, and then apply it. Understand it. That's what you got to go through, because you got to not only absorb it, but you got to apply it. Because somebody tells you, hey man, this is good for you, or you got to try to find out if it's good for you or not. See? So here, you get some information, but how do you know that information is correct? The other information was bad. See? So now you do about all this information. See? And so therefore, you're going to need verification of information. Because all of a sudden, you're going to see the devils. Oh, they are devils, because you're going to see action speaks louder than words, because you're going to see the angel in action. That's what's going to do it for you. Because once you see it, you're going to see it in action. Action speaks louder than words. Because you got that bombarded. And now you see it. That's why I say they'll pull that skirt above their head. So now you're going to see the neck and see where they really are. See, the dogs turn to wolves. Like I said, when they get hungry, it says they're going to act like it's going to be off the page. You're going to see them how they really are. And you see the people how they really are. You see your sisters how they really are. See, all this can be boom, boom. And your brain's got it. Yeah. But see, that's why you had to build that pressure. You have that brain that can calculate all that, can handle all that. It's going to be overwhelming at first, but it will be crushing. Oh, you'll be overwhelmed at first. It says, people in dark see a great light. What's your great light? We don't blind you at first. See, you don't read into these things, sisters. It's going to blind you at first. That's why you can't be taken right out of here. So you can't take meat from the freezer and put it into, you can't do it. You got to throw out. And tribulation is like heart, it's like a throwing out function for you. Okay? Because you're going to get all of them, all that. Just think about it. All this information I've been giving you for 30 years, you will get hit with it one, just like that, in a moment. Okay. I got people been dealing for years, 2 or 3 or 4 years, and they still struggling with it. And you're going to hit it one moment. See? But you're going to have to deal with it. And like I said, the thing about it is you're going to see it in action. That's what's going to do it for you. Okay? So let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to get into a few things. I'm going to try to be brief because it's late. And I wasn't sure I was going to be. I said, let me try one more time. So let's see. Hopefully the sound's coming through okay. Let's see here. Oh boy. Let's see here. Now, again, brothers and sisters, I don't think I'm going to read this, but the bottom line, see, there's more to this than meets the eye, but it's telling you that Esau is going to be totally eliminated. That's going to be our final war. Going to totally eliminate it. What this bottom line was telling you is, if you understand it, that no one is going to survive. Everyone's going to be crushed by a time of unprecedented trouble, except you. Except you. And that depends on if you able to absorb this information and apply it. So you got to absorb it, but you got to apply it. And then you'll be the only one, because no one, that's how. And let me say another thing. So, the scientists, when they write the scripture every probably 25,000 years, 24 to 25,000 years, they see clearly 2020 vision, don't miss anything, for the heck what's happening next 25,000 years. In excruciating detail. Right? Absolute detail, perfect detail. Okay? So they know what the time of unprecedented trouble look like. They says, we ain't never seen anything like this before. That's what they mean. From their point, from their perspective. See? Someone said I should point it out because I talk from our perspective. But the scriptures talk from another perspective. See, I'm telling you from the scripture from my perspective. But they tell you from another perspective because they see it. I'm studying it. So when they say a time of unprecedented trouble, obviously they know what it's like and what it takes to survive it. Obviously no, because I need to, they see it clearly. See, they say that's unprecedented. I mean, no, it's not ever going to be like that and never again. Right? So no, I mean they don't experience it, but they see it clearly. They see it mathematically. Right? So how can we prepare for something that we don't know? We don't experience because we don't see it clearly, and we have no idea what the intensity of it, the math of it either. They do. That's the difference. We don't get the experience. They get the knowledge of it. See? So they said, okay, this is what's going to be. So this is the math of it. So this is what they're going to need to survive it. And that's the idea about the Holocaust. Because remember, when God told Abraham that, it didn't happen yet. It didn't have to happen that way. He said that's where it's going to happen. And it was told in the Quran to submit to it. Why would they tell you to submit to it? Because and Master Elijah Muhammad came with other perspective, said Dr. Shabbat says, hey, I'm preparing you. What was he preparing you for? So that's the point I was trying to say in the last few days, is that you're the only one going to survive it because you already went, they already knew how much pressure there would be. Remember, unprecedented trouble also means unprecedented pressure. Right? Well, you say, how can that be unprecedented trouble when pressure keeps getting greater and greater and greater? No, unprecedented trouble relative to your situation. See? It says never be like that again. Because the pressure going to get much greater than that. As time goes on, when you get down to the beginning, the pressure will be astronomical. Right? But unprecedented trouble is mostly talking about like a quality type of thing, but I don't want to get too much detail here, brothers and sisters. But the point is that it's the quality of it. Because in this type of pressure, we got a direct enemy. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. I'll be here all night, gonna go in getting more deep into this. The bottom line is that they knew what it takes to actually buy us a pit. So therefore, the Holocaust was the prescription. Because once you go to the Holocaust, you come out. Now you got the training, you got the strength to deal with the tower of unprecedented trouble. And you to be the victor because no one else will be able to stand up against it. You see what I'm saying? The pressure, no one else will be able to handle that pressure, but you will be able to. Okay? It's more of a quality type of pressure, but I don't want to get diverted, brothers and sisters. Maybe I'll talk about that more tomorrow. But the point is you will be able to handle it, and they won't, because you already hardened yourself to it. You already trained. You harness. You don't went through, right? Because from the Holocaust point of view, that's unprecedented to us, and we harden you, right? Make you into a diamond. So the diamonds will be the hardest substance known to man. So then when the time comes, that's why when you train. That's why you have training to go to boxing, because then you box. So when you get into the ring, man, you already, that's why you train hard. You get a good trainer, and you're gonna hate him because he's gonna put you through it, boy. But you're gonna love him when you get in the ring, and then you can take all those punches and deal. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So that's what happened. So therefore now, you are the only nation strong enough, got structure, strong enough to withstand it. You're the only nation strong to withstand it. Not even Esau. That's what it's telling you. Not even Esau said they'd be totally eradicated. They can't. So it's trying to tell you, because remember, Esau and Jacob, see, these little things you don't pay attention to. Esau and Jacob will be twins. That means they had identical structures. Boy, saying they was a twin. They said it was twins. But one is surviving. One could be totally eradicated. So that means something the other one went through some kind of preparation that this one didn't go through. You see the subtlety there? That's what happened. So we went to that. And so now, right? And that's what happened. The only thing you need now is to get your mind back, right? And apply it. That's all you need now. And they're doing everything they can to make sure that never happens. Everything they can to make sure that never happens. We're going to talk about that more in a minute. Everything they can to make sure that never happens. Understand, brothers and sisters? They're bombarding you with all kinds of bad information and trying to stop you from getting proper information. See? Because, and another thing about, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. The other thing is say, remember, that information that we're getting right now is destroying us. but it's elevating them. It's strengthening them. See? But when the true information comes in, you understand, it's going to be opposite. See? It's going to be struck to them. Strengthening to us. Let's move on. I'm not going to speak this, but since you can, I talked about it yesterday, you can look at it. But see how people are going to be transformed. Remember, at this point, there are all this information coming in. Exceedingly great army. What the hell? Look at the look on their face. Huh? There's going to be a sudden change, but it says it's going to happen suddenly. Because they're telling you, it says Babylon's going down suddenly. I mean, your transformation will be suddenly because they don't want to give you birth before they go down. It'll be sudden, overwhelming. Because you'll be by with all this information, and it's like, it's totally dark. All of a sudden, somebody turn a real bright light, and ooh, you burns you, hurt your eyes. And you cover your eyes and everything else, trying to get your eyes to adjust. And that's what it's going to be like for your brain, brothers and sisters. See? That's what it's going to be like. And so now you get the adjustment. Get your eyes adjusted to that light. So you get your brain adjusted to that flood of information.